exists and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass on nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research a flat unmoving earth. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FP Part 2. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
Swift Production. Holding cats, it's a no-brainer. Can't have gas with a window container. Shave your flop, do me a favor. Answer the question for quantum eraser. Holding cats, it's a no-brainer. Can't have gas with a window container. Shave your flop, do me a favor. Answer the question for quantum eraser. Tough questions that you can't refute, like never no clear you can't dispute. Don't rumpus me, I'll put you on move, don't monologue. Keep it minute. Drop round questions like Crash Bandicoot 24/7 Discord, you will get booed. Parroting maths like what's a square root? PC lawyer like that they gonna suit. With its rhetoric, fast as lighting, electrostatics, that's exciting. Deep in warrior, go keep fighting. Experiment, globers keep biting. Biggest Jedi, globers keep trying. 3 questions, send them off crying. How can you think that we are lying? CGI when you look on lion. Cats, it's a no-brainer. Can't have gas with a window container. Shave your flop, do me a favor. Answer the question for quantum eraser. Holding cats, it's a no-brainer. Can't have gas with a window container. Shave your flop, do me a favor. Answer the question for quantum eraser. A global server, let's observe. Few people that'll get on your nerves. A few funny characters just like Curve. A few waiting to jump in like reserves. Rocket scientists, ultimate nerds. Formulas for everything, it's absurd. There's a group of goons hanging every word. Everything that you say, yeah, it will get stirred. Trust, 60 years old and collecting dust. Always online and causing a fuss. Hating on chemo, keeping him shut. Saying he's somebody you just can't trust. But he's not the one trying to get you sussed. You're obsessed, you're in love or lust. You'll believe anything if you come from dust. Like rockets work better in space with thrust. Globers pretend that they can't see, then talk about intellectual honesty. Every time they talk, it's a fallacy. The black swan is causing travesty. Gas can't hold down no gravity. Can't see no curve over the sea. Your claim, your globe, prove your fantasy. Flat earth, think very critically. Represent your case clear and rationally. Spinning around the whole galaxy. All happening by itself or naturally. Logically, it makes no sense to me. That's what's wrong with your mentality. Then I wonder what's wrong with humanity. What's legal is where they get the morality. Nihilistic minds, that's insanity. They wanna be better than God vanity. Can't learn it in a university. Can't find it in a lab like spirituality. Think about it, not emotionally. What's after this life is a reality. I might come back, grow into a tree or a shark because of my personality. That's quite a fitting analogy. Respect everyone, every nationality. Don't think that you're better based on salaries. Life has a funny way of bringing to your knees. Yeah. Hope you enjoyed that.
I'm done playing music, but I purposely actually played some of that more hype shit because I know a lot of people are sleeping in here, and I wanted them to either disconnect or wake the fuck up. Somebody say something because I already vowed not to play more music. We just joined.
Where is everyone? Quiet in here. Mic check. Anybody here? Ollie. Will be flat. Trinity. Jesus crucified. Julius. Nobody? Effie Batman? Wake up. Measure the curve. Oh, Andy. Level up. Hey Andy, do you believe you live on a spinning ball? Pulled upside down by gravity?
Trolls, honestly, are insane too.
and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the
He's
camera.
the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
Opens. Yeah.
on the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how... my brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
is
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't matter. See the stars.
sun is the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Any flat earthers in the heezy fasheezy?
Hello, everybody. How you doing? We talk about the same bullshit. No, it's like I forgot about that. We could sing the same crap over and over again. Some bull crap like that.
I assume you're talking about the same crap that the flat earth is nothing.
No, the flat Earth's real. Yeah, it's just, it's repetitive. It's repetitive. Global versus flat Earth kind of like chaotic, you know.
No, dude. The flat earth is nothing.
Well, your NASA is your NASA spend like billions of dollars on stupid crap.
Just like
NASA
spends, just like you spends hundreds of dollars a month on fucking beer and smokes. They actually spend millions
I
of
don't
dollars.
do beer, sir. I don't do beer, sir.
Sorry, that was actually a bad accusation to make, because NASA actually does shit with your money, and you only spend $22 a year.
Oh
to make it happen.
yeah. NASA is a occult organization. Okay. They do credit they lie. They lie every time. So they lie about the moon landing. So,
But Pooch 33, I'm sorry, but believing in the shit that you believe in and what you're talking about now is you are believing in the shit. Self-indoctrination. Because, Pooch, can I just ask you this one question real quick? Are you paranoid? You must be to think that the government's lying to you. You have to be.
the government is lying about everything, about the vaccines, everything, bro.
So you're paranoid as fuck, right?
No, not paranoid. Nope.
No, you
I
have
know
to
the
be.
truth. I know
No,
the truth.
Oh, see, you gotta be paranoid as fuck, my brother.
I know the truth. So, it's Jesus Christ and the God, all God is Lucifer. So, yeah.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus, man.
Your
Lucifer.
government, and your gov. How do we take the U.S. government down, built by the people? No, not politics here. Like, just like get rid of all the governments. So
Okay,
yeah,
Pooch.
and we need to bun the fuck out of NASA. We need China to bun the fuck out of NASA because it's a fucking cheesy knockoff, you know.
You should really stop saying that sort of shit, just for a start. And
Sorry.
two,
What's up?
what the? You've got no proof of what you're even fucking talking about for a start, mate.
Oh yeah, NASA you decoding. You have to fucking decode it, okay? NASA lies about everything. They use
What? Like what?
4D similar 4D to make the CGI and NASA and their organization. These 4D cinema and Photoshop, all that bullshit. And it's just tell you it's space, so yeah.
Dude.
Project Blue Marble, bro.
Yeah. I know all of the projects. Can I just? I just made an assumption, which I could be wrong, just a few minutes ago, that I said that you may be paranoid. And
I'm not paranoid.
But going along with that, you keep on saying all the shit that NASA's lying, but none of you watch all these videos on YouTube that are by people that are also paranoid and believe what they're saying because they're backing you up in what you were thinking. So, I mean, holy shitballs, bro.
The moon rock is just chemistry, bro. It's just chemistry, and they go to a very famous museum crater, and they make those rocks. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the moon rocks are chemistry, bro.
And they are, and they're in a laboratory in fucking, I think, Langley, which, oh, you'll get me on that, because that's where the fucking
No, the main chemistry
CIA
is
lab
fake.
is. Oh, yeah.
No, they
Oh,
make
yeah.
moon sand. They make moon sand and chemistry, bro. So yeah.
Yeah, so what YouTube video did you watch that made you think it was fake? Because you were already paranoid and you were looking for shit. You weren't looking for videos. You were subliminally looking for videos of people that were going to back you up in what you think. That's what you've done, and that's why you're here. And I'm not here, but that's why you think the way you do. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I just find it very interesting. I'm not even a fucking psychologist. I'm the furthest thing away from it. I keep getting these messages which I can't fucking read, so if you want to say something, come and say it. Yeah, whoever the fuck just said that, just come and join the fucking conversation. Come and say it. It's not that hard, really. Holly, are you there? I'd love to hear your opinion as a flat earther with an open mic. Oh, Dingleberry in the text. Jump on the mic, fella. Dingleberry, just jump on the fucking mic, mate. Yeah, I got fucking shitloads. You better have some too. So jump on the mic. Oh, don't keep running. Don't keep running. Come on. Come on, you little fucking paranoid little bitch. But I take that back because that is your foregone conclusion. That is your opening statement. That is what's behind everything you say, is that you're a paranoid little bitch. So I take that back. Jump on the mic. Hurry the fuck up. I've got other shit to do. Or should I go and have a smoke while you prepare, while you get your paranoia out of the way and try and tuck that under the covers and try and find some shit? I'll go and have a smoke. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I bet you're not here.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't let it. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
You have a leak.
Deep under my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
You
is
lose air.
crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or sitting in the park caught a lot of people by surprise.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Some guy ate a bat in China, so now you can't go out at night. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now you got no human rights. Someone ate a bat in China in a cave, now you're a human slave. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now the pharmaceutical company's getting paid. Some bat in China, lock off the whole world, change things, rearrange it, or so we're told. Like the world's under a spell, like this is the beginning of hell. Yo, yeah, any sci-fi movie that's seen.
A new world order.
Presidential
decrees cascading
Running
from
it.
President Trump's pen.
Any horror movie that I've been.
And the rest of the world now figuring out what it means for
Running
them.
it.
Oh boy, this
Oh
shit
boy.
banging.
Cause things change, rearrange, and getting strange. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now I can't get any toilet paper? Yeah.
Crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or...
Better stay home, watch the TV. Better stay home, don't visit the family. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now my girlfriend don't want to give me vagina. Everything's changed, rearranged, the whole world gone strange. Yeah, some guy ate a bat in China. Yeah. Someone from China ate a bat, and now you can't leave your house or go out the
New
back.
South Wales police are patrolling Sydney streets
And if
as
you
residents
believe
try
that-
to understand changing social distancing rules.
Then I don't know,
Oh
bro.
yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Oh boy, what another one. Big fat shit from the side again. Freestyling with a microphone and a beer in my left hand. I'm in a lockdown. What I sound? A little bit sad. Shit. Someone ate a bat in China. Can't go and get any toilet paper. The TV telling me that. Yeah.
Oh boy, you went dumb on this one.
Police are receiving some backlash for their aggressive approach.
Pooch, observing sunset and sunrise, what makes you think that the Earth's flat? It's because you watched some videos that told you that? Somehow the sun and the moon get smaller when they don't? Because you were told that? Who's indoctrinated, Pooch?
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The most I show with his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve?
What?
Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east and went poor and rich and hold all that class. Still wanna know any signs, still wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just still wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G-up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. It's a filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth, but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
Damn, space crab, you got a lot of rolls. Where you get all them rolls, man? Them's all right. He's bad. He's number one. He's the space crab with the space gun. He's got space turds and space herpes. That's that space crab shit. Can you follow me? Oh, where you going, motherfucker? Now I'm gonna demote you. Now I gotta demote you and shit. And shit. Now I gotta demote him and shit. Is that Holy or Holly? Hello? You're unmuted. Really, I'm just kidding. I know what it spells. Man, I wake up early and ain't nobody up. What the hell? I went to bed early. It's time for me to troll you mofos. But I ain't somebody to troll. What's up? I thought I was gonna troll the space crab. Oh man, I can't even type a full sentence. I got people that troll my grammar, and I want to tell them, hey, I know you're trying to sound smart and shit, but is typing really grammar, or is that a syntax error? I want to tell every dumbass on here, you can't really troll my grammar as grammatic errors, because they're not. It's called a typo or a syntax error. Come on, man. Everything we put on here, we type. You got guys that think they can make up their own statistics. It ain't because they're on a debate server. They control us with statistics. You just start spitting out fake numbers and say, oh, that sounds right. That's about the right percentage of people that would be able to get this. Like, look, man, we know damn well ain't nobody do that. That's statistical analyst, damn it. Oh, we got the space crab back. What's up? Why you change your name to that, bro? What's wrong with Cut the Shit? I like that name. Every time I say it, it makes me think of a turd cutter. Cut the shit. Or somebody is just tired of listening to some dumb shit. One of the two. My dad was a big man. That's what he used to say. That was my old man's way of announcing he'd had enough of your fucking mouth. Look, cut the shit, boy. Cut the shit. Get to the fucking chase, shitter. Get off the pot. But one way or another, you gonna shut up. He was a big man, too. I mean, I can honestly say, not another man has ever made me fear for my life other than my father. 6'2", 300-pound engine. And guys my size are a little bit bigger. They ain't never scared me. I've never been scared of any other man but my father. And my brothers, shit. My one brother, he's 6. 6 foot 280. And that's on the average, you're like 310. And not fat. Buff. These motherfuckers, I go to school, they was like, I'm gonna whoop your ass. I'm thinking, hell, my brother beat on me for a half hour yesterday. What the hell can you do? You got a half hour in you, boy? If not, when you get tired, you know it's my turn, right? I can take a half hour ass whooping and then still have some ass whooping to dish out. Yes, I had 5 fucking brothers. I took a lot of ass whoopings before I ever gave one out. That's why I'm so thorough at dishing them out. Be the youngest of 6, motherfucker. And okay, I grew up on a farm. I got 4 sisters older than me too. One that's my age, that's my twin sister, and my younger sister. But my 4 older sisters, man, they always had 50, 60 pounds on me in a foot. Most of my sisters are 5'11", 5'12", 240, 260, 300. My oldest sister, she got my old man size. She's a 6'1", like 280 to 300, and this is at 6 foot 280 isn't bad. Just so people know, that's a buff person. They were farm girls, you know. My father believed many hands make light work. My sisters are girls that can roof your house, they can plumb it. You know, they could frame in a wall, build a barn. So it wasn't just 5 brothers kicking my ass. I had 4 sisters that like to get theirs in every now and then and laugh, and you know, they wanted to chum with the boys. My brother Adney whooped my ass, and my sister Lisa just come up and punched me in the eye for nothing. Ah, look, Adney, I got mine in, bro. You shit. I had to come up off and under 9 family members before I could be a tough guy. First kid, I thought. I got nervous in school. He said, I'm going to whoop your ass. I said, all right, when? He said, when we get on the playground. Dude hit me twice, and it was like he got winded. Because he was quicker than me. I was like, you ain't done, are you, motherfucker? Because I'm just now getting mad, you know what I'm saying? I usually let my brother punch me 5 times before I say, all right, that's enough. I can take a punch. You can't be from a big family and be a pussy. That's just all there is to it. Somebody's going to kick your ass growing up. You going to bug somebody every day. Especially if you're the youngest, man. You ain't learned when to be quiet and when to talk. You ain't learned that shit yet. This is when we're talking about the learning process, actually. I'd say there was a lot of ass whoopings before I learned when to talk, when not to talk. Like my brothers before me, my dad he said he didn't raise lazy people, losers, quitters, or pussies. So every one of us got a belt in Kempo style Taekwondo from Master Webb, Jim Webb. You know, so I mean, I literally before I could win had to catch up just in martial arts, but it's really not the truth. I just had to get tired of. I whooped my brother's ass. Well, he was a black belt, and I wasn't even a brown belt yet. But I just got tired of taking one. So I said, well, if I can't whoop this motherfucker when he's standing up face to face, I'll get him the minute he falls asleep. As soon as he fell asleep, I went over there and cracked him in his eye. And when he tried to get up to do something about it, I beat his ass. And then I ran down to my dad's room. My brother come down, blah, blah, blah. My dad said, you know what? This can go 2 ways. You can get mad about it and beat your brother up again, and I think you'll just get socked in the eye again next time you go to sleep. Or you can take it for a learning lesson. Your brother ain't taking no more shit from you. And he's so tired of taking shit, he hit the biggest and the oldest. You better think about this one, Adney. My brother was like, Oh, you don't know who changed your name to that crap? You want me to change it back, bro? The hell? Why did... Yeah, I'll change it back. Fuck, I'll change it to whatever... Alright, yeah, I'll copy paste that. Hold on. You want that cool spelling? I got you. I thought you could frickin' change... I thought Silver's... We didn't give Silver the right to change your name. We should. What the hell? I mean, it ain't like... You can't change my name because you can only manage roles under you. Oh, well, I don't even need that cut and copy crap because it's already like that. All they got to do is hit go back, reset nickname. It's already like that. Here, maybe I can. Here, I'll see who. I'll see if I can see who did it, and I'll snitch on them. Fuck it. I like snitching. These punks give me 1,000 rolls every time I'm not paying attention, motherfuckers. And I ain't kidding. I'm not paying attention. Them motherfuckers are getting me. 42. What? Hey, was it mess with Crabbo get the stabbo earlier? If it was, I know who did it. Where were Gwinches at? Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, California mandatory masking. He the one fucking with your name, dog. Last Wednesday. Here, you want me to change his name? You want me to get the guy that got you? What the hell? What, he changed his name already? I think he did. What the hell server, man? This dude. Face Crab Pure. Who the hell is that? Can Gold change the damn name? God, what the I got him, bro. I changed his name to Dinkleberry. What's up? That's funny. Shit. Oh, yeah, I was looking through shit. I didn't see that meme. That's funny as shit. Yeah, get his ass. Dude, did you laugh at your own damn meme or gif? Come on, man. You're creeping me out now. Oh, look, he's on too, Dinkleberry. Like, what the hell, Battle Mod? Changing names is fun, isn't it, bro? Hey, my boy Space Crab said, "What's up, player? What's poppin'?"
Man, I like the new name.
Dinkleberry?
Yep. You should make a roll. A
The-
Dinkleberry roll.
yeah. Do you know what a Dinkleberry is?
No.
Oh, you might not like it then when you do. I didn't think you did. So a Dinkleberry is like, a piece of shit gets stuck on a hair on your ass and it just dinkles there like a little berry.
Is that really what it is?
Yeah.
Well,
I
that's
wouldn't shit you. You're my favorite turd, bro.
I still like it because it's true. I am a turd.
Whatever. I like the California Nightmare.
It's true, huh? Because it's a fucking nightmare here.
Well, it is. And California is probably a fucking nightmare. Oh, dingle. It's a dingleberry. Okay, I don't know what a dingleberry is, and I guess. Oh, yep. A dinkle and dingle are the same thing. A tiny, dried up, or petrified ball of feces that gets caught in a man's ass hair. It's a result of not washing your ass properly or wiping it. Cut the shit. I think that's going a little bit too far with that one there, man. The motherfucker like, man, what does this smell like that came out my ass? Well, probably shit. More than likely shit. I don't know. Could it smell like something else? What the fuck? It is 6 a.m, man. I mean, I just got up at 5:30, but I woke up in a healthy manner, if you know what I mean. I went and left a big healthy shit in the toilet. Then I got on here after I made a pot of fresh coffee. To bed early. Oh shit! Hey, another thing, man. My oldest daughter. She's really geeked about being home. She last 3 days, man, she was up before me and already shoveling horse shit. I was like, what's up? She said, I don't want you shoveling no more shit. I said, what? I said, that's my horse right there. She said, Bert's your horse, Dad. So me and my sister are going to have to argue over this shit because you promised all this shit to me before my sister was born. I was like, well, yeah. So the argument begins. Like, I can't give you half a horse, so you're going to have to just be adult about it. My boy don't really like horses. So the horses are the girls, but I've got 12 right now, and I'm waiting for a guy to call me back right now on 5 more. He can't take care of them, COVID and the automotive crash done crushed him, so he can't take care of his horses, and you can see it when you drive by and look at them. So I stopped and left a note on the house, and the old lady said he was a truck driver, and she called me. He just went back to work, but she had to wait for him to get home to see. Because the man might want to, you know how men are. He might want to live broke and just start feeding his horses now that he's got his license to drive a truck and got a job, you know, which I'll respect. I mean, if he says that, I think I'm going to take him over a couple bags of feed and help him out, you know, give him some truckload of alfalfa. I am that guy. Either way, I just don't, I can't drive by horses that are starving to death in a field where you can count their fucking ribs from the roadway, which is 200 foot from where you see them, you know. I can't just drive by that and ignore it. That's all. Plus, I can't wait for that dude to get a paycheck either. They got to be fed now, man. I was thinking if you don't call me today, I want to get my oldest daughter back in the boot. So arguing over horses isn't the part of the family I want to get her back into. The youngest will get up and help me go over and give charity to them horses. So she's gonna have to do it too. The gift of giving. It is a gift if you don't go out and share your wealth with people and success, and if you can't get joy from seeing another person smile, well, in my opinion, you just don't deserve to be wealthy. Greedy people shouldn't be wealthy. Men that know you got more than you need, more than your kids need, and if when you're doing good, it is your responsibility to help out your community. Those type of men need to be successful. That's just my opinion, but I got it from my grandparents, you know, who were the same way. My grandfather raised more kids than just his kids and his grandkids. People used to take advantage of my grandpa, I think. He said they didn't. I never did get that, but I guess when I look at it through, you know, how I see it with money, if you could afford to or not, you know, if you were lying to me like you said, hey, my kids are starving, and then I start buying you groceries every month, and then somewhere 2 months down the road, you know, you can now finally afford your groceries, but you're not telling me that, I don't see that as scamming me or fucking me. I see it as you're scared to just say, hey man, I could make it now, but your help would be greatly wanted, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to be ahead and be like, you know, I got a month's worth of bills in the bank, car, I'll buy your groceries. Because what I want from the money is to know your kids aren't starving. So as long as you're taking my money and buying groceries, but normally what I do is if you need groceries, and I ask everybody in the house, you know, to come up with a list. Mom, give me a list, and kids give me stuff that they like that their parents don't get. And I just want the kids to not starve. That's it. Just like if I bought your dog some dog food, I did it because I want to. I don't want to see your dog starve. Not because I want you to owe me. But, you know, that's how people feel nowadays. A lot of people won't accept help. And that's because, you know, people give you help nowadays and they want to act like they own you for a lot. I'm just not that guy, you know. I usually try to tell people that, hey, I'm not your normal guy. I got help for you I mean, if you got to where you couldn't afford to feed your kids, and you're probably a few months behind, and just because you got a paycheck doesn't mean you don't still need help. You know what? You know what I mean? That's just being honest. And another honest thing to say is that it doesn't make me or break me if I spend $300 a month on feeding your 5-member family. You know, it doesn't make me or break me. So why not? It's not taken from my children. So now if I had to take from my children to help your children, then it might be a different story. But that's just not possible right now. Where I'm at, I couldn't spend enough just feeding you and taking care of you, paying your bills to where my kids would be in danger. I'd have to do it for a couple lifetimes, a few, before it even affected me. So I don't want my children to have to work and enjoy giving too. So I'm not one that would. I don't want to leave my kids say $5 million apiece. Because there's a thing about money. If you didn't have to earn it, probably won't last you long. And then once you spend it on a bunch of shit you can't maintain and you're broke, you're gonna lose all that shit you can't maintain. Most people aren't smart. So you could give a guy, here's an example, you give a guy $1 million. He's gonna go out and buy a $350,000 car, not knowing it requires about $30,000 worth of maintenance every year. And then he's gonna get to drive it for a year, and now his money's fucked because he ain't got the 30 grand for maintenance. So you can't jump in the $1 million club and live like a motherfucker that's got $1 million a year coming in. You gotta be smart. You can't just buy expensive stuff and be like, yeah, I'm gonna own this forever. No, not automobiles. I mean, a $350,000 car. Let's not be coy. That's a car that's high performance, and it's going to require maintenance. And if you don't do the maintenance, then you're just going to eventually waste your 350 grand because your car's not going to run, or it's going to blow up or something. You know, buy a freaking brand new truck, something you can afford to maintain with the money that's left. I mean, you know, you'd be better off just buy a Corvette. I mean, in 12 months, you might spend $800 to $1,000 maintaining a Corvette a year. But I mean, if you get a freaking Lamborghini, man, you know, you're talking about annual maintenance costs of about 12 grand. Just like you don't buy a mansion just because you got $1 million, because you'll never afford the electricity bills. I got a big house, and I could give you the house, but that doesn't mean, you know, on a $40,000 a year salary, you're gonna be able to even pay the electric in the house. I got 8 bedrooms upstairs, 2 bedrooms downstairs. I got a pool room, a den, a study, which is a library, a desk, and 2 chairs, and a fireplace. But the lighting in the house, the electric monthly is, I mean, I got 12 barns on my property, you know. 12 that have electricity. There's actually about there's 16 barns here, not counting the chicken coops, which are basically small barns too, but or it's not counting the horse stables either. Just like say you spend 50,000 on a boiler system to heat your house and your water, but you don't have the stuff to cut wood. That doesn't make sense, does it? You know, when you want the equipment to cut wood, and you need a tractor, chainsaws, and a log splitter, or a big shear saw. It's one my grandpa had. He didn't need a chainsaw. He had a big old sawmill saw. And he'd lock a tree to a table once he trimmed it off. And the table moves forward. You set the cut, the movement. You set the cut at 16 inches for your average fireplace or wood burner. So the table moves forward, the saw goes across, big blade saw, cuts you a 16-inch piece of tree. And then all you got to do is move it off the table, stack it up to be split. I mean, it costs money to run a wood splitter too. You know, that's gasoline. Otherwise, you're gonna be you do it in the raw. That's a lot of fucking work. You're gonna be a strong person. I know. Everybody sees my picture says, "Damn, Mike, you work out." Well, you know, truth be told, I did in the Corps, but that's been a while since I've been in the Corps. But I grew up splitting wood. When I was a kid, we used a 2-man saw and splitting maws. My dad had 5 kids. No sense wasting money on a gasoline-powered log splitter or a chainsaw. My dad didn't spend no money he didn't have to. That's how you have money. I mean, we didn't pay for water. We didn't pay for heat. We just paid for electric and propane. My dad took the propane out. We had antique wood stoves. And not like you normally see, but a normal wood-burning stove with topside burners for frying and an oven. You either fill the oven with wood chips or you fill the fryers with wood chips and start a fire. But I took those out and I put propane ovens back in. I was gonna go electric, but I like a flame. I like to cook with a flame. And it's hard to maintain a temperature with a wood stove. I could never make pies or without burning them or fudge or anything that has to keep a consistent temperature. It's just too much work with the stove. I mean, women back in the day, people don't know. Back in the day, it was hard to run a kitchen. Shit. You had to know exactly how much wood to put in your damn wood stove to maintain a certain temperature. And then how often do I gotta add wood to it to keep it? The first washers and dryers, man, they hooked up to a hit and miss motor on a farm, you know. Women were machine operators, master chefs. They knew all the cleaning shit. Now it's your contractors, your men that put in them ceramic tiles that know how to clean them or get stuff off them. Used to be all women knew that stuff. Vinegar and water. Depends on what you get on the tile, but I mean, you know what I mean. That's why every member in the family played an integral part. The head of the family, the man, had all the knowledge. If you had a big enough family and kids, well, the kids were young and healthy. They shared the work. You know, my dad, with the kids, had the burden of most of the work when I was younger. Because we were young, you know. My parents were already old. My oldest brother's 6 years older than me, you know. My oldest sister 5 years older than me. So when I was 13, they were 18. My parents' younger kids, when they drove their older kids around, but then once they got to a certain age, the older kids started driving the younger kids around. I mean, I can't remember how many times I got in trouble at school and somebody had to go talk to the principal. my principal ends up talking to my older teacher or my older sister, but teacher too, you know, because mom and dad taught the older kids, and you know, that was part of their responsibility too, to teach you. That's what some of my ass whoopings I took was because I just wasn't wanting to listen to my brother when he was trying to teach me something, or my sister. As a young kid, I got tired of being told what to do by mom, dad, and shit, 9 kids above me. Shit gets old. Me and my twin sister, we used to gang up on them. They hated that shit. My dad just laughed. They say, "What the hell is so funny?" And my dad say, "Well, you're all my kids and you all act like it. But it seems like the two of the youngest are whooping everybody's ass. They got a certain age, they worked enough, and them two said, 'Hey, we're stronger together. Let's take up arms against our brothers and sisters.'" My sisters can box too, though. I should say that. They took martial arts too. So my daughter thought she was all tough. Yeah, fuck, I'm probably the toughest girl in the family. And I'm like, well, I'm pretty hard on you, but why don't you go challenge one of your aunts? She said, "Oh, I could take Aunt Neva." I'm thinking, well, Neva actually loves her martial arts. She's secondary black belt, plus she studies, you know, jujitsu. So you might want. I didn't tell my daughter though. I let her start talking shit to my sister. My sister like, "Hey kid, let's just compare belts." And then my daughter's like, "Hey dad, why don't you tell me Aunt Neva was Billy Badass?" I said, "Well, I've told you my sisters work like dudes and I told you they did everything the boys did." She's like, "Well, I guess I just didn't take that all the way I should have, Dad." I said, "Yeah, that was a lesson. When I said my sisters could do most of what I could do, that means they can rebuild a motor. They can rebuild a trans, a carburetor, a fuel system. They can change their own damn fuel pumps, roof their house, and they know martial arts too." Like, my sister Neva was punching a heavy bag. My daughter punches a heavy bag. She spars with her dad. You know, a few of my brothers were military and my sister, but so my daughter's got dad's a Superman complex because I'm a declarated war vet. So I don't just got combat ribbons. I got medals of valor and I got a Purple Heart. So my daughter just thinks I'm Billy Badass. So, and she's got to where she's quick. She's my daughter. She's quicker than me, and she's learned enough of her taekwondo and boxing to be able to slip them in on me, you know. So I used to spar with her, and I used to let her to build her confidence. I used to let her get a punch in here. And then she started figuring out, well, I didn't really do that, Dad. You let me punch you. You can't be that easy to punch, you know? And then the first time she did do something, I mean, we were goofing around and she kicked me in my face and it got a little heated. I went to throw her around and the kid just hit me in the right spot. So I'm a buck 60, 5'10", and you can count my ribs. That's how ripped up I am. You know, she just hit me in the right spot in the rib, and I had to go to the ER. She cracked 2 ribs. Now she's like, "Oh, I can whoop the old man," which isn't true because, I mean, I try to explain it to her. I just don't go full out with you, you know? I'm just sparring with you, just making you ready. But I don't want to tell her all that because martial arts, self-defense is all about no hesitation, no doubt. I don't care who you are. If you don't doubt yourself, and you don't have hesitation, there's great possibilities on who you can take out. Great possibilities. I can build on that. If you have doubt and you hesitate, then it won't help at the critical time that it may need to help. Like I'm teaching a girl. I don't want her to hesitate and have doubt when sometime in her life maybe some man tries to take advantage of her, I want her to strike like she's Billy Badass, because then she probably will be. Confidence goes a long way in martial arts. I mean, you can't knock a person down. You can't do a taekwondo hip toss if you don't have the willingness to try, the ability to be fearless. If you're fearless, I don't care if your best skill is boxing. If you're fearless and they're not expecting it, as a woman, then you'll probably knock a motherfucker out because they're not expecting it. That's why I teach my daughters martial arts. And not just martial arts, but some core combat techniques like disarmament, which are basically Gracie techniques on how to disarm, Roman Greco wrestling, takedowns. But my daughter also studies. We do jujitsu, but it's we study with Michigan Grappling Association. I mean, she can do a flying armbar, rear naked choke, scissor choke. The kids, she's pretty skilled for not 17 yet. At 16 and 3/4, she'll be 17 in April. At 16, if you walked up and doubted this girl and you started talking shit and she went to work without a word, she'd probably whoop you. She'd probably take you down and choke you up. I tap out when we spar. I let her, like with the armbar, I want her to be real good at that and taking the back. Transition. You set the armbar, get them to fight against that, and then transition straight to the rear naked choke. Because that's the finalizer. It's over. Now, the armbar, yeah, you can break the person's arm, and now they only got one arm for self-defense, but still, you still got to finish. Once you lock that rear naked choke in, it's over. All you got to do is cut off their air till they go to sleep. And those who don't know this, if you're really good at the rear naked choke, you won't choke a person out. You won't cut off their wind till they pass out. You lock in a perfect position. You've restricted the main arteries that send blood to the brain. And from lack of oxygen, just from the blood to the brain, they'll go out in seconds. You can literally, if you apply it right, put a person out in 8 seconds. But you gotta lock on. You gotta be a confident person, And then you're basically bow constricting them so their blood can't pump to their brain. If you can cut off the blow to that, when you strike, the reason the jaw is a good knockout punch is because if you hit it straight on, it only takes 3 pounds of pressure. If you rock the jaw back, it pushes against both those arteries and it will cause a hesitation. That hesitation of blood flow to your brain will put you out. Stupid. Not knowing where you're at, you have to wake up and realize where you're at. And so most people don't know that. The knockout punch is about blood flow to the brain too. You're disrupting it. If you can disrupt if a man can't get blood to his brain, he can't fight. If a man can't walk, he can't fight. If a man can't use his arms, he can't fight. And generally, I would say both arms. There are people that are so bad they could use one arm, but you're probably not going to break that dude's arm. So you want to approach him a different way. So when you're a father, combat trained, you think about your daughters in this fucked up world. The minute they're born, it's not like raising a son. You're raising a girl who's vulnerable. You don't want her to be. If you love your kids, your children, you don't want her to be vulnerable. So you give her every skill you got. Hell, my brother's messed around with my daughter, and she's caught him off guard, and he's been like, "Man, dude, your daughter socked me in the kidney the other day, Mike. That shit's not cool. It's been hurting when I pee for a week." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know, bro, but I mean, are you good?" "Yeah." Well, know this. We ain't got to worry about her. And when his daughters come over here to take lessons, they can't afford them, so they get them here. I have them spar with my daughter. So she teaches his daughter self-defense. You want her to be confident in her moves when she's doing it, so she can train other women to be confident. Confidence is number one in martial arts or self-defense. You have to be able to strike now and uninterrupted, unhesitated. I don't raise losers. I don't even say pussies. Cause winners win at a fight. Yeah, cut the shit. My daughter could do that easy. She punches a 300-pound bag 3 times a week. I've never done. This girl right here is just pounding on an old rotted tree, though. That's not hard. You know, rotted tree powderizes easily and quickly. You know that, right? You don't even have to hit it with that much force. I could do that. I kick dead trees over. But I mean, I manicure my woods. So if a tree is dying while it's standing, I'm going to force and take it down, cut it up. I clear the deadfalls out every year. I take branches and stuff. I collect them out of my woods, and then I'll wood chip it. I'll run it through the chipper and take it back in the forest and spread it out. My trees are healthy. I want my forest to grow tall trees. Fuck, I got 130 foot pine trees on my property though, and 60-foot oaks. So I had a guy one time come in here and wanna buy all my oak trees, but I planted more oak trees and black walnut. Nobody in maple. I got hardwood grove here, 320 acres of hardwoods. So yeah, I know there's probably $1 million worth of wood on my property, but that's money my family may need down the road. So my children know they're there. It's not that hard to identify a maple and a black walnut. I mean, come on, black walnuts. Who can tell me what a maple tree has? Maple tree has samara. Most people don't know what a samara is. So they're them little, they're kind of like acorns, but they're not, you know. It is an acorn, but it's called a samara. They're seeds for the tree. An acorn is a seed for a tree. just like a pine cone's a tree for a pine tree. Oak trees have acorns, though. The acorns on a maple tree are called samaras. They're the little green. They look like a walnut tree has when it falls off a walnut, but they're surrounded by green stuff with spores sticking out, pokey things. Well, a maple tree has the same thing but smaller, like cherry size. Acorns are straight. That's why I got a lot of deer on my property, because acorns and black walnuts and stuff. But I don't hunt my property. I've taken a few turkeys, a couple rabbits, but I don't take big game deer or none of that. I actually want them to feel comfortable on the property. I feed them. I leave a certain amount of crops in the fields every year for them, because if economic system crashes, well, I got a food supply that already comes here. And as long as I keep feeding them, they always come here. You just don't want them to see it coming. You shoot a deer and it doesn't see it coming, there'll be no fear hormones or pheromones spread out around your property. If they see it coming because you're hunting them, they'll spread the pheromone of fear all around your property, and then that alerts other deer to say, well, screw your property, it's no longer safe. So that thing I posted is what you Samara, what you see on a maple tree. And it's basically a mini walnut, but they're pretty much an acorn. But they're not an acorn. What is an acorn comes from a oak tree. So this is what a walnut looks like. These ones, only certain walnuts are spiked. So green walnuts, they got the husk on them from the get-go. That green stuff is called, the husk. Everything that isn't a walnut is pretty much a husk. So, look, I don't know. Do you guys know what a horse chestnut is? Those are spiked as hell. Well, I got those on my property too. And the wood from a horse chestnut tree is expensive wood. Chestnut, of course. But there's a lot of nuts that come out of the forest that are spiked like that. Not a lot of people, know all this shit. Basically, it's just a chestnut. We got black walnut, chestnut, walnut, maple. So we got acorns, samara, chestnuts. So the deer love it here. And a lot of times I go out to the black walnuts, the chestnut trees, and I'll collect all that stuff together, put it in a barn with dehydrators, and you dehydrate it, and the husk falls off quicker. And then you dump it back out in the fields, and so it'll be ready for the winter. Some of that stuff won't be ready till the middle of the winter. It's got to dehydrate, and all the husk comes off. But deer will eat the husk too. They're not like us. They can, yeah, that is good stuff to make medicine out of. A lot of trees produce a lot of stuff you can eat from. Some trees have a white foamy inside under the bark, and you can eat that. Some trees you can eat the bark, and it's good for you. It's good for horses too. It's good for livestock. Any of the edible barks, like yellow birch, black birch, red spruce. Most pine trees you can eat their bark. The tarmac trees and the fir trees have a lot of it too that you can eat. Some elm trees. So there's a lot of edible stuff in the forest that people don't know about that's healthier than what you get, from the grocery store. Bark is healthier than 90% of what we think is health food that we get from the grocery store. Bark. Or the white stuff under the bark. Or yellow, depending on, what kind of tree it is. People make snacks out of this bark. Farmers.
Cambion. Cambion.
Yeah. You Google it, huh?
No. You can't use it. You can't use the Cambion from all pine trees. Only certain trees, like say blue spruce or blue spruce.
Yeah,
Some of them are
yeah, it's only certain pines you can. Yeah. You can.
I think the elm is good too, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. So, do you know what kind of tree this is here? Just by seeing the bark. You can literally eat that stuff right there, the way it's cut. You can dry it out, making the jerky too. You don't know just from the bark? It's a birch tree, man. Are you with me? It's a white birch. But you should be able to tell from just the damn bark. He said perch. Nope, birch. Nope, it's a birch tree. You probably meant birch, so. There's a lot of edible stuff in the forest, though, man, that a lot people don't know are edible. That stuff under the birch tree is healthier than any vegetable you'll get from the frickin' health food aisle. Period. I mean, period. Untouchable. None of them have the nutritional content that has. And nobody eats this stuff. It's got chemicals that are known to fight off cancers, leukemias. It helps protect you from bad eyesight. But, I had a Native American father, and that was one thing that he was really big on. Knowing food supply when you see it in the forest. He wanted children that could step off into a wood grove with a knife and never have to come back. You make a fire, you can boil acorns, boil nuts, get all the poison out of the husk. See, you gotta wait for the husk to dehydrate, and certain walnuts are edible without doing that, but usually you should boil them just to make sure they're not poisonous. Or I even like roasted acorns. They used to sell that stuff. When you get
Hey,
roasted
man.
nut.
I
What?
just looked to see what time it was. It's like 5:30 in the morning. Shit.
It's
I gotta
7:30 in the
stop doing
morning for me, bro. But I just woke up at 5:30.
this. Yeah. I gotta stop doing this fucking all night shit. Oh man. All right, I'm gonna go.
All right, bro.
All right, man.
You can eat most walnuts raw, but they're best toasted or warmed. So you just put walnuts, on a cookie sheet and bake them for 10 to 12 minutes, 350 degrees, and you'll have roasted nuts. You're supposed to cure them, though. My brother-in-law likes to come out here and get walnuts and acorns and samara, and he roasts them, which is what I just told you how to do. Just bake them at 350 for 10 to 15 minutes, or till they're as warm as you like. And this isn't even touching leaves. You can eat leaves. There's herbivores that live on leaves and get up, multiple, get 2,000 pounds, 1,000-pound herbivore. Yeah, you can eat that fungus, tree fungus. You can eat some of that, not a lot. I won't say a lot. Not all funguses are good on a tree. Some syrup trees get fungus, so that's good. Another thing you can do is when you got the bark off the tree and you take the inside, like I showed the heart, you can make tea out of that too. You can make a drink. It's called tea, but you're just boiling water and extracting all the nutrient from the bark. Take the bark out and drink the fluid. Roasted nuts are good though. Anybody that hasn't roasted, if you got a black walnut tree in your yard, you can have walnuts all day long. Walnuts are good too. I don't know who don't like fucking nuts, but they sustain, grizzly bears and black bears. I think there's like 15, 20 different varieties of walnuts because there's a lot of different walnut trees. Black walnut and English walnut are like your most common. They're butternut. There's another one. Andrea walnut, Japanese walnut, and then just walnut. But the wood's good too. Acorns are good too. Roasted acorns. Mm. And my favorite nuts are Brazil nuts. Who knows what those are? Brazil nuts and cashews. Chestnuts are good. Hazelnuts, those are another good one. Of course, macadamia nuts. Pecans. Most people don't know about this one. How about pine nuts? Pine nuts are good, toasted or roasted, whatever you want to call them. I like walnuts, but I like Kung Pao chicken too. So, if you know what Kung Pao chicken is. You put whatever kind of nuts you want in Kung Pao chicken, and that shit's still good.
What up?
What up? Cutting out. Or you just cut
Well,
off.
it's like 8 o'clock in the morning in the city, so every goddamn vehicle in the world is on the road.
Oh, it's Indio. I was wondering who it was. I was like, you ever had Kung Pao chicken, man? I was talking about edible
I've
stuff in the
tasted it.
forest.
I'm not a big fan. It's all right. I like
Yeah,
General Tso's chicken.
yeah. I was talking about all the edible stuff in the forest, from tree bark or the heart under tree bark to leaves and nuts, walnuts, chestnuts, Samara.
You just don't want no chin nuts.
Nope. No, because like I got black walnut, chestnut, Samara trees, acorns, maples. You don't just get syrup from maple tree, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you can eat the bark, right?
Yeah, you can. Well, the hardy stuff, it's a hardy layer of bark in between the core and the bark. But it's considered part of the bark, yeah. Like I showed a picture up there. Like on the elm, dude, some of it's so soft you can just peel the bark, slice a piece out, and just start eating it. And this stuff is healthier than any vegetable you'll get from, your produce departments in the grocery store. You can make candy out of it. Birch trees, they got good heart in them. Some pine, you can't eat all pines, so I don't want to tell people to start eating the bark on the pine trees because you got to actually research which one.
Don't tell anybody on this server anything to eat. Don't fuck it up.
Yeah.
Not the flat earthers, the other people.
Oh, I know.
They can't even tie their shoe.
Yeah, you tell them they can't eat spiny pine, and that'll be the first one they try. Well, if you can eat pine trees, why not a spiny tree? Let's debate it. There's no debating it, motherfucker. When you get sick, you'll know why.
Gotta be wrong. He's a flat earther.
Right. Right. Shit. This flat earther can go in the forest and live. All they need is a buck knife. I mean, there would be other things that make my life easier, but a good buck knife would be sufficient. I could get everything else from the forest. Make fish traps out of hollowed out, rotted out trees, you know? And there's a lot of deadfalls in the forest where you can eat the stuff that's degrading out of the center of the tree. That's got a lot of nutrient in it, especially when it's in the state of composition. It's got a lot of stuff that's healthy for your gut, too.
But you can just eat the bugs.
Yeah, that'd be the first thing I eat, would be the bugs. A larva is easy and high protein. Larva? Shit. In the summer, I don't starve in the woods. Period. I mean, if I was in the woods smoking weed and on a walk and got lightheaded like I need something to eat, I wouldn't have to walk all the way back to the house to eat. I'd find something to eat right around me. Certain larvae taste good. It's just like trail mix shit. I mean, honestly, though.
That's what I heard. It tastes like peanuts or something.
Yeah.
If you roast them.
Yeah, if you cook them, yeah.
I heard peanuts are poisonous if you don't cook them.
Boil them? Yes.
Yeah, if you don't cook them, if you eat them raw, they're poisonous. That's what I heard. I don't know for certain.
Certain acorns and walnuts have to be boiled. But if you want to eat a walnut when it's got the husk on it, the green part, then yeah, you got to boil it. You got to remove all the husk that you can and then boil it. But once it's dried out, the poison is gone because 90% of the poison is from that husk. And if you see a black walnut tree, normally no grass will grow under it, and there's not too many bugs around it. So that's because the husk will poison the bugs if they eat it, and it poisons the grass. But this is so that the large forest animals can get the stuff. I mean, if the forest floor and that's just another way of showing the intricate design world we live in. It's designed so that acorns can fall on the forest floor, not rot, cure over a period of time, not get eaten by bugs, and still be there for a deer that's starving in the winter. You know? That shows a intricate design. The ecosystem is perfectly balanced. Now, once
You throw it up in the air, it just happens. Right?
mass expansion, bro. You ever seen After Earth? Will
After
Smith
Earth?
says, yeah, After Earth. Will Smith
Wasn't that a
feels
TV show?
it's Will Smith's kids in it. And it's supposed to be once we moved on from Earth to another planet. and everything here evolved to kill humans. And Will Smith and their kid end up back here, but they're traveling on on a spaceship, and he feels the side of the spaceship. Then he goes up to the cockpit and tells them he detected gravitational anomalies, which could be a precursor to mass expansion. Like this idiot, like you could feel that even if it was true. And then they show it, and so the whole movie is like, let's conform our entire model. So with this movie, we're programming people to believe in the Big Bang, which is mass expansion. So, and because, flat earthers say, well, for mass expansion, you need gravity, right? But then you say gravity is mass warp in space time. So which is it? Was there gravity before there was mass?
Well, that's the problem with general relativity. If you look at what Einstein wrote, and this is a kid came in here too and was like, Newtonian gravity reduces to general relativity. In that particular, like the model is a universe with one mass.
Yeah.
Literally, it's one mass. So you don't have any gravity because you need the other mass, right?
Yeah, to have gravitational anomalies. Yeah.
How do you measure gravity in a universe with one mass? As soon as you bring in the instrument, the measuring device, you got two masses, and you just fucked it up.
That's funny.
It is. It is hilarious, man.
That
A one
is.
mass universe is their model.
I wonder if me and you are the only ones that got that joke.
Yeah.
It's like a nerd joke. I wonder how many people are Googling right now.
Dude, I've been like working, but other than that, ever heard of something called geometric algebra?
Geometric algebra. Oh, algebra it's supposed to define shapes or equate shapes.
Nah, it's like a different form of math, kind of, where there's no coordinates. There's no like Cartesian coordinates, nothing like that. It uses like certain relationships between geometric objects.
Yeah.
That are true, right? So if you like draw a line, you draw two lines and then draw three lines through those two lines, they'll all intersect. All three lines will intersect those two lines at the same angle, but in reverse.
Yeah, that's
so you have like these you have these geometric relationships. So someone like 200 years ago basically invented this, and they're like just catching on to it now, and they're just going to start they're starting to use it for computer graphics because it's like you can something that would take you 80 lines of code, you can write in like 4 lines of code.
Yeah, it's called
because you don't have to do any math. You don't have to do any calculations.
It's a geometric series. Algebraic
dude, there's
geometric
like dude, there's no numbers. That's why you don't get. There's no numbers at all.
Oh, I'm with you.
It's just the relationship between geometric shapes. That's it.
Yeah.
And like you can make formulas out of it and get results. So like you can rotate stuff, move stuff in space because it's kind of it's once you understand it, like I don't understand it well enough to explain it to somebody. I understand it because I just like discovered it on my own, like a few days ago.
Vector space. It's quadratic.
Vector space, exactly.
Yeah, it's quadratic forms. It's called a algebraic geometric series, bro. I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah. So this dude Clifford found like this dude.
Yeah.
This dude Grassman, he was just a high school math teacher. He didn't even have a degree in mathematics. He took basically So you got vectors, right? So you got two vectors. Well, he invented something called the wedge product, where you take those two vectors and reflect them, but now you have a parallelogram. Now you can find it's easy to find the area of a parallelogram. It's A plus B, or A times B plus C times D, right? Boom, you got the area. Now you can take these and like rotate them and do like all this funky shit. But that's like extensible to like other shapes. So you can create all these other crazy shapes out of it. Dude, it's crazy. It's like, it's hard to describe. So the reason I'm bringing it up is because there's been a guy that's been trying to promote it in physics for the last dude, Maxwell's equation reduces down to one equation.
Yeah.
Dude, one equation. That's it.
This is like a union of Grassmann algebra and Hamilton's quaternions or
quaternions, yeah.
Yeah, quaternions, yeah.
So someone figured out. Well, the point I was trying to make is there's a guy, he's trying to make gravity work in so-called flat space.
Yeah.
He's using this particular formulation.
Yeah.
So if the guy ever does it, I'm gonna just whip it out on the Glovers and laugh at him, right? See, gravity works.
Yeah, because there's no numeric values for scalars or vectors.
Yeah, you don't need them because it's just the geometric relationships between objects. And this is how the Greeks originally did shit. They didn't have units. They just used the proportions and the magnitudes of things and compared them against each other, right?
Bivectors and pseudo-vector quantities, yeah.
If you ever seen the proof of Pythagorean's theorem, you can prove it completely geometrically without any numbers at all, right? So you can take a square and stick it at along each sides, right? Create a square out of each side, and a squared plus b squared equals c squared. So the area of those two squares equals the area of the square of the hypotenuse.
Yeah.
It's a geometric relation that has nothing to do with any numbers or anything like that.
Yeah.
So the thing is, they created a whole entire algebra out of this, and you can make like customized algebras just for like whatever application you want to use. Engineering, robotics, fucking computer graphics, physics, you name it.
They got,
like I said, I just like discovered it. I've been watching YouTube videos for the last like 36 hours.
Yeah, they got geometric calculus too, bro.
Yeah, you could do. It was crazy because there's no numbers. That's the fucking weird part.
I know.
There's no coordinate system.
No, it's a pseudo vector. Yeah. It's called a pseudo.
The funny thing is when they go into projective geometry, which is perspective, right? Because the horizon is like a point at infinity, they can rotate everything because they can rotate things around this horizon line, right? A point on the horizon.
Yeah.
So in a vector, right, you can flip it like, so I got Cartesian coordinates, like the XY axis, right? So I can flip it from from the positive Y to the negative Y and do like a reflection of something. Well, if you suppose that line, right, the Y coordinate line is a perspective line, right? A line that goes to the horizon. You can flip it anywhere. It doesn't matter where it is in the coordinate system. So you can just toss the coordinate system completely.
Yeah.
It's just a crazy shit, dude. That I can't believe I never heard of it before.
Yeah, it's kind of like mirroring. You just mirror a geometric image.
Yeah, that's a reflection. So you can flip it.
Yeah.
But if you do two of these flips, right, you've got a rotation.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So it's replacing a lot of shit, like differential geometry.
Well, it can change so you don't have to use like matrices, linear algebra, quaternions, like all these other things. You can get rid of all of these things and just use this new algebra that has no numbers.
Yeah, otherwise you'd be using geometric algebra, geometric calculus, differential calculus, integrations, you'd have a large differential equation.
Exactly.
You know?
You solve
Yeah.
that shit on 20 pieces of paper, right? And
Yeah.
going through 6 pencils and 9 erasers.
Yeah. Yeah. So he just saved a lot. Well, those are people who are trying to reverse engineer space, Euclidean space, and show it in 2 dimensions, you know?
It's way more complicated than I'm even describing to you, because there's like something called, so there's projective geometric algebra, there's conformal geometric algebra. So the first one is Euclidean. Second one is closer to like spherical geometry. So I found out. So this is fucked up.
Yeah. So
There's another way to find the distance to the horizon, right? So you make 2 spheres, right, and you intersect them, and where one sphere intersects the other, that circle is the horizon.
yeah. Yeah, and
So
the
you can fuck
difference.
cosines, trigonometry. You don't need any of that shit. You can just
Yeah.
take 2 objects and just stick them together and be like, okay, where are these 2 objects touching? Boom, there's the horizon.
Yeah, and the 2 things you covered is whether or not you're doing a flat box or a cube, a circle centered on radius, or a sphere. Yeah. Are you intersecting a sphere or 2 circles? Are you intersecting a cube or 2 boxes?
Think about it. The thing is, they can make in 2D, and it automatically will go to as many dimensions as you want, and you don't have to
Yeah.
write any new code, because the underlying geometric principle holds no matter how many dimensions you add. So think of this, right? So I have a circle, right? And I want to make a torus. A torus is just a circle made of circles.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Just like a hypercube. Yeah.
So
Just
a donut, right? It's just like a bunch of circle, a bunch of slices of a circle going around in a circle, and then you have a torus, right?
Right. And the cube is just a bunch of boxes. Box within a box within a box.
Yep.
And so it takes a great equation to what this is being used for programming does is you don't have to program in 32 boxes to have a tesseract or whatever, you know?
No, you can literally the variables are shapes.
Yep.
That's the weird thing. The variables, instead of a being some numerical value, a would be a shape, right? So you can multiply these shapes, divide them, and do all the operations that you can normally do, mathematically or numerically. You can do it with shapes, which is the weirdest thing to me. But the shit actually works, which is bizarre beyond belief, because the number system comes from geometry in the first place.
You know, it almost implies simulation, doesn't it? Projection.
I think it implies we're trying to create a simulation.
Yeah. Well, if it accurately represents a box in reality with no numbers, it's kind of similar to sacred geometry. Sacred geometry is just shapes, bro.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So
broke
what we
down
did, right? We
into-
saw the physical world, and we abstracted it away into idealized geometric forms. And then, because we're stupid humans, we got to abstract it away again into numbers. Right?
Right.
So now we're twice removed from the physical world, man.
I wonder if there's a
and
way
wonder
to
why
use
things break.
this. Yeah. I wonder if there's a way to use this and then create a program that could break it down in numbers as you're displaying it in geometric shape. You know what I mean? Because each shape, every
you can
distance.
add values, right? You can add
Right.
values into these things. You can add numerical values. But the thing is,
You don't need
it's not required. Yes, it's not required. If you just want to
Exactly.
use the spatial relationships, that alone works.
Yeah, a circle this far from a square.
Exactly.
And you just set the distance by, dragging it and dropping, drag and drop, in a program. So, yeah, it's almost like, you set 0 for the turret on a lathe.
Yeah, you can set the distance like, okay, so, this is three of these squares away from here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm
You don't
saying.
need coordinates.
You could use it for programming. How many squares are in the 13 inches it takes for the turret to run the full course, positive or negative? And then the only values you would need is a positive and negative. If you know 1/4 of a square is equal to 10 thousandths, you know what I mean? Then we could have programming that's just geometric shapes. Input the quarter of a square. And that'd be my travel distance. And a quarter of a box is just another box, just a smaller box. You know what I'm saying? It's just all the values are all represented in geometric shapes. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
I actually know what this shit is, but I never put any real thought into it. It was just something I had to pass.
Dude, that's half the selling point people use is that it's very intuitive. It's really easy to learn compared to learning a bunch of fucking formulas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we live in the real world. It's easy for us to figure out spatial relationships by just looking at stuff, right? Because we're kind of visual creatures, so we can intuitively know what works and what doesn't work. It's easier to solve problems because we can spatially imagine it. That's easier than like trying to do formulas in your head.
Yeah, it's fitting the circle in the circle hole, putting the star in the star spot, and the square in the square. It's almost if we made these little wooden squares that represented distance, then we could, set a distance from one thing to another just from geometrical shapes. But these shapes could be your measuring tools.
Well, I'm gonna go silent for a bit. I'm gonna be on the train. It's 2 hours.
Good. I'll go get some food. I woke up at 5. I ain't ate yet. My daughter was my oldest daughter's home now from the Navy, but she was shoveling shit, so I didn't have to worry about that. I was like, yeah, cool. So I've drank like a pot of coffee and I ain't ate yet. She thought she'd get me. She'd say, well, they're my horses, Dad. I'll clean up after them now that I'm home. I'm like, hey, you're going to have to argue that with your sister. Bert's mine. I saved Bert's life, you know what I'm saying? I slept in the barn with this motherfucker until he started eating. And all we needed to do to save him was to get him to eat. He wouldn't eat. He'd eat a little bit, and then the horse would puke it up. So I started feeding him trimmings, weed trimmings. And I made tea out of it. Some keef, some bud, and leaves with all kinds of trichomes on them. Once he started drinking the tea, dude, he got a buzz. And then he wanted to eat. And then once he started eating, dude, I feed him buds. Give him a freaking 1/4 ounce bud. Here you go, buddy. Eat that. And I mean, that's over the course of 3 days. The only meal he had was, 2 ounces of bud and weed tea. So I tried to build up the THC in his system. So hoping he'd get the hungries. Happy, hungry, sleepy. Sleepy, hungry, happy, And well, when he got hungry and happy, he'd eat and then go to sleep. I mean, this horse, dude, once he started eating, I'd feed the motherfucker, he'd be eating. I walk away and come back, and this motherfucker's sleeping, standing up, you know? Just fall asleep right like that. But he fucking starved in the field for a couple months. And when I saved him, I was like, oh, he's just my buddy. He's like my dog now. Nobody's gonna ride him. He's out to pasture. Well, here we are years later, and it seems like that purging all that shit out of him actually made him healthier. He's an older horse, dude, and he's healthy and happy now. He literally, when we take the other horses out, he starts bitching. I want to be ridden, you know? So my daughter rode him, I rode him, and I thought, well, he act like an ass when I rode him, but I think it was just because my daughter rode him. Because I started just dragging him along, you know? Hook up the rein to his ass and let him follow us when we go on a horse ride, and the motherfucker seemed ornery about that. Ornery is just them hoofing and puffing and trying to get your attention to see that they're upset. So he's just making noise, you know? But when I put my daughter on him, when I make my daughter ride him, he's the youngest, then he's happy. He don't huff and puff. So he's still my horse, even though he don't like me to ride him. If he's cool with the girl, I think he's just like wants to have a useful part here on the farm, and he can haul the kids. So he's like, I want her to ride me, Dad. He's a farm animal. I think he just wants to be useful. Sometimes I make him haul a trailer around. Sometimes I'll hook him to a trailer and use him to move wood around because he likes that. He don't mind that. But I just figured he'd be like a horse. I mean, this motherfucker, he figured out how to knock the fence down. He leans against the fence. He tests every rein in the fence till he finds weak ones. Then he leans on them till the fence falls apart, crawls out the fence, but he don't leave. Like my room's in the downstairs, and he knows what window it is because I yelled at him from the window because he got out one time. So now when his ass comes here, I've literally had him get out of his stall, get out the barn. I don't know how the hell this motherfucker. To open the stall thing, okay, yeah, he probably got his tongue down there and moved the hook lock. I don't know how the hell he got out the barn. He had to keep leaning against it and brushing against it and moving up and down till he unlatched it. And then he probably opened it with his nose. But I just know I woke up one day, the dog barking, and the damn horse stuck his head. My window was open, you know, but the bottom window only opened so far. Well, this dumbass stuck his head right through the damn window. Bust shit. Busted up the storm. Cut his nose. I'm all like, look at you, bud. What the hell are you doing? He's like, rrr. He like the dog. He's bitching. I couldn't figure it out. I address his cuts and shit, you know, get him back in the farm. He's like the damn dog. He wants to eat. It's like 4 a.m, dude, you know. Like you got hungry an hour before I came to feed you, motherfucker. And he literally did all that and come up and stuck his head in the damn window. Think he was just trying to stick his head through the screen so he could bitch in the window at me, but I think he just didn't realize how big his head was. Like his head's bigger than the fucking hole in the window, you know what I mean? He busted the whole damn window up. He's done it a couple times actually. I hear his ass now. He just comes up and bounces his butt against the wall. So it's like you hear the house shakes. He goes boom, boom, boom. I'm like, damn, the fucking horse is knocking on the wall. Like, come on, Mike, get up. I'm out. I'm hungry. Fuck up, old man. I've literally had to well, he's older, so I feed him small meals. He's a high protein diet and only with so much vegetation and only so many times a day. So, but I've literally had to start feeding him more. When I feed him more, his ass he don't sneak out of the barn. He's also got out of the damn stall and went from. I got 2 barns connected to each other, and one is where I store the food, and literally he got down this hallway, man. Yeah, I know he had to squat way down and take little steps to get through the damn hallway, but he sees me go in there and then come out with his food, so he went down this like 4-foot hallway, knocked the door down, went in, started eating alfalfa. I was like, motherfucker, man. He's a fucking escape artist. He's smart. He's just a horse, but he's fucking smart, man. Yeah, get me got. I'd probably have the same problem if I was raising me some wallabies. I'd talk to them too much. I'd teach them too much shit, and all of a sudden they know how to open every door in the damn barn. Come out there in the morning, they don't let themselves out. Look at me like, hey, dog. Hey, go get us some of that food. You, yeah, Farmer Bob. Get your ass in there and get my motherfucking apples. That's the way Bert is. I mean, I got an apple orchard, peach trees, pear trees, cherry trees. End of the summer, this motherfucker's trying to get to the cherry trees, the pear trees. He likes all that shit. Yeah. Yeah, do you even live here? No, bro. You don't forget they need me to clean their shit up. They'll never kick me out. They won't evict me. They'll be like, hey, bro, we got too much shit in here. They'll come up, knock on the window, and let me know when I got to clean up shit and when their food stall's empty. Hey, bitch, that back room's empty and my stall is full. They have a bunch of shit in here. You ain't shoveled shit in a week, motherfucker. Get to work. I mean, Bert's ass likes to pick on me when I'm shoveling poop in his room. Keeps moving closer to me with his butt. I don't like to touch horses' asses and shit. They might kick you in the damn face, Or he might shit on you if you just let him hang his ass over you for too long. And he's always fucking with me. He's always trying to lean his ass up against me. He makes shoveling poop hard. Bert's a character though, but I think the horse just knows I love the shit out of him. I'm happy he came back to life and didn't die from the starvation he went through, so he can get away with anything. I don't bitch at him. I don't get the horse whip out. None of that shit. Them other horses do that shit. I'm getting a whip out and cracking it once or twice and talk to him in that authoritative voice. Oh, motherfucker, crack. You want me to crack you? Mike don't like to use this shit, but I will if I got to. I don't do that to Bert. He like telling other horses, watch this. When Mike get that wheelbarrow full of shit, I'm gonna stick my leg in front of it when he's pushing it, make him and the wheelbarrow flip over, make him land in some shit. Watch. He's done this to me, dude. I wasn't paying attention. I was talking to my daughter and I was pushing it. And this motherfucker just get in front of me and stuck his damn hoof under the wheel. And the wheelbarrow went to flip over. And I mean, because I'm a young, strong motherfucker. I'm not young, but I'm strong. So I figured I could wrestle the damn wheelbarrow and just make it stand back up. But the wheelbarrow wrestled me. So I just held on too long and got flipped by a wheelbarrow full of shit. Yeah. I lost the ball, but it's cool. It's all cool. Yep. It'd be my horse. And dude, listen, Bert's got his ass out and wandered around the property till he found my weed plants and ate buds off them and shit. I had one that he ate when it was small and it branched off into two, and it ended up looking like two tops grew into weed trees. So it's a big, thick fucking stalk and two big ass trees on the top of it. Like he topped it at the perfect time and just made it into a plant with two big ass things on him. I don't chain his ass up. He don't go to the road, bro. Now if he was heading the road and I had to worry about somebody hitting him, I don't want nobody hitting a horse. So they kill the horse, but there's also the possibility that the horse could go through the window and kill everybody in the car. But he never goes towards the road. He'll go to the back of the property. I've caught his ass at the river, just chilling by the river. I think he likes the sound of the flowing water. Like the swans, they'll chase me and the dog off. They'll attack us. I go down there and the horse is just chilling with them. Oh, what's up, swan? What up, horse? Oh, shit, I'm just gonna hang by the river. All right, you cool dog. Your farmer comes down here and I'm biting his ass, so them bastards don't like me. I know why, though. One bit me one time and I tried to kick it like a football and I lifted it up a little bit, but it just turned around in the air and came back with a big ass long neck, biting my ass in the knee. I had freaking red marks all over me from that motherfucker. I thought, man, I'm gonna kick him harder next time. And I said it and my daughter's like, I don't know, Dad, maybe you shouldn't kick him again. I said, man, the damn thing's going to attack me no matter what I do. How many times I got to get bit before I go to punting a football, But these things, fucking swans are strong and heavy. They don't look it, but they are geese and swans. And two things when I'm mad when I see them by the river. I can't lie. Like, damn it, I wanted to go fishing. I had to go. It's like they picked my favorite spot to fish from, Been fishing this property for a long time. So where the river gets deepest and I got the shoreline all manicured. It's nice grass there. It's pretty open. You see the river flow for a minute, but it's deepest right there. So that's where the swans and the damn geese always want to hang out. And maybe it's because I was thinking that maybe that's where the little fish hang out, where they can get a fish meal real quick, in the deepest part of the river. So maybe that's why they like that part of the area. I mean, I've tried to make friends with them. I had a bunch of chubs. I went fishing the day before. I had a bunch of chubs. If you know what a chub is, it's a real small fish you use for bait. It's a bait fish. I took the bucket down there and sat it down. And sure enough, they chased me the fuck away. But I know they looked in there because they ate them all. So, but they still, they ain't calmed down on me yet. I want to catch some fish and cook it and throw it down there for them. Been trying to befriend the fuckers. They keep it up, man. I'm going to go down there and start sealing their eggs. Make an omelet out of their shit. Come sit down and eat it in front of them. Yeah, motherfucker. I cooked your babies. What now, punk? I'll be back. I'm going to go get some breakfast.
geometry. Like I said, previous studies were pointing to a flat universe. For example, by looking at the geometry of gigantic triangles defined by the largest of the speckles in the CMB. The curvature measured was consistent with being 0, flat, but there's always a degree of uncertainty due to the imperfect nature of any measurement. The curvature could have been very slightly positive or very slightly negative, just as the surface of the Earth appears flat if you're standing on the ground. It's only when you get some elevation that you see the curvature. Just as the surface of the Earth appears flat if you're standing on the ground. It's only when you get some elevation that you see the curvature.
He wasn't sure if it was round or flat yet, okay? Now, how many of you here have flown in an airplane, a commercial airplane? Okay, you have been higher than him. Okay, and yeah, so if you calculate how high you were, let's go, an average, you can see about, if you see the numbers right over here, 245 miles would be your radius. So right there is from the commercial airplane, okay? Now, people that believe there's a round Earth, when they hear somebody that says they're a flat Earth, they say, get on an airplane and look out the window. Is what they say, okay? But if you get on a airplane, look out the window, you're only seeing this much of the horizon, right? And when you look out, those windows are actually curved a little bit, so it's possible that they're distorting that, but you're only seeing this much right here, right? So it kind of looks like it's curved, but I would say that if you were standing at the altitude where that airplane is, and you were to look 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like?
Still flat.
It would look flat. You won't see the curve of the Earth. Okay? How about if we go a little bit higher now? There was a gentleman a couple years ago by the name of Felix Baumgartner. He did a Red Bull thing. He was sponsored by Red Bull. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Jumped out.
Jumped out of what?
Hot air balloon?
A hot air balloon. He put himself in a spacesuit, Aiden Shutter. He put himself in a spacesuit. I can't remember what gas they used. And they put him into a space capsule. They hooked it to a balloon, and then they let it go.
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe.
This video is used by the community of flat Earth people to prove that the Earth is flat. Okay? Because if you look out the window, what do you see? The horizon is flat. It's flat. Okay? And if he's standing outside the capsule, you can look here. Now it looks like it's curved, doesn't it? Right?
It's because the walls work.
Okay, because not the wall. This is actually because of the cameras. The GoPro fisheye camera, right? And that kind of warps things. But I would testify that if you were standing right here and you look, oops, sorry about that, and you were on this plane right here where the Earth is, and if you were to look 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like?
Still flat.
It would look flat. The horizon would look flat. Okay? So the flat earthers are correct. You cannot see the curve of the Earth from this height.
Wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat.
Flat. Flip back over, Mr. Johnson. Oh, I got it here. I got it. So, Mr. Felix Baumgartner, this is him right here. Let's calculate where he went. Boom. This is what he could see right here. That was his horizon line right there. Okay? Now, he did it not over the island in Mexico. He did it over New Mexico. That's where he did the jump. Okay, so if we take that same circle and we put it over New Mexico, this is what you see. Can you see any oceans? No, you can't see any oceans. Okay, so that's why you can't see the oceans, is because the horizon wasn't big enough for you to be able to see the horizon, the ocean. Okay, but I will agree with all the flat earthers that no matter where you are on the planet Earth, or even above the planet Earth, you can't see the curve of the Earth.
Etc. Where?
Oh, okay. So if the Earth were actually this size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface.
Okay, now, one last one. Let's all, for the sake of argument, pretend that the International Space Station is real. Okay? Now, the flat Earth community says it's fake. It's not real. The round earth community says, yeah, it's up there. I see it at night when it's going over my head, right? Okay, so let's just all pretend that it's real. Let's say we are at the elevation of the International Space Station. They're about 250 miles above the Earth, okay? And let's say we're sitting right at that point, right there at 250 miles. If we calculate the horizon line for the International Space Station, it's about 1,400 miles. It's that much right there, okay? Now, does that show you the entire Earth? No, it just shows you a section of the Earth, right? And if you're sitting at that point, looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat, wouldn't it? In fact,
The photographs come back and they're rounded.
well, that's because they're looking through fisheye lenses, so it kind of warps things, right? And when you see those pictures, it's usually only a fragment of the circle, right? If you're only looking at this much of it. But if you were to see the whole 360, it would be a circle, right? Not only that, Mr. Jocelyn and I did some calculations. We took a scale model, and we scaled down the Earth right here, okay? So this is the Earth, a 10-inch Earth. And then he took, Mr. Jocelyn took all of those horizon line, right? He calculated them and made them to scale on here. So right here, this black dot right here, that's Felix Baumgartner, the guy that jumped from 24 miles up. That's how much he could see, okay? All of the circles are too small for me to cut anything off of here, right? So let's take the International Space Station. Right here is the International Space Station's horizon line, okay? If you take a sphere and you slice it off, what shape do you get? What shape do you get? You get a circle, right? And then if we take that chunk of the Earth right here and we set that down on a flat surface, what is it going to be? It's going to be flat, right? That circle is going to be flat. Is that true? Do we all agree on that? Okay, so we can all agree that no matter where you are on the planet Earth, even as high as the International Space Station, the horizon is going to look what? Flat.
Yeah, but that logic doesn't prove globe.
His argument was, hold on, someone's calling me. Yeah, it was that you can't. His argument was you can't see the curve of the Earth from the International Space Station. That was his argument. It's that Paul Larson guy, the planetarium director.
Mm-hmm. Yesterday, just a memory.
You'd think that with the beautiful photographs that we have of our round blue planet, it would convince any doubters.
No. Pictures aren't science.
Use this one.
Mic check. Is Battle Mod in the room? Mic check.
Yeah, it's working. I'm here. What's up?
Cool. That was a joke. I just wasn't sure if we were just being quiet or whatnot. And I also noticed Indio and Battle Mod are in the room. I better get in there and hear what they're saying. And then I jump in and it's just music and no one's talking.
Oh, yeah, I was Googling something. My cat's picking on me, too.
I'm watching the Guild Garage right now.
Cat's picking on me, dog's bitching. I got up this morning, went to make a pot of coffee, and my daughter was headed out to shovel shit, so I didn't have to go clean stalls, and my dog's mad because he ain't seen his horse yet today. That dog and that horse got a relationship going.
What's good, Mike?
What's good?
Man, my body just got done rejecting a bunch of vitamin C. Took some supplements this morning, about 30 minutes ago. My body just rejected them all. I had to stop on the side of the road and throw them all up.
I'm still reveling in my victory. Somebody tried to, well, motherfuckers know they can't trigger me anymore. I'm just gonna ignore them and get my point out. I figured out the reason that dude was so mad, though. If you look it up, he's got the most fans in lobby and he knows it. And I'm bitching about lobby, so there you go. But when everybody that comes in this server comes through that, dude, it should be a thing, especially when you can Google or you can do the searches. The person with the most fans is also the most toxic person in the lobby. He insulting everybody and then he bans them. How'd that make us look? You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, man.
That's why they come in here and they say all you do is talk shit about us and then ban us when we disagree. And when this dude makes a statement, you look at the conversation, he makes a comment. Because I don't just read his comments, I jump to it so I can see everybody else and what the conversation is. So I got some context, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like one of them dudes that he'll try 3 things on you, and if you don't agree, all of a sudden you're an idiot or a moron. And half the shit he says, my shit is pretty much combobbled, incoherent. Most of his points are laid out with words that most people won't understand, but his English composition is no better than mine. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Besides, typing isn't grammar errors anyway. Somebody should tell him that. The way I type isn't a good reflection of my grammar. I can write it perfect. I'm just not good at typing. My fingers move faster than my brain, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'll think about what I want to say in my head, but when I type it out, it's missing connecting words. You know?
Yeah.
And, if, then, so. So it sounds like we be talking in phonics, bro. But when I make a specific point, and then somebody says, we don't even know who you're talking about, but I already named them. And another guy says, you see this? We just now, dude, come on. The damn admin, I'm talking to him. I tell him what I'm bitching about and who I'm bitching about. 20 minutes later, he says, we don't even know who you're bitching about. It's like, come on, dude. No offense, but I'm even tired of talking to you. All you do is tell everybody you've covered everything. You tell everybody they should be satisfied or it's done and over. But the truth is, nobody involved is satisfied. So nothing's done and over. I don't care if you made a new system of how it's get fucked, do what I say. People don't follow the systems. Come on, man. It's time to grow up and be real people. We all make mistakes. None of us are perfect. I mean, I accept it. I'm done being the only person that accepts it here. Last
Except
time
what?
this idiot did,
Imperfection?
yeah, imperfection. Well, the last time dude trolled me and insulted me when I brought something up, and I got mad and I started cursing at him. Then he got to play the victim. Then CJ made me apologize to him and admit I'm wrong. Well, I don't see anybody else doing it here. So I just like people to they always bitch. They don't even know what I go through. I try my hardest to point out problems we got, and I get ridiculed.
I don't like making mistakes, but I gotta say, when I make a mistake and I admit it right away, I feel better that I'm admitting it.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're not perfect. We're accepting our imperfection. I ain't got a problem with that. I ain't being mean to nobody. I don't hate nobody here. I don't want to see nobody go. I just know we do better when we analyze our part in everything. When we do self-analyzation. That's all. I do it. I look at things from how did I help escalate that? Well, it'd be nice if other people do that. But the truth is they got too used to, ooh, Mike's easy to piss off. He's got a good point, but let me piss him off so nobody hears him. When I get pissed off, I go straight to fuck you. Well, I'm not doing it no more. I'm giving people easy out. I'm going to be a prick and say, okay, that's nice, but can we talk about what I brought up? And I don't want to be toxic. The whole point is I'm trying to lessen toxicity. And I'm getting toxicity. And I don't even like saying toxic or toxicity. Come on, man. I hate that crap. That's what Globers say. Rather than answer a question. Oh, it's so toxic. Why are you mad? They tell you you're mad. I can't stand it when somebody else tells me I'm mad. You don't know when I'm mad. You're not hidden on the internet, and I got my daughter home was in electronic intelligence in the Navy. Think about it.
Hey, you know that video that the other day from that kid, that spaz kid?
Yeah.
So check this out. There's a part in that video, everybody's like, you won't answer questions, right? He's like, I'm going to answer it as directly, and everybody's going to see how I'm going to answer it directly to you. And I'm going to address exactly what you said. So Crypto goes, do you know the difference between an experiment and manipulating the variable and manipulating a variable by manipulating other dependent variable? You know what his answer was? Correct. Fucking, he says correct. The fucking answer didn't even make sense, dude. I was like, he said, he asked him if he knows the difference between two things, and he goes, correct. No, the answer was yes or no. He said, dude, it blew me away, dude. It totally like blew me away. Because if you go listen to that, if I like transcribed like into like written words, like what he was saying, oh my God, man, people would think that he's the stupidest person ever to walk the earth, dude. Like legit, dude. Like when people are like yelling and talking verbally, but when you read it, sometimes when things are written down, you're breaking up like.
Yes, I'm wrong. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm just saying, yeah.
Because sometimes, like when you're talking verbally, but if you would read it written down, like it makes no sense, like what the person is saying. It's so funny, dude. Like half this
kind of like when my mom said,
actually thought about it. Oh, go ahead.
No, my voice connection's going down. People are getting up and getting on the internet right now. My kids. I got to wait for all their shit to boot up, and then I'll quit lagging. But I'm upgrading my car downstairs, so it's eating up a lot of. Plus, I'm eating. But yeah, I wonder if the dude was saying correct. Yes, I am. I don't know what either one of them are, but hey, correct. Kind of like when my mom used to say, "You know how dumb you sound when you're high on pot, boy." I'd say, Mom," and then she'd videotape me, and I had to say, "Okay, point made."
Dude, the answer was like someone asked you, "Is 1 + 1 2?" and your answer was banana.
I know. Yes, I am dumb. Correct. Yes. That's funny. Banana. I was just thinking about a peanut butter, jelly, and banana sandwich, too. That's funny you brought that up.
I could have swore 1 + 1 was peach, but whatever.
I don't know. I thought it equaled banana and jelly sandwich. Woo! I went downstairs for donuts, but I only had so many left. I see I'm gonna have to buy more donuts. My oldest daughter and her old man must have got high last night and said, "Ooh, donuts." But I don't care, Just normally a couple dozen lasts me and my daughter. My youngest a minute, so
Hey, remember
I'm
how I was
not
talking about
complaining.
geometric relationships? So I thought of
Mhm.
another one. So if you have a circle and you put two lines in the circle that are perpendicular to each other, the ratio of the short part, so you have the intersection. So each line has an intersection. So there's a short part and a long part. That ratio of the
Yeah.
short part to the long part is identical for both lines, no matter where you put them in the circle. As long as the lines are perpendicular, the ratio of the short and long part are the same for both lines. So it's little things like these, right? These like little geometric relationships that always hold that you don't need numbers, right? You don't need numbers to describe any of this.
Nope.
And it's always true. That's the other. It's even more true, I would say, than like numerical proofs.
Yeah,
Because you can actually
it
take a
is.
physical object and do this, right? So I can actually take like a physical circle, right, and put two sticks in the middle of them and do this, and it always works.
Yeah. It's crazy.
It's just more intuitive, man. It's easier to understand stuff, in my opinion.
Yeah, so like you're putting an X in the circle, right? Is what
Exactly,
you're
a
saying?
cross, basically. A cross. A plus,
Yeah.
basically. But it doesn't matter. It can be a T. Like, it doesn't matter like where they intersect, right? So you can put one line as as close, make it as short as possible. Like say it was just like one X and one Y, like one vertical and one horizontal line. You can move one of
Yeah.
those lines all the way up as far as you want, and that the ratio between the short and long lines is going to always be the same.
I'm with you. It's weird.
Yeah, it is weird. But this is like literally this is how the Greeks did everything. This is how they proved things back in the day. They didn't use numbers. They didn't have units of measure. Right? They didn't have units. They didn't have feet, inches, they didn't have
Yeah.
those things.
I'm with you.
So they just compared like one thing to the other, right? Ratio.
Ratio.
That's where
Yeah.
rationality comes from, right?
Yeah. Ratio. Yeah. Here, so other people can kind of envision what we're saying. I'll post the image. You go with it.
It's funny. There's a lot of these little geometric theorems and proofs, and I knew about them, but I didn't know someone actually took them and made a whole algebra out of it, which to me was just blew me away. Like, it's just still blows me away. Like I said, I've been binge watching videos on it for the last 36 hours, dude. My brain is mush.
I just
You want to
read
go to
an
sleep fast?
article.
Watch a math video.
Here, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this up without them being perfectly symmetrical, so people can get an idea what you mean about the ratios.
You're fucking roboting big time, brother.
Yeah.
Como
I
oro
thought I
gato,
was.
Mr. Roboto.
Okay.
I just read an article about Eratosthenes. Did
Hey, you're over
Eratosthenes
talking.
had sex with his camel?
Who had sex with their camel?
Eratosthenes.
Possible?
Eratosthenes.
Probably.
Yeah, because they say he measured the 790 kilometers from Syene to Alexandria by camel.
Oh, now it's by camel. They're changing it again. So was it sticks or wells, camels, or somebody walking? What is it? They're changing it all the time.
Yeah. Precision measuring 800 kilometers with a camel. Oh my God.
Well, it was a well-trained camel. This wasn't an ordinary camel.
Yeah, that's why I had to ask if he had sex with it, because it sounds out of the ordinary camel, kind of camel. You know?
It reminds me of that commercial. What day is it, Mike? Mike! It's hump day. He was humping his camel. I think that camel was trying to tell me he was giving me the safe word. Come help me. He's raping me, Mike. It's hump day again, man. Save me.
Oh, poor camel. Yeah. And the funny thing on the website, it's
You see that circle? So can you guys see what he means by
someone
good, go ahead.
this
I'm
story
roboting.
from NASA website.
Try drop out
Yeah,
and come back,
that's
brother.
what I'm talking about.
Damn, I wanted to hear what he was gonna say.
Where did that curve go? Curve me, curve me. I'm a ball. You can curve me anytime. Curve me.
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the like city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the
He's
camera.
the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh. Oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Don't let it set us down.
H, Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Hello again. Mic check. I'm back. Where is everybody at? Come on, guys. Join the live stream. Talk today, now, while you still have time, because tonight we have ladies' night. And you're gonna wanna talk, but you can't. You won't be allowed. I wonder if any Glober has ever drove a car with all the windows open at 200 miles an hour and trying to have a nice conversation with the person right next to you. How is it possible to have a conversation at 1000 miles an hour, the speed of the tangential speed of the spinning ball, which spins around the sun with 66,000 miles an hour, and the solar system, which spins around the center of the galaxy at more than 500,000 miles an hour, and the galaxy, which spins around the great attractor with 1.5 million miles an hour. And probably all this crazy system is also moving around nothing, obviously, with, let's say, a speed 10 times over all this. So 1.5 millionth time 10 is 15 million miles an hour. I think we now have a 6-axis of spin and motion, which we do not feel. Bloody hell. That must be some magic motion, magic kind of motion. And it's undetectable. No speedometer, no laser rangefinder can detect your motion. But of course, if you drive your car on the highway over the speed limit, the police guy is gonna shoot you with the laser and is gonna give you a fine. Your behind that, you're gonna feel it in your paycheck. And your license suspended. Who the hell is driving this planet? Imaginary planet. If this universe system floats into nothing, what will be that nothing be supported on? What will be the support point? Because I don't know of anything that is not supported one way or the other. One layer supports the layer on top. Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Also below this video you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, and this is of particular note if you drive an electric vehicle. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Rob H, Ben White, Maximum Gravy, Austin Whitsit, John Kays, Tommy Swagnuts, Michael Kahn, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B. Styles, Troy Shuker, Bo Snail, Samson, Maris, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Lost Cut FE, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Mike, Muted, Dick Earth Skeptic, Maria Neeland, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic936, Life is Short, theflatearthchannel.com, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their conversation while I set up for today's live show.
I know you like the laid-back shows, but I like when people come on to try to win Bitcoin and get destroyed. I love it.
Okay. Fair enough. Hello everyone in Discord. How you all doing?
Doing good, thank you.
Doing good, thank you, Nathan. What about you?
Me? I'm alright. No complaints from me. Hey, 10th.
Hi.
Hello.
Sounds still good?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
All right, I'll work on it later. Something else. Got the allergies today. Good morning, good morning.
Good morning to you too. Good to have you. Oh, we got two Neils. What's going on?
Can we barely handle one of them?
What's going on, Neil?
Wow, what the hell happened here? I don't know. I got disconnected and I popped back on. Now there's two of me.
Neil, let me introduce you, Neil. Oh, he's gone. Sorry, Neil, I didn't get a chance to introduce you.
Neil.
A clone Neil.
Was.
Good morning, Discord.
No Neils.
Morning, Dad.
Good morning. Hey, did you like Discord Monday idea?
You talking to me?
Yeah. Remember I said yesterday, if you consider making Discord Monday when it comes to the housekeeping questions, only people on Discord can answer.
Sure. You have to remind me.
Yeah, I will.
Just don't call it Discord Monday. Just call it Discord Day.
Okay. Yeah, because of the day. Okay. Well, it was kind of like that song title, Manic Monday. So I don't know why I thought about it.
Sure. I just don't want any reference to the day because often they get released sometime after they've been pre-recorded. So this show might not go out to the public till, I don't know, it could come out on any day. It could come out on a Saturday.
Yeah, so Discord. What was it again you want me to call it?
Discord Day.
Discord Day, okay.
Yeah,
just get rid of.
Well, I don't know. Whatever you like the ring of, just to remind me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Without naming the day.
Yeah, Discord day. That's good.
Discord day. Okay. As long as I hear that, I'll know what you mean. Which is to say, don't let the panel answer all the questions.
Yeah, it was a good change of pace.
D-Day.
There we go. D-Day.
D-Day.
I
Right,
like D-Day. D-Day this. Good one.
Yeah, we can have D-Day once a week.
That's awesome. I mean,
Yeah,
they
I'm
can
down
still
with that.
do it.
Say again?
They could still do it at any time they want, but that's just specifically just for D-Day for them. So no panel members will do it.
Right. Can I join in? I'm in Discord.
Yeah, I guess.
Well,
you're the one asking the questions.
No one answers. It's down to me, isn't it? We just get stony silence. Hey, John.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Very
Hey,
well.
John. Good morning.
Getting to see a lot of you recently. Very nice.
Yeah, everybody in the house got sick. It's like maybe it's the COVID or it's the flu. I don't know, but you got one house full of sick kids and can't work.
Fair enough. Oh, do you work from home usually then?
Oh no, my job's necessary, so I can't work from home.
Oh, my job's necessary. Thank you very much for that. Both my wife and I work from home. You're absolutely right. My job's not necessary. She's just billing, though. She's just billing for an electric company. If people weren't getting billed for their electric, then they wouldn't have their electric eventually, right?
I guess that's debatable, yeah.
Good answer. Like all the new HP adverts for Wolf Security. I don't know if you've seen those popping up. Where they show a guy, I think it's Christian Slater, who's supposed to be the hacker. And he's like, check out this kid on his PlayStation talking to his mates. He's an easy target for me to make my way into the big network. Ha ha ha. Look at this woman with her printer. Stupid printer connected to the network for me to get in. Ha 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 ha. Take it none of you have seen them.
No, I don't really get to watch much TV.
No, this is on YouTube.
I used to.
I don't have a TV, but this is a YouTube advert.
Oh, really? I ain't seen that yet. I'll try to find it.
It might be aimed at a British audience. I don't know. It's for Hewlett Packard, so I would imagine it was a worldwide advert.
Yeah, you ain't gonna get Christian Slater to do something and then not make it, big.
Yeah, and HP are enormous.
Did Dirth ever get back in contact with you? Did that guy come for his Bitcoin after coming here, or did he kind of realize that admitting that the Earth is flat is not a good way to prove it's a globe?
He won't have gone back to Dirth, and if he had, I'm pretty sure Dirth would have gone in touch and said, "Oi, do you realise the cheek of this guy? He's actually come to me and said, can I have my Bitcoin now?" As far as he was concerned, he was coming to get his Bitcoin. That was why he was here. If you listen to what he says, his opener is, "I've come to get Bitcoin." He thinks he's going to get it handed over at the end. But of course, he's actually coming to prove Earth's a sphere, and we're just vetting what he's got to say. Hey, Sleeping Warrior.
Hey.
Sleeping Warrior's got a hold on. Sleeping Warrior's got a presentation to do after the housekeeping questions, just so you're all aware.
Yeah, that means don't fucking interrupt Neil, you cunt.
No need. No need.
Yeah, the fuck it is. I'm only joking, Neil. I didn't mean cunt.
It is
I'm
true.
only joking.
Well, I don't want
to mean cunt.
Yeah, between Neil and Alwyn, they can devastate a good pun.
Listen, I don't think that guy knew he was walking into Bitcoin, dude. I think he got.
Why does it sound like Neil sat between a microphone and a speaker? Because it sounds like if he was open for a little bit longer, you'd get that reverb, that echoing thing.
He's working in a room that's got a constant alarm going.
Oh, well, fucking mute yourself, you Burke.
What, while he's talking? You interrupted him. You just told him off preemptively to not rumpus you. And then the minute he's into talking, you're like, why has he got a whistle in the background right through the middle of him? I love it.
Yeah, well, consider it payback, Neil.
Go, Neil, go.
Well, not to change the subject back or nothing, but could you imagine if one of us was, say you were in a debate about the creator, and take it, out of the topic we were in, and first line of reasoning led you to say, okay, well, for the sake of argument, I will agree that the creator does not exist. People would laugh at you.
To his credit, that wasn't his opener.
No, it wasn't his opener, but it was his first line of reasoning.
Yeah. I mean, had he been in front of someone else, that may have gone differently, though. Obviously I'm adept at leading these people where I want them to be. So that's precisely where he, doesn't really matter what he says either. Because his opener was actually, oh, what are you guys chatting about? Well, we're chatting about the sextant. Oh, I've got a sextant. All right, it doesn't work on a globe. And so it didn't really matter what he opened with. But in his first sort of 10, 15 minutes, he had to concede that he couldn't use his sextant on a curved surface with refracted light because you haven't got a straight line for an angle. And that was the kind of opening gambit. But after that, he was like, well, that isn't actually my proof, see? Oh, right. I see. But for my proofsy to work, I will concede that Earth is flat and contained. Now, can we get on with my proofsy? No, I haven't heard a peep from Dave, though, since.
Well, that's because he still retains his Bitcoin, and the other guy should be paying out.
Paying out to who?
Well, he came in here trying to get 3. He ended up doing a pretty bad job for his side. He ought to be paying out somebody.
I think it's me he should be paying.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, he definitely did it with your involvement, so I don't see anything wrong with that.
Nah, the guy doesn't know anything. I don't think that Dave's conditions include you having to pay him if you get a total F on your claim. But there we go. So I don't think anybody's going to be paying anybody. Is Bitcoin pretty safe, I would say.
Well, it was interesting that it took that to get that guy in here. Would he have come in just for the topic itself?
I don't know the motivation.
Well, I do. They're not showing up as much. The motivation is I can't get anywhere on that show. They keep calling out my begging the question fallacies. And I used to do so well when I could get away with those at the beginning of every argument.
How's your computer going, 10th?
It's going fine so far. That blue screen came on again, but I'll give that guy a call again. I just turned it on.
Call again. You shouldn't be getting blue screens. No way.
Yeah, I know. Especially after all the other ones.
I know. You had the most I've ever known.
Thanks.
You're not one of these guys that carries a static charge with you and it arcs every time you touch anything metal, and every time you get near your computer, it arcs to your computer and blows it up at you. You're not one of them.
No, I'm not a Marvel guy. I'm not one of these superheroes.
Got a tip for you, 10th.
Yeah.
Don't cut metal without wearing gloves.
Did you touch a hot pan?
Well, I was drilling holes in metal, and every time the drill bit broke through, it snagged on the metal and ripped out my hand and slashed my hand each time. And I didn't have any gloves to absorb it. So I was like, I need to make like 6 drill holes here. How do I make this not snag? And I couldn't find a way of doing it. So I had to sort of cut my hands to ribbons.
Yeah, that happened to me. When you're drilling in tight spaces, it just has a big kick when it gets stuck and throws your knuckles against whatever's there.
Yep. Unless you wear gauntlets, which get welding mitts, and then it's absorbed. But I didn't have any.
Was someone going to say
Tape on
something?
both ends.
Say again, Jorge?
No, I'm just saying you should put tape on both ends, like a sellotape or something. So when you drill through, it causes less damage.
Oh man, it was ripping it out of my hand. You know, with the torque of the drill and the speed of the bit, it was the combination of the two just slashes through your skin. It's like, there's got to be a better way of doing this. How did they do it on telly?
They clamp the metal down?
Yeah, but clamping it, I have got a vice, but it's not practical for me to use it at the minute because of the amount of shit that's all over the table. I should have cleared off the shit.
Just see metal workers and woodworkers that are watching this just shaking their head right now. There we go.
Yeah. That's it. It's a classic example of having all the gear but no idea, because I've got the drill bits and know how to do it, and then I just don't apply any of it. You end up just putting it in your hand instead because you can't get to the vice.
You know, speaking of tools, it is the weirdest thing, but it always happens. And everyone I've asked this question, for the most part, if they understand the question, they go, yeah, that is weird. That happens to me. And that's when you're looking for a Phillips screwdriver, all you do is find straight edge. When you're looking for a straight edge screwdriver, all you find is Phillips. Does that happen to everybody?
Yeah, the modern version of that is when you get a USB plug-in device and you try plugging it in, you never get it right the first time. You always have to turn it upside down. Then when you try putting it in, you still get it wrong. So you go back to the way it was in the first place, plug it in, and it now goes in. That's the equivalent in the modern version.
I actually have a solution to that problem. So what I do is I keep my Phillips screwdriver, or a couple of them, in the kitchen drawer with the cutlery along a little side gap. And that is where the Phillips screwdriver lives. So it doesn't live in the toolbox or with the tools. Yes, there might be a Phillips screwdriver amongst the tools, but specifically my Phillips screwdriver lives in the kitchen drawer, because you're more often than not going to be reaching for a Phillips head here in the UK than anything else. So that's the most common. And if you are struggling to find a flathead, obviously a butter knife will do, right? You're taking Anthony's approach.
That's what everyone does.
Okay, all right. So with that, I have a tool chest in the garage with tons of both types, Phillips and straight edge. And then I put in the drawer next to the kitchen drawers, the one drawer in the kitchen where you got loose change, paper clips, all that stuff. I put in there 3 of each, right? And I say, okay, I have 3 of each. I'll never run out. A couple of months pass. Next thing I go in there, there's totally the wrong kind in there. It's like, wait a minute, who moved the other 3?
It doesn't work if you've got children or tool gremlins.
It's crazy.
Yeah, you've got kids, and the little sods will take them, and they won't put them back. They'll leave them where they've used them, and that's what happens, right?
Yeah, and now I was in the garage the other day looking at my tool chest, and I've got a ton of straight edge and only a few Phillips. And I'm going, where's the equal balance at the bottom? Where are they? I can't even find them.
Very, very important, heavy-going flat Earth debate stuff, this. Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Also below this video you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, and this is of particular note if you drive an electric vehicle. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. One last time, if you're new to the channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. Now we are joined by Sleeping Warrior, 10th Man, Neil, and a whole bunch of people in Discord. Oh, we've also got John, Refracted Curvature, my bad. Hello, one and all, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Yo, yo.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, hello, good to have you all. Going to rattle our way through housekeeping as Anthony's got a bit of a presentation regarding a debate that happened between Raichi 50 or Raichi 00000 and Fight the Flat Earth. So he's going to get into his discussion in terms of gravity after we do a bit of housekeeping. So we'll leave that question till last for obvious reasons. Hey Neil, welcome back.
I'm back.
Good to have you.
Hey, that sounds better.
It does sound better.
I'm back.
Excellent. Good to have you. I didn't know you'd gone. Right, let's do a bit of housekeeping. Right, any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge horizon, formerly known as Earth curvature?
Nope. But if you calculate it using R, you can think of it as a physical geometric edge.
Think of what? What's it?
The physical curvature at the horizon. You can think of it as a curve.
How are you calculating it without measuring it? Anything.
We'll just calculate the curve into existence, and then you can think of it as a curve.
You need a radius.
He's back to saying it again.
Yeah, we'll assume it.
Imagination lands.
It being the horizon.
Yeah.
Okay. The horizon's not Earth curve.
Well, the minute.
No, but you can think of it as Earth curve. If we assume R, then calculate it. Maths is reality according to Red's rhetoric, right? So if we calculate it because we assume it, then it becomes a reality, does it not?
No, Black Swan.
No, the minute it exceeds the geometric limitations, you can't assume it anymore.
All right, yeah, but then we just add in our band-aid called refraction, and then that fixes everything, and we can just infinitely vary it as much as necessary, always so that it appears to be flat again, I might add. Never that it goes beyond that or still slightly curved, always flat. But we can adjust for it.
But then you lose the measurement that you're basing it off of.
Precisely.
What measurement? We're basing it on this. This is on maths.
No. Your maths is basing the R value on geometry. Just flat out, straight mathematics, if you like. Geometric in nature. The moment you say it's refracted, then the reality that you're basing that refraction on, that would be a curved surface with terrestrial refraction at 7/6 or whatever variant of the R value, requires you to have measured R in the first instance. That's John's point. If you say refraction, well, you're destroying the very measurement of the geometry because you can no longer measure it.
Nah, just assume it, calculate it, and then it becomes a reality if we say it enough.
My favourite in the chat is when this conversation comes up, normally following a conversation about the sextant. Where'd you get a straight line for a sextant? Well, we just look and we see and we get one. Black Swan. Globe debunked. That's the shorthand version. The longhand version is, How do you get a straight line for the sextant? Well, how does the sextant work? It looks at the horizon and that gives you a straight, flat baseline. Earth is flat. That's the only way that would work. You ask a glober where they get a straight line from, and they say, well, we could just get a straight line of sight. That would be a straight line to, in this instance, the horizon. Now, the black swan would have the horizon at a fixed location. If you've got a straight line to it, it becomes geometric. That's what you're doing with the triangles for triangulation. You're using pure geometry. Well, their pure geometry relies on an R value that has a capability of being measured. Now, when they say straight line to the horizon for a sextant, oh, right, well, we've just had 21 months of you telling us it's refracted. Never a straight line to acquire. Always refracted. That's your explanation for the black swan. So it leaves them in the most cognitive pain to date I have seen in chat sessions. So as the Uncut and After show goes up, I'll often be sat in the chat monitoring it. I won't necessarily always chat, but I am always there monitoring it for the most part. And I see this conversation. They say that they can get a straight line for the sextant, and then when you point out that their lines are bent, they don't know what to do. They don't know how to get around the fact that they've now recognised their own paradox. One of their rebuttals is straight line to the horizon for the plane geometry in triangular form that is needed when plane sailing. So they just say, well, we just get a straight line. We just use the tool as intended. Straight line to the horizon, right? That's how it's intended to work for triangles with flat bottoms. Oh yeah, you've just told us it's refracted black swan. Well, we just get a straight line. You've just told me it's refracted black swan. Well, it's a refracted line, so sextant doesn't work on a globe then. And so you go round and round in circles with their cognitive pain very much on show. It's embarrassing.
Well,
yeah.
Virus is saying in chat that you're lying, and it works the same way. We get a straight line like you all do, he's saying there. And then he says the almanac gives you corrections. I love this sextant argument, Virus says. Really?
Corrections for what? If he's getting a straight line, what does he need to correct for?
It's the funniest thing in the world. There's so much cognitive there. Yeah, there's so much cognitive dissonance in what he typed out. It's crazy.
Right.
Well, see, the thing is, both sides will admit that it's locally flat, right? Everybody agrees that it appears flat on both sides, whether they want to say it now or not. That's within their rhetoric with the tangent plane. So we measure it flat locally. Well, you need to measure curvature to counteract that measurement. And the minute you say refracted, you've thrown it away. So all you measure is flat.
Yeah, you've highlighted this a couple of times, John. Well, their locally flat argument, if they employed that, number one, they'd have to employ it before the black swan had come into existence, and you can't go back in time. So that doesn't hold water anymore because you just say black swan. If they say, oh, well, I take a locally flat geometric horizon that was formerly Earth curve and assume that that's actually a flat line going out, not dropping 8 inches per mile squared, because tangent planes, that was your excuse. We won't get into what a tangent plane is, but yeah, we'll just say for the sake of argument, we swallow that. I go, okay, so you as a globe earther accept local flatness. Well, beyond your acquisition of a straight flat line by utilisation of the horizon for the base of a triangle, when you drop a plumb from the star to its ground position, your straight flat line that you accepted as locally flat to acquire this will extend beyond the horizon and remain flat to the GP of the star. So locally flat doesn't wash either.
Well, it's interesting that they always have to draw a tangent plane, even though, how can I put this? Why are they always drawing that tangent plane? Why do they have to go to that extent? If it's curved, it's curved, and it'd be readily there for everyone to know. But because it's not curved, they always draw a straight, short tangent plane on all of their orthographic, pictures, and when they try to explain it. Why are they drawing that tangent plane? What makes them do that?
Because it's flat, and
it's in order to find the radius.
Yeah, they need flatness. So tangent, well, that's just them acquiring a straight line to what they assume is drop that they're not going to deal with when they actually measure the plane of that tangent plane, which is essentially a flat area. So they do it because Earth is actually flat, and they've got to deal with that fact when they actually deal with reality. Their assumptions have to be embedded in the presupposition that there's a curve going on when they deal with the flat surface. So if anybody takes a cursory glance, they say, oh no, tangent plane means tangent to a sphere. They don't highlight the fact that they're actually utilising a flat plane when they deal with a tangent plane. The clue's in the title, of course. Plane, tangent, plane. Well, what's the tangent bit? Presupposition of a sphere. What's the plane bit? The bit we're actually dealing with, the flat surface of the ground that we actually have beneath our feet. The plane bit. The plane. Yeah, that's the plane bit. The assumption being that we're actually tangent to a sphere when we deal with the flat surface. Shout out to Antecedent Algonquin Collective. What a name. Thank you for joining as a member.
Yeah, but that's my whole point. So they have to go to an extra effort to make it flat, but that's how they started. But they're trying to put the con job on everybody by saying we're living on a curved surface. Well, why don't you just leave it curved then and let all your instruments work on the actual physical surface you say it is? Oh, no, it doesn't work that way because it's really, really flat. So we need that tangent plane. And yesterday, citing the astronomer, he said that the GP of the sun or star, 3, 4, 5,000 miles, whatever distance away, all the way to the observer is a right angle. So how in the world do you have a 5,000 mile tangent plane giving you a right angle on a curved surface?
You can't. Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
You're going to need R for that.
Any evidence of the R value?
Black Swan.
Debunked.
Say again, Jorge.
Black Swan.
Indeed. Any evidence you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container?
Impossible.
No.
A couple of people who are on
Even if you had R
now, in case you were unaware. Where were we? Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
No, because they're all observation based only, and none of them have got a valid hypothesis. None of them have got a valid independent variable. They just look at stuff. It's a bit like the Cavendish experiment.
Well, if you're describing your phenomenon with an R value involved, then you'll never be able to enter the scientific method.
And also Black Swan.
But we have to be generous and give them that they can have a phenomenon, aren't they? They can actually have one. What they do with it, and whether they can do anything scientific with it is a different matter. But
they can have a what, Meekin?
I know, I hate the word. Phenomena. You listen to me any time I try and say that word, Tony. I shit it. It just never comes out right, and it's worse at night.
Hey, I've got to correct you.
After a couple of minds.
Paula's in the audience. Sorry, Sleeping Warrior, stepping all over you. Paula's in the audience. So, a phenomenon, did you say?
Phenomenonymous, yeah. Lots of
Phenomena. No.
No. Yeah, phenomena.
Perfect. Yeah, they've got plenty of phenomena. Well, so what? They got half a hypothesis then.
Yeah, that's all they're going to get, isn't it? Half.
Half.
Well, their description becomes invalid at that point. So I don't even know if I would give them that they have a phenomenon to study.
Oh no, because what you describe's true. If you want to then put that description in to a heliocentric paradigm, then yeah, it turns tits up. But if I see the sun transiting across the sky, that is exactly what I see.
But they say the sun goes behind the horizon.
Well, no, they say the sun stays where it is and it's me that's spinning. So it becomes nonsensical and a non-description when they try to put it into that paradigm. But as it sits, if you actually describe what you see, that's legit.
So you see the sun go behind the horizon or into the horizon?
Oh, that's the point where you're putting it into a description of a model, isn't it? For either of us.
Yeah, that's his point.
Yeah. So you can have the phenomenon as long as you don't try and describe it in their model, yeah? Are we agreeing to agree here?
Seems like it.
Having not disagreed.
You can have a phenomena, but also, some phenomena aren't in the model; they're just in the maths. So, for example, the notion, the phenomenon claimed as mass attracting mass. Nothing
Yeah,
to
but
observe.
in this case, it's assuming the outcome, isn't it? Because what they have is Q, therefore P.
Yeah, it's a begging the question fallacy. We'll get to that in a Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
You're going to need art for that.
Yeah, that's true. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Oh, definitely not. It's like everything else, Nathan. It only appears in the maths.
I'm sure you're going to need art for that as well.
Yeah, 50% of the time. You will need that.
Actually, no, I don't agree with that. I think that you can have gravity on a flat Earth too.
What is gravity?
Center of mass.
See, gravity. What is gravity? See, we don't know what it is, but we know what it does.
Hold on. There's only two different types of gravity, and neither are applicable flat Earth or otherwise. One is mass attracting mass. The other is a conceptual medium being bent by the uneven distribution of mass. Well, neither are applicable. What do you mean you can have that on a flat Earth? Mathematically, if the Earth was flat, you could reify the same nonsense into existence with maths. Is that what you mean?
Well, no, I mean, this perception that a lot of people seem to have that things fall down when they ignore other things that go up, because like that third law of motion that Newton states is for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. They ignore that and they think that something falling down means it's being attracted to the ground. You could still have that on a flat plane. It's just not to the center of mass. It's just to the ground.
Okay, before you launch
that's
into
not gravity.
Yeah, indeed. Before you launch into discussion about Raichi 00000 and Fight the Flat Earth and their discussions in regards to gravity, I'm just going to give a couple of qualifiers and then hopefully you'll launch in off the back of that. So, number one, we've already covered, which is to say there isn't any scientific evidence of gravity. So there's no phenomena and there's no reification of the mathematical description that only exists in pseudo-4 space. So neither of these two things are applicable. I just want to get that out of the way immediately. Further to that, the laws of motion of Newton were not right. And when Anthony's detailing them in the next 15 to 20 minutes, I want you to appreciate that he's working within their paradigm. So he's criticising what they think the claim is versus what the claim actually is, notwithstanding that gravity, A, isn't a force, B, hasn't got a phenomenon of mass attracting mass, and C, we don't live in pseudo-4 space. So all those things are notwithstanding. So when Anthony discusses it, it doesn't mean he's conceding that those things are true. He's just laying out the paradigm. So I don't want to hear any crap from people in the comment section telling me, so Anthony accepts that blah, 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 insert his version of what is being claimed versus the version that's being argued. I don't want to hear it. That's my qualifier. Hopefully everyone else will pop themselves on mute while Anthony launches into his discussion about the show he watched. I didn't yesterday at about midnight UK time. Is everybody on mute? You ready to take it away, Anthony?
Yeah, I'll just quickly screen share.
Oh, the screen sharing. Oh, God. So I can't just go and get a brew. Okay.
No, you can, because I'll control it. It's fine.
I was joking. Okay, you're on.
Are we up?
Yeah. Ready when you are.
All right. So last night, midnight, I didn't watch it live. I watched it first thing this morning because sleep's paramount these days. But anyway, Raichi 50 was arguing with Fight the Flat Earth, and obviously he gets onto gravity. Now, she asks a very basic high school level question on F equals MA. And I was gobsmacked at the obfuscation tactics that were in play. It's a very, very simple question that she asks. And what she's pointed out is that these people, these anti-flat earthers, will obfuscate at all costs when they're cornered. And she's trying to point out to them that they substitute Newton's second law in lieu of Newton's first law. So she asks them, where do you get the A from in F equals MA? Now, what they're doing is they're calculating the force into existence because they see something accelerate. They calculate the force from it, applying the sum. And then because there's an acceleration of a mass and then they calculate the force, they claim that it doesn't matter where the force comes from so long as they see something accelerating. But the problem is They were talking about gravity. So because gravity is not a force, it doesn't accelerate and cannot accelerate mass. That's the current position in physics today, science today. But they want to apply Newtonian gravitation at all times because they want to insist that mass attracts mass, and Newton's universal gravitational theory insists that mass attracts mass. They want to apply that always, and it's not the current position in science anymore. So Newton's first law of motion states that an object in motion or an object at rest will remain in motion or at rest unless acted upon by a force. Fight the Flat Earth took massive issue with the fact that she didn't say an unbalanced force because he thinks that that's important. It isn't important, and what I'm about to show is not only is he wrong, but even if he was right, it doesn't change the position. They still need to answer the question. So what I'm going to do now, flick over to the next page. I've not used PowerPoint for a long time. So this is a screenshot where after asking the question, F equals ma, where do you get the A from? He's working out, he's trying to use a load of mathematics to get to the A, the answer, and this is what he gives us the answer. And then he insists that this is satisfying the requirements for acceleration. And Rachel's trying to get him to go back to the application of Newton's first law, which we're going to look at now. So in this, let's go back to this. Oh, I've not put it on. In this, let me just make sure where that is, because that should be in there. This is kind of important. Just bear with me. Yeah, it's there. Oh. There. Sorry, F5. So this is taken from this particular book. It's in a obviously Newton's laws of motion was written in Latin, and none of us speak Latin, and you've got to allow for a little bit of wiggle room because there might be some element of being lost in translation. But nonetheless, this is a translation using Latin, using this particular guy, Andrew Mott. You can. There's the ISBN number. You can search it. You can buy it on whatever, Amazon or whatever. And what we're going to do is we're going to look at Newton's first and second laws of motion. And throughout what I'm going to say now, you've got to remember that the point I'm making is that they substitute the calculation of F equals ma in lieu of Newton's first law of motion. That's what they're doing. They're substituting mathematics in lieu of his first law of motion, okay? So he said, Fight the Flat Earth said, he focused massively on the unbalanced force bit, and he insists that Newton said it. But this is actually from Newton's book, Newton's law of Newton's Principia, however you want to pronounce it. Every body preserves in its state of rest or of uniform motion in a right line unless it is compelled to change that state by forces impressed thereon. Now, it doesn't say unbalanced forces, and this is the final edition, right? So this is the most recent version of. He did a couple of revisions, but this is the most recent version of. It doesn't say unbalanced forces. So Fight the Flat Earth, when he dwells on the unbalanced forces claim from Newton, that is actually wrong. That doesn't come into it. That was substituted later. Newton didn't say it. So Fight the Flat Earth is incorrect to dwell on the unbalanced forces bit. It was substituted later on. But basically what this says in normal everyday language is an object in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by a force. Okay, that's the first rule. So to get an object to accelerate, you have to give a force. You have to apply a force, an interaction, a push or a pull, a repulsion, a propulsion. Whatever word you want to do, there's got to be a doing word. It's got to have a verb to describe the interaction between the object that's not moving and the thing that's making it move. There's got to be something there, otherwise it won't accelerate. Okay, that's the first one. Now, what that also means is if you haven't got a force, it isn't going to accelerate. So an object at rest will remain at rest unless acted upon by a force, right? So it's not going to accelerate without a force, right? And in the second law of motion, which is what they always apply, F equals ma, it doesn't actually say F equals ma anywhere in Newton's second law. It says the alteration of motion is ever proportional to the motive force impressed, and it is made in the direction of the right line in which that force is impressed. And then it goes on to make some more. But the point is, it doesn't say F equals ma. That's simply a calculation. Now, these laws of motion essentially were superseded, or they were refined by quantum mechanics, which I'm not going to go into, But I want people to be aware that they were not right and they needed to be changed by quantum mechanics in 1925. Einstein's theory of general relativity was 1915. Let's flip back to that first one for a second, because I just want to point this bit out. Projectiles persevere, basically continue in their motions so far as they are not retarded by the resistance of the air or impelled downwards by the force of gravity. Key word that, downwards by the force of gravity. Well, we all know that gravity is not a force because Einstein changed it in 1915 when he redefined gravity. He invented a whole new geometry. He limited the speed of light to a constant and basically radicalized gravitation from the force that Newton's describing here into an effect. This is an important note, and this is a really important distinction to observe, because if gravity is not a force, there can be no effect, because you need a force to cause the acceleration of mass. This is what Rachel was asking. Where do you get the acceleration from in F equals ma? Well, there is no acceleration of mass if you haven't got a force to do it. You need a force to accelerate mass. But what they're doing is substituting a force, and they're calculating the force as though the force exists. Well, the calculating isn't going to give you an accelerating mass. You need a force to do that, not a calculation, not a load of gibberish. Doesn't matter how eloquent your equations are, be them Einstein's field equations or fight the flat earth scribbling on a whiteboard. Doesn't matter how good your maths are, that doesn't accelerate mass. You need a force, not a calculation, force. So what these people are doing, and Rachel had them totally cornered, right? She had Blue Marble Science on, and he was explaining to her how he did the Cavendish repeat, and how he was, and she basically said to him, "What's making the balls accelerate?" And he's saying, "Well, it's obviously something that looks and acts like a force." And she said, "Well, what force is it?" And he can't answer that question. So these people will do everything to stop them from answering that question because their answer is gravity. But as we know, gravity is not a force. It was replaced by Einstein in 1915 as an effect. Now, let's just push Einstein a couple of steps further. Einstein was verified according to science in 1919 with the observation of Eddington, where he observed the stars behind the sun. And in doing so, he validated, according to science, he validated that Einstein was in fact correct, because the observation of the stars behind the sun would not be possible unless space-time was bending, okay? So at 1919, that was verified to be Einsteinian, to be correct. That's the claim. Fast forward 100 or so years, and you've got LIGO. So mid-1990s, they started to build and got towards completing the LIGO observational thing, the Gravitational Wave Observatory. And that was at a cost of $1.1 billion. That's not just a number. That is a massive number, a huge number, right? $1.1 billion. It took them 10 years and numerous false claims, false starts for the observation of gravitational waves. If LIGO detects gravitational waves and it's supporting Einstein because it's gravitational waves, Newton didn't have gravitational waves. He did have changes in direction of gravity when accelerations occur, but he didn't have gravitational waves, and that's what LIGO is specifically detecting. It proves that Einstein is correct and not Newton. So it goes beyond the Eddington observation, and it is claimed that by having gravitational waves, Einstein is correct and Newton is not. And that is the current position in science today. Not that I agree with it, I don't, but that's what the current position is in science today. Why that's important is because Newton is now historical. He's not current anymore. You can't use his maths to calculate forces into existence. You can't do it because you haven't got the force in the first place applying Newton's first law to be able to do so. You have to have a force to accelerate mass. You can't have calculations to accelerate mass. And this is the point that Rachel was trying to get to. And he will not let her speak. She's absolutely right. The more she asks the question, the more irate he gets, and he starts calling her a stupid bint and all the usual insults, rather than address the actual question. Her point is valid. How do you get the acceleration if you've just got a mass? And the answer is, in the law, it states that you've got to have a force. Said it about 10 times, and I'm emphasizing it so that you get the message. What it doesn't say is that you can calculate a force into existence using the second law. It says you need a force, yeah? So when these idiots are calculating a force using F equals ma, they are substituting the requirement of a force under Newton's first law for a calculation of F equals ma under his second law. And that violates Newton's first law because it doesn't say you can have a calculation to get a force. You need a force to get a force. You need a force to get an acceleration. What they do to get around this is they deliberately conflate force and acceleration. If there's an acceleration, there's got to be a force. We agree. You haven't got a force, so they calculate that force into existence, and then they think that they've got a force. Meanwhile, in the real world, nothing's moving. You need a force to make something to move, not a calculation. I've said it 10 times, but this is the bit that our side are now beginning to get, and they're realizing that these guys conflate force with effect, because they will literally say, if you've got an acceleration, you've then got a force. But they don't say, yeah, we need a force to get the acceleration. That's the point that Rachel was trying to get to, and they would not let her get to it. So no matter what she did, he would not answer the question unless he was referring to mathematics. And that isn't the answer. So I'm going to finish with, this is where F equals ma comes from in the second law. It actually comes from his definition, right? His definition states that the quantity of motion is the measure of the same arising from the velocity and the quantity of matter conjunctly. That's what he's describing there. That's where the F equals ma comes from. So it doesn't even come from the second law of motion. It comes from an interpretation of the definition. So 2 points there. Newton did not say that there was an unbalanced force in the first law of motion, and F equals ma doesn't even come from the second. It comes from an interpretation of the definition. Okay? And then we're going to end with this, because this is essentially what they're doing. If you read along with me, I'll transpose my point over the top of these words here. Oh, well, never mind that. Now I have a acceleration to gravitation. That's the scientific formula. Accelerating mass through the calculation of sums. And now I have an acceleration of mass. So in the same way that this prisoner is trying to escape jail by calculating how he can walk through walls, and obviously you can't calculate how you can walk through walls, he thinks you can. They are doing exactly the same thing, but rather than escaping jail with a calculation, they're making mass accelerate with a calculation. But it violates Newton's first law of motion, which requires a force, not a calculation. If our side can get that right and apply this against them regularly, they'll stop claiming that F equals ma, therefore we've got gravitational attraction, because that is literally what they're doing. I'm done. Anybody got any questions?
Very good. Thank you first and foremost before anybody launches in. Good presentation.
Was that a picture of that guy, Fight the Flat Earth?
Who cares? Any comments on the presentation
The ugly
in terms
bastard.
of F
I've got
equals
a few.
ma? Anybody at all?
Yep.
Go ahead, Adam.
I remember doing this in A-level physics. How do you get it? And getting it is, again, a trick. I'll put simply, you take real-term stuff and you take a ball bearing and you drop it. And this is where they get the numbers for the A. If I could just screen share for a second.
Now, just before you do, Adam, do numbers satisfy Newton's first definition, Newton's first law of motion?
No, and it gets better as well. So just, it is exactly numbers. If you can see here, what they're going to do is take these things and then use the formula equation for a line of y equals mx plus c to define that the gradient will be equal to the force of gravity. And the way they do that is by taking stuff and dropping it. Now, I would suggest to you that what you're measuring there is the force that you've had to put in to the system, and then you're measuring it equilibrate. There is no overreaching force. You're just measuring the displacement you put into the system by picking up the ball bearing, dropping it. That's what you're demonstrating there. You're not demonstrating a force that you can't demonstrate. But what I want to do, just to give Nathan a giggle, is go to the top. This is A-level physics that is from, and I shall just read it. The overall aim of the experiment is to calculate the value of the acceleration due to gravity g. This is done by measuring the time it takes for a ball bearing to fall a certain distance. The acceleration is then calculated, as I briefly outlined. Variables. Independent variable is height, and the dependent variable is time. Your controls are the steel boring, the same electromagnet, and the distances. And I'll leave it at that, because I think no more.
Well, sorry, from what I understand, the proposed hypothesis is if height, then time. Is that correct?
That seems to be what comes out of an A-level syllabus, yeah.
If height, then time is the claimed experimental alternative hypothesis. My God, what's the world come to, Adam?
Shocking.
See, and this is the shit that they're teaching kids, right? Yeah. And I heard Conspiracy Cats recently attack Spurs Chemo, and he said, you have no idea what they're teaching kids. And that's a valid point. We're not kids. We're not in school anymore. So what do they teach kids? And if this is an example of what they're teaching kids, that the independent variable can be height, what is height? It's an arbitrary measuring scale that we ascribe to the distance between objects in a vertical axis, right? But it's a concept. It's not a valid independent variable.
Well, I know they're warning kids about flat earthers. That I know for a fact.
Really?
Just to round that out, Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, no medium was mentioned.
Absolutely none. No.
Well, that was another spin-off that I wanted to just add. Newton's first law of motion states that an egg will remain in the middle of its medium unless acted upon by a force, right? It doesn't mention the medium. But if you have the interaction of one relative egg relative to its medium, and you vary the medium or the egg or the density of the mass or the volume of either, then an acceleration occurs. And if you isolate the perception or the perspective to just the egg, then you will say, well, there must be a force there. And we can say, well, there is a force, it's pressure. Pressure is caused by the interactions of the molecules against the walls of its container. And we put more molecules in that medium, and we increase the rate of collisions between the egg, the medium and the surface, and that pushed the egg up. And all of the mass went below the egg. Now, we can satisfy that definition, right? But conversely, if you say, if you don't limit it to just the egg and you take into account all the relative circumstances and include the medium, you don't even have to. There's a problem with Newton's first law of motion there, because it says that an object in motion, an object at rest will remain at rest unless acted upon by a force. Well, we varied the density of the medium and it caused an acceleration. And as them lot would say, well, where's the force in that? Well, even though we can say it's pressure, and that's a valid scientific explanation, because Newton's first law doesn't reference mediums, you're working outside of that first law of motion, yet you're still achieving the same result. So the question really is Newton's first law of motion wide and broad enough to account for all of the variables when there are other variables that cause acceleration that he doesn't really consider or account for? And it's a bit epistemological, but it's still a valid question to ask.
Anybody from Discord got any comment on what Anthony's presented? Feel free.
Any science deniers want to challenge the science that was presented?
Wasn't any science presented.
Well, any non-science deniers want to question any of the non-science that was presented?
Alrighty then.
Well, the little bit I did watch, I noticed the other question that he really shied away from was what causes the rotation of the Earth, right? Because he has to answer the same question. You know, where's the force?
Struggle to.
What is causing the rotation of the Earth?
What causes it?
It's all density dependent, isn't it? When you combine two liquids and one is lighter than the other, because they don't mix, there is no vector down. Actually, the liquid is going up.
Hold on a second. I don't like that question.
There is a vector up and down.
Hold on.
We demonstrated that if we one of the things that Fight the Flat Earth claimed was that relative density disequilibrium doesn't account for or explain the directionality, but it does, because this is where I'm reluctant to even have this conversation with people on their side.
Sorry, why are you explaining this? Do you have a claim in this regard, Anthony?
I just can I can rebut the assertion that relative density doesn't have a directionality to it.
No. You've already done that. Refutation of a claim of gravity has been achieved, right? Further to that, you can, if you choose to, offer up a claim now. But why would you do that?
Just to rebut the nonsense, the lie that Fight the Flat Earth has said.
You're falling into the trap of feeling that it's somehow your responsibility to offer up an alternative explanation. Now, don't get me wrong, I appreciate over the last 2 years, maybe even longer, starting with you and Arwin just discussing the relative density disequilibrium argument in juxtaposition with the gravity argument. That was fascinating. However, much as I appreciate it, and I'm the first to say we're in a world of discovery and we can find out new things, and this is one of them. In this specific respect, when it's somebody making a claim about gravity, rip it to shreds and just leave it at that. You know, in 20 minutes, if you would like to just bring up relative density and start describing it, I'd be like, yeah, cool, man, let's discuss this, is great. But in this regard, it leaves the impression that somehow you've got to offer an alternative and you don't. Just want to make that clear. You feel free to if you want to.
Yeah, I want to rebut the assertion that Fight the Flat Earth claims wrongly that relative density doesn't account for or explain the directionality. His question was what?
Sucker. Go ahead. Sucked you in good and proper, hasn't he?
Well, you can interpret it as a sucker if you wish, but this gent that's just spoke then basically heard him say that, and if I don't address it, he will believe that Fight the Flat Earth is correct because I refuse to address it.
Yeah,
but the reality is...
let me just address that. So what you're saying is, unless you buy into his false dichotomy, he'll think he's won his false dichotomy, correct?
But it's just a false point that he's raised that is not true.
Yeah, you've dealt with all that. Look, I'm not going to labour the point. If you want to go into offering up an alternative so that he can then pull apart that and then claim he's won anyway because your version of events that you'll now offer can be then focused on to be pulled apart rather than leaving it at the refutation of what's already been claimed. Because then there's nothing to come back at you with, but you feel free.
So the gent that just spoke, would you mind repeating the question for the audience benefit?
Bendy Space-Time, can you repeat your statements about your impressions of the Raichi triple, quad, what is it, 5 zeros and Fight the Flat Earth debate? Go ahead.
I mentioned that she was trying to get him to explain the cause of the rotation of the Earth when they were talking about centrifugal force. And he avoided answering that at all costs.
It was a different bloke. Somebody else after that comment said something like...
that was George. That was George that spoke after me.
Oh, me. Now, what I said was it's medium dependent. When you combine two liquids, the top liquid doesn't go down. It actually floats on top of the previous one. That's what I said. There is no vector of down. There is no gravity. It's medium dependent.
There is no vector of down. That's right. Right. Okay. So I misunderstood your point. I thought you were echoing his words when he said that it doesn't account for the directionality of mass. I've mistaken. So I'll leave that for another day because I want to save that until somebody actually brings it up.
Cool. Everyone's a winner.
We'll move on from now.
Yeah, cool. Everyone's a winner then. So I can address Bendy Spacetime's concerns because that immediately led on to cause of Earth rotation. So we're into begging the question of Earth rotation and trying to ascertain the cause of it. I don't really understand how that came up. Maybe you can fill me in.
I didn't hear that bit, to be honest.
They were talking about centrifugal force. And so she asked about, what's causing the Earth rotation. But I guess you're right. It is begging the question.
Beg the question for him. Very interesting.
He seemed very uncomfortable with trying to answer that.
I'm surprised at
would
that
you
as well.
try and-
Why wouldn't he just rub his hands together? Because she's just made the question for him, right?
Well, she's accepted the Earth's rotating. That's the point. And they said, give me a just so story now. Move forward with a just so story.
Yeah, why didn't he rub his hands and just give her one?
No, he didn't even have to do that.
Yeah, I
He
don't
could have
know.
just said, I don't know the cause of Earth's rotation, but at least we agree it's rotating.
Exactly. That's what I'd done if I'd have just gone, right, you want me to give you the cause? I don't know, but we all agree it's rotating. Happy days.
Gonna need that for that.
You will
That's
need
the
half for that.
problem, though,
If you
because-
were there, Jorge, you'd have just pummeled it right there and then, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, of course. To be rotating, you're gonna need half of that.
See, that was like one of the main problems that the whole hangout had, was that anytime he asked her a question and she took a breath to be able to give a rebuttal, she'd get 2 or 3 words out and he'd speak over her and not allow her to speak. Yet when she did the same back to him to try and interrupt him when he was misrepresenting things that she was saying, he'd say things like, back to her, saying things like, stop talking while I'm talking, little girl, in the most unbelievably poor way ever. But it just stops her from talking effectively, and he gets to say what he wants, unchallenged, essentially, because he wouldn't let her speak.
It doesn't stop people listening, Tony, and hearing that, though. It doesn't support their argument when they behave like that, especially if you're going to behave in that. Sounds like a misogynistic attitude. People aren't deaf to that, are they?
If you were in that Fight the Flat Earth chat last night as a Ball Earther and you thought that there was anything positive in that from the Ball Earth side, you are deluded. There was nothing positive. He never let her speak. He didn't address her. He didn't answer her main question that she must have said 10 times more. He wouldn't answer it. All he would do is basically conflate, obfuscate, and distract away at all times so that he didn't have to answer it. And that was essentially
the
what he did.
Ball Earth view, Tony, is one thing, and I genuinely don't give a flying cahoots as in stuff like that how the Ball Earthers perceive it. The newbies, the neutrals, yeah, that's what's important in those kind of forums where they have got the viewers, so they are going to get not anti-flat earthers coming in, but just people who are flat curious. Yeah. Now, they're the conversations. I think they destroy themselves when they behave like that, when they talk like that, when they don't answer the point. And if somebody is genuinely interested, they'll hear that. And the ballers do all our work for us by the simple fact that intelligent people can go, you're not answering the question, mate. Yeah. Especially if somebody's being polite and trying to get the point and you're getting over talked. That's a win, it sounds like to me. Not they might come away thinking, yeah, we didn't let her get a word in edgeways, we just kept overriding her and misrepresenting her position. We won that debate. Those days are gone.
Yep, those days are gone.
Well, I can't understand how people, like in debate, really, why are people not stomping the ground demanding they give them R? Like, they need to do that now.
Maybe she did. We
how
don't know if
long?
she didn't. Did you watch? I certainly didn't. Did you watch? Talking to you, John.
No, I've just based it off what Anthony said. Never mind.
Okay. Did she stomp out this or any of the other arguments that were had with a request for R?
To be honest, 90% of the show was about Einstein, Newton, gravity, and F equals ma. So they never really departed from that topic. There was an end to it, but there was only a limited, small amount of time at the end afterwards. So they didn't really get past it. So no.
I did notice, Tony. I don't know if you can put the picture back up with Fight the Flat Earth and his little bit of maths, but he does need R. Look at the picture. He puts R in there. There it is. Look, R squared.
Yep.
Yeah. So you're going to need R for that, Chunky.
It's funny because he
Yeah, I think. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that I think what Nathan did when with that one guy about debating cats, demanding that they give R before the debate happens. I think that's where flat earthers need to be at. We need, like, if you're wanting to debate somebody, they need to have R before they can beg the question.
Yeah, I don't think Rachie 50 watches the show enough. She might pass by periodically, but she's definitely not up to date. But these people won't listen to anything that she says. When she gets them cornered, they will apply tactics to get out of it at all costs. So, for example, he brought Hillbilly Blue Balls in to talk about his Cavendish experiment that he repeated. And basically, it is a parlor trick. And he was asking, she'd cited that phrase, it's a parlor trick. And then they were trying to pin her on exactly why was it a parlor trick. And I was in my head, I was thinking she's going to come up with, like, there's no valid observed phenomena, there's no hypothesis, no IVDV. And basically they did get her cornered because she didn't give an answer to it when challenged. But if that had been anybody else that spat out, where's the IV, where's the DV, where's the hypothesis, they wouldn't have got away with, like, refuting their claim that it was just words that she was spewing or words to that effect, because that is essentially what they managed to show, and that's because she's not up to date with the flat Earth debate, Rachie.
Well, I will plug my own show and advise everyone to share, etc. But I do want 10th Man to just read out his comment that he typed himself in the Skype chat. Can you just read out what you just put, 10th?
Yeah, this is Ayn Rand's statement. You can avoid reality, but you cannot avoid the consequences of avoiding reality.
No, I want you to read what you wrote. Read what you wrote.
I'm transitioning. So I wrote, you can avoid R, but you cannot avoid the consequences of avoiding R.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
The greatest fairy tale in the world, and it ends the moment you ask them where they got the radius from.
That's the point in that maths, John, that I was saying. They've gone very clever on Rachie there. They've gone straight to mathematics and done a nice bit of deriving and jiggling and reorganising the formula. But fundamentally, they've put an R in there, and she can reject it at that point, yeah, unless Nathan demands. Where'd you get your R first? If you're going to use it in something, I think it's perfectly reasonable in 2021, if we're going to use a constant in a formula, that it's validatable, that constant. And it's fundamental if you're going to use that bit of maths, that you have to use R. Therefore, it's perfectly reasonable to define it. And if you can't verify it, then there's no point carrying on with the derivation, because it's just not based in reality, it's just numbers.
Right. These are powerful words that are coming out of Adam's mouth, and I want to stress that, because the turnaround was stated, it's probably 18 months ago now, it was specifically stated on the show that the tables had turned. Very specifically, everything had flipped on its head in terms of how the debate, the discussion, the argument was going. From feeling like you're fighting a losing battle as a flat earther, the odds being stacked against you, society being stacked against you, and your debate opponents being stacked against you, to the complete antithesis of that. I don't concern myself in the slightest with this discussion anymore. I don't lose any sleep over it. It doesn't faze me. And we're winning. There's no arguments that we've left unturned. There's nothing that we haven't covered. And as a consequence, we don't get that many people coming in to oppose what we state. So that means that 90-10, 90%, 10%. This is a training ground. This show has always been labelled as education. Now, when it was first labelled education, it was my belief that the process would be educational. Now, that's still true, but the show, in not just name only, is very much an education-based show. You're saying, well, Rachel wasn't up to date with the Flat Earth debate. Should appreciate that just asking for where they measured R, well, even if she knew that and asked, you might not necessarily know that having a good grasp of the black swan is the means to having the ability to just ask somebody where they got their R value. You've got to be able to back up these arguments, but you've got to be up to date with the Flat Earth debate in order to do that. So for that reason, when I encourage people to share the show, maybe give people a hint of what's going to happen. It's got it in the title, so you don't have to tell them debate. It's labelled Flat Earth debate, but that's a title. You know, you can tell them, you know, this is a great training ground for understanding how to undo globe arguments, how to prove Earth is flat. If you want to learn how to do that in a better way, here you go. Go and watch this show. And that's all we talk about. That's literally all we talk about. How to debate the nature of reality. One of the biggest paradigm shifting things that will ever happen in most people's lives is right now, right here on this show, and we're training people how to do it more efficiently. So, I'm not going to knock anybody, there's no obligation to come here and watch, but if you do, you'll pick up tips on how to annihilate globe believers very quickly. Because the arguments just get more and more and more and more concise. The housekeeping questions haven't changed in, 3 years?
Actually, what it'll do is it'll teach you that you don't even have to engage with these blurthers. You don't have to talk to them. Now, I actually said to Rachel last night, don't go on Fight the Flat Earth, because you know more than he knows. He's going to lie, he's going to call you names, and he's going to try and make you look bad at all opportunities, no matter what. If you make a minor mistake on something, he's going to jump all over it, right? I said, don't do it. You don't need to go on there to be able to show that you know more than he does about the topic that he loves the most, because he does. You just don't need to do it. Now, she went on anyway, and I was like, Rachie, there's no need to go on there. You haven't benefited from going on there. But we don't need to be able to talk to these morons when you realise that the housekeeping questions are still valid, and none of them have been able to debunk any of them. It's a problem.
We don't, Tony, but they desperately need people, don't they? They need people that, and respectfully to Rachie, that they can try and trip up, that maybe haven't got most of the tools in the box ready to batter them. And that's why they don't come here. But what they do need is newer people who haven't got the full argument settled to do it in a debate, and that's what they're after. As you just said, they're just waiting for that one little mistake, and they'll jump all over it to prove that the Earth's a ball because you've made one little mistake. Well, nah, sorry, Muppets. Yeah, I don't need you. I know they'd be desperate for any of us lot to go over there and make their best rating shows ever, and that's they're defined by us.
The thing is, she didn't even make a mistake, and they jumped all over her. Because she didn't use the phrase unbalanced force, which Newton, as I demonstrated, did not say. They thought that because she didn't say an unbalanced force, they thought that everything that she said could be dismissed, and that's how they treated it. But the reality is, even if he did say it and she made the mistake of not saying it or not understanding when corrected or accepting when corrected, it doesn't change the point, which was successfully obfuscated by them jumping up and unbalanced. Because the reality is, you can't calculate a force into existence mathematically. You need an interaction that makes something accelerate, not a calculation. Something, you need a verb. You need a doing, something that's doing, you need a verb to do that, not a calculation. So that point then got successfully obfuscated so that they couldn't, they weren't made to answer the question, well, what made Cavendish's Hillbilly Blue Balls Cavendish test? What made his balls accelerate?
And with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you, first and foremost, to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's live show possible. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, however, stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. If you are watching live, this is where we bid you farewell. So a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, and all that good stuff. Also, below this video, you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, and this is a particular note if you drive an electric vehicle. I've been Nathan Oakley. Stay tuned if you're watching on a premiering stream, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
I think that's brilliant. That's brilliant.
You need a doing thing, something that's doing.
I was just going to say, when Newton looked or wrote the Principia, he was wearing the paradigm of heliocentrism around his eyes. So he ascribed the force where one didn't, like he observed the proportionality and ascribed a force to it.
Yeah.
Which that's the problem. Is like we both both sides realize something's happening. You know, having things return to equilibrium, but they want to ascribe a force to it outside that, you know, created the universe in their minds.
Yep. And the other thing with that is if Newton was to look at that egg test, and he was to look at the egg test from Newton's perspective, he would look at the egg test, he would isolate the egg, and he would say that the egg accelerated because of a force, right? And we could then say, well, it's pressure. But then we would say back to him, well, did you account for the fluctuation in the pressure, in the gradients, the medium? And he would say, no. Yet that was the thing that was adjusted or varied in the test. It was the varying of the medium that caused the acceleration in the science, but he doesn't consider that in his laws of motion. But if he did do that, then he'd be like, maybe my law of motion is incomplete because it doesn't take into account the medium. If he then changed his law of motion to account for the medium, then we would have relative density. But he didn't do that, did he? So it's like, well, I could just say, well, Newton's laws of motion don't go far enough because it takes into account the effect of the medium, which is scientifically demonstrably the case that it does cause acceleration.
They need a force.
Have you mathematically quantified, because it seems like this is a law you're talking about with relative density, and it seems to be a subset of like an entropic effect.
Correct.
Have you mathematically?
Right. Hold on, just before you go on.
Yeah.
I've said this many times. I was privy to a conversation between Adam, Dr. John D, and Quantum Eraser, which took about 10 days, maybe a couple of weeks, and the end conclusion was exactly that. Talking about a second-order effect of entropy, therefore trying to establish the cause is futile, but it's essentially just an entropic effect that you're detailing. Correct. Kudos, if you came to that of your own.
Right, but it seems like it's it seems like like it can be mathematically defined as a law. Do you know anybody that's done that yet, Sleeping Warrior, or have you tried to?
It is already. Hold on, I'll answer that too.
You know
it is
anything
already.
about
Yeah, you can. It's part of entropic law. Yes, you can, and yes, it is. It's already there. You've already said it. It's entropy. That is the law.
It's just a natural law because fundamentally it's supported by natural law. You could put some numbers around it, but they would just be observational, a bit like Newton's done. And then you can then criticize it and say, well, those numbers don't take into account the medium. But you can take the natural law statement and apply that. But you're not going to get a number derived because ultimately you're ascribing it to entropy. So you're admitting you don't have a cause and effect. You can just push it back to that point where you can say, well, its effects are governed and driven by entropic effects. We can see that. So I can't really put a cause and effect there because my understanding comes from natural law, which is a recognition.
However, there is a slight deviation from that. You can ascribe one if you force something into disequilibrium. But then, as we always point out, it's you. You are causing something to be forced into disequilibrium. Now, the same can be true or ascribed when you describe Newton's apple. Well, the apple didn't just start in existence hovering in a balance between breaking off the stalk and falling down. It had to go up first. It had to grow from the ground using energy, and that process took a considerable amount of time to get the apple to be above his head when he came along 100 years later and sat under that tree.
And then all you've got is the knowledge of disequilibrium playing out to equilibrium. You pick the apple go up there by, natural methods, but once it's no longer sustained there, then the natural equilibrium will play out. If I pick a ball up and let go of it, the natural equilibrium will restore. That's fundamentally what you're able to describe in terms of equilibrium. And
cue the anti-flat earther clutching at straws with things in fall arrest. right? Wile E. Coyote on the edge of a cliff that's about to fall off, and he's standing there in what, equilibrium? Well, no, because there's about to be an entropic effect taking effect in a very short space of time that's probably taken a considerably longer period of time to reach that effect. I'm talking about a cartoon here, by the way. But the entropic effect of the crumbling of the rock face for that cliff edge to fall with Wile E. Coyote standing on top of it and then fall down, go boom, boom, was the fall arrest that he was in because he wasn't in equilibrium. But they'll clutch at those straws and try and describe the force of gravity, which is 1g when nothing's happening, right? When it should be 0. What they describe as 0 and give you an equivalent, because we can't take the presuppositional orbit as a 0 because it doesn't exist. So what do we have them describing as an equivalent to their doesn't exist orbit falling around a sphere Earth perpetually, therefore floating around? Well, they say it's when you go into the parabolic motion in the vomit comet. Well, that's what they say is 0 by equivalent. But you're falling at a massive rate. Now, all the windows are clogged up so it doesn't look like it from your reference frame inside the falling projectile, but you are very much falling. But they call that 0. And when you're doing absolutely precisely nothing, standing on the ground, you've got 1g. Like, what? They've just moved the start line up 1. Then it starts to make no sense when they say, well, 0g, i.e. nothing happening, is actually you in perpetually falling motion. Like, right, so you're saying that when I'm falling, I'm in 0g? Yeah, that's right. That's when you reach balance. That's when it's 0. You're like, that ain't equilibrium. That's me falling. But they'll call it equilibrium. They'll call it 0g.
Yeah, but when you're falling, the reason you're falling is, in their world, is because you're subject to g. So it's forcing you down, admittedly down and over the ball. But the reason you're falling is because you are subject to the g.
No, that's only if you're that's only if you're in orbital motion. Whereas you don't achieve orbital motion. There is nothing in orbit. We're not on a sphere. We're not falling around spheres. Orbital motions are begging the question fallacy. It doesn't exist, right? It's been ascribed to some of the lights in the sky. They strap it onto their phenomena, the only stuff they've actually got. They'll ascribe this mathematical derivation in terms of orbital mechanics. But that doesn't mean we have orbits. We don't. So I'm only pinning on the equivalent. Well, that is an object, most definitely, falling through air. Now, they say that's the equivalent of the effect of gravity working on you as you fall perpetually around a sphere in orbital motion. But you don't experience that, so I can only go by their equivalent, and that is just you falling through air. And they'll say, well, that's the equivalent of you being in 0g. Right, absolutely absurd.
They're both in their world, they're both the same. Whether you're arrested at the top of the cliff or fall, you're still subject to the same force, apparently, yet they're attributed different numbers. The only difference is something is arresting you or something isn't, and you're free falling, but the force is apparently the same. It doesn't switch on and off whether there's something underneath your feet or not.
Right, let's just draw a line under this until you get to gas behaviour, which annihilates this garbage, doesn't it?
But it just to reiterate the point you first made in terms of the scaling, they use different numbers, 0g and 1g, when it's exactly the same. And the only reason is to reify it as weightlessness, as far as I can see. Because, yeah,
they want people to believe they can be Superman. It's absolutely nuts when you break it down and you look at the propaganda that's preceded and followed this notion that you can fly. That's all it is. They're selling the idea that you can fly when you're falling. That's it. You want to be Superman? Well, heliocentrism has that to offer. There's a reason I stick it in the rolling cards that go past. Obviously, every single one of the cards that gets displayed has meaning. Now, Neil was like, oh, it's not a coincidence. It's like, they've all got deep meaning, so therefore, occasionally, something that's on screen will tie into what's being said there and then. Not often, because there's about 2 hours of them. But the point is that, you know, they've all got significance, and one of them is Superman, flying in what looks like an orbital motion. Well, that was brainwashing for most, 70s people who went and saw that in amazing Technicolor. Probably never even seen the ball Earth at that point in their life. It'd probably never been presented to them in any fashion. And suddenly they're seeing it in an absolutely glorious, massive screen at the cinema, and there's Superman in what is essentially an orbital motion flying around Earth. You're like, yeah. Cut to NASA telling you can do it. You can do it in this tin can. You're like, really? Oh wow. Heliocentrism's awesome. My religion says I can fly. You're like, okay. They're just laughing at you. You know that, right? They're just laughing in your face.
You're right. I'm thinking back to a kid. I remember that film, and the fantastical bit wasn't what you just described. It's the bit there he turns the Earth's rotation backwards and turns back time. That's the bit that, as a kid in my head, was nonsense. Oh, you can't do that. Yeah, but the rest of it, that was all painting reality. It was demonstrating ball Earth, that we could do that we do have orbits. All those things weren't questioned in that narrative. Just like I said, just the only bit was, don't be silly. You can't fly so fast. You turn the Earth the other way and it turns back time. It's not.
I'm pretty certain that was originally intended. Superman 1 and 2 were both filmed at the same time, and from what I understand, that ending was actually originally part of the second movie. But they thought that the ending for the original ending for the first Superman movie wasn't good enough, so they just nicked a load of footage from the second movie to make it a glorious movie. And obviously they can then work on whatever they're going to chuck in the second movie, which was much worse after the fact. But yeah, that whole notion with, correct me if I'm wrong, it's been a long time since I watched the very original Superman motion picture. It's a dam that's collapsed on Lois Lane, right? And he just reverses time, correct?
Yeah, yeah. It cracks on it. Yeah. She's dead in the car, isn't she, or something? So he has to, spin things backwards, putting the dam reef. Yeah.
I mean, there isn't any world, Newtonian, Einsteinian, or otherwise, where the notion of spinning the Earth in the opposite direction will cause a dam to flow against the notions of gravity in a heliocentric world, because obviously he's spinning around a sphere, so that's automatically assumed. But why would reversing the spin direction in any way change time? It's just absolutely ludicrous. I mean, don't get me wrong, the guy's flying, but like I say, the suspension of disbelief for Superman isn't as far as you might expect when they made that motion picture, because they've already shown people flying in space. So it isn't actually a stretch. I always talk about the suspension of disbelief, and there's this notion of alienation, i.e. you as an actor can alienate the audience if you push their suspension of disbelief too far. Now, in my mind, the idea of Superman flying is a step too far when you put it into context of a real person rather than on the comic book pages. But it wasn't, and I think this is one of the reasons, because they've got orbital motion and literally men flying as part of your cognition before you see Superman flying. So therefore you believe it more when it's just a dude flying. You don't have to suspend disbelief quite so far. Therefore it didn't alienate audiences away from it going, that's just silly. The guy was flying, it's ludicrous. They're like, yeah, he flew around Earth. They bought it. Everyone bought into it.
Yeah, that wasn't the ludicrous bit. Him flying around Earth wasn't the that was perfectly reasonable. I say it was the turning back time bit that that broke that suspension of disbelief, that broke it. That says, that can't happen. But all the other bits, the ball Earth, the flying, the orbits, doesn't.
It is exactly. It's called predictive programming. But yes, you're right, quite right. What you do in terms of everybody appreciates when they're watching a fictional movie that they are suspending disbelief, even if they don't know what that term means. Most people appreciate that it isn't real. Unless you're very, very young and you've got an overactive imagination. Most people, when they walk into the theatre, if it's a certificate 18 movie, X for you in the Americans, you go in and you know that what's happening isn't real. Even if it's a scary movie, the monster's not going to come out and get you during or after. You appreciate that at a certain level. Now, what the ideal is for predictive programming is to let you appreciate that after something that is actually predictive programming, but you've already accepted it as true anyway. So Adam's saying, no, when people see him flying around the Earth, they're not going, yeah, obviously that's a bit far-fetched, but I'm suspending disbelief, so it's okay. They carte blanche just accept that without question, because that's all cool. For Superman, who can fly, orbital motion, perfectly reasonable. That's accepted. But then when they say, oh, but I am suspending disbelief, it's where I describe, why would the bricks go back up into the dam? So people go, oh yeah, but that bit's silly. In my world, time doesn't flow backwards. But men can fly around the Earth in an orbital motion. Obviously, Superman's Superman, and he's from Krypton, so that's why he can survive out in the sky vacuum. That I haven't even given a second thought when I've looked at him flying over clouds at high pressure, not escaping into the vacuum he's flying through, because that's all just accepted. But all of the above that I've just described is all predictive programming. We don't live on a sphere. There is no orbital motion. There is no sky vacuum, and there is no time flowing backwards. But the first three you accept without question. The last one you might say, yeah, well, it's a bit far-fetched, but it is just a movie. But you don't question that it can fly around a sphere in orbital motion in a sky vacuum. I'm done. Go ahead, whoever.
Yeah, can I pose something for Adam? Adam, so if you don't mess around, you're going forward in time. If you fly backwards, you're going backward in time, and bricks are going back up to a building. What if you get to that happy medium where it's not, that Earth in that movie is not spinning? Now what happened to time?
I'm a little lost there.
It would stand still. In movie terms, I had to think about it for a second, but that's perfectly acceptable. A freeze frame, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. So it's so ludicrous because they're trying to tell you, hey, if you don't mess around, you're going forward in time. If you're able to mess around like Superman, you can reverse time. Okay, well, put it on pause. What's happening? It's dumb.
That's the trick. So your mind's there, questioning, reifying, telling yourself, I'm an intelligent person because I can see through that that's nonsense, whilst underpinning the other stuff that just slips by you, and then becomes foundational in your understanding. You've accepted orbits, balls, flying people. Yeah,
men from. Let me just add one. Men from other quote unquote planets out in the sky vacuum, on other spheres that can be blown up at any time. All of that is accepted without question. No, we don't have aliens like Superman here, but why not? Well, I'll tell you why not, because there's no sky vacuum with other quote-unquote planets, rocks in the sky vacuum, to come from. So, no, there's not going to be men with superpowers existing in different realms of atmospheres because they've got sphere-shaped air not escaping into the vacuum just like us. So, no Superman. Again, if you didn't have a heliocentric setting for that movie, it would be taken as far-fetched. In other words, if we were actually in a flat Earth paradigm and we were under the distinct impression, worldwide, without the brainwashing that is, that we were on a flat plane and we must be contained in some form because we've got gas pressure, so it's got to be pressing on something. If somebody said, well, you know how we've got this gas pressure and it's definitely pressing on something. Well, in this story, that's just not there. And there's a vacuum beyond that. And beyond that, there's rocks in that sky vacuum, and everyone would be like going, what are you talking about? You can't just have that area that's keeping all the gas here just removed so that you can travel into some non-existent area. People would question it. Again, it's accepted that he's come from the sky vacuum and a rock thereof that's been blown up that was spherical just like us. All of that is just accepted, right? So no, it's programming. It's keeping you in that heliocentric religion because that's the basis of the story. But again, like Adam keeps saying, that's the bit that's not being questioned. You question whether or not time can flow backwards because you're an intelligent person.
Well, it's really two things here I see. It's interesting discussion. So it's really a form of begging the question in the visual form. They slip in all the begging the question stuffs like the ones you've covered. And then they'll make some big claim that's so obviously stupid that the audience is saying, well, I know that's stupid. And so to get you focused on the dumb thing, in the meantime, they slipped in 10 Mickeys on you.
Yeah, they intentionally alienate you with a certain aspect of the movie. They push it too far. So within performance art, the idea of alienation is very much understood. So it would be, for me, a poor show with a very good director if they didn't intentionally alienate the audience with a piece of subplot that didn't make sense in the real world, because the whole point of every aspect of the movie is to not alienate the audience. So when there's something like that, you've got to say, well, I suspect that is intentionally done to alienate the audience at that point, because up until that point, not for us but for your average normie, everything else is kind of okay. yeah, I can kind of accept that it might be a possibility that an alien would come from outer space, because outer space is real, therefore I'm not going to question that bit. Yes, I understand that we don't fly, but I understand that it is a possibility that you can go out into the sky vacuum and fall around, essentially flying and floating. Men do that. So when Superman does it under his own steam, it's a stretch, but it's okay. That might be the case for an alien, because I've not questioned the outer space alien bit. So all of this is now accepted. But then you eventually get to a point where you've got to have somebody say, well, they know they're suspending disbelief. They know it's a movie, so you've got to give them something to say, well, obviously it's a Superman movie, so time flying backwards, duh. Like Adam says, to make you feel like you're intelligent.
Well, intelligence, that in my mind just sparks something else. So you're always hearing people say, is he going to college now that he's through with high school? What's his major? So the whole thing is set up on higher education, except when you get to college, you realize it's a mixed bag of education, more like half-truths. They'll teach you things that are valid, but then they'll slip in all the things that aren't valid. But because your tuition is 40 grand to 80 grand, depending where you're going, hey, my parents aren't paying for someone in higher education to lie to me, so it all must be true. I mean, this is such a joke.
Well, I suspect that's the very reason that it was monetized in the first instance. If you can monetize someone and put someone into debt to get it, if you imagine that you've gone into debt to buy your favourite dream car, and you pay it off for a substantial amount of time, and you finally paid it off and you've got the debt cleared, you inherently ascribe more value to that car, sentimental or otherwise, than it's actually got, because you had to work your socks off to actually pay the bills to get the debt out of the way to get this car. Now, if you can get someone's passion for a car just by giving it a high dollar value, well, then just do the same with their education and they'll fight for it vehemently if it's ever challenged. Now, if it came their way for nothing, for free, they might be less inclined.
Yeah, that's totally true. That's totally true. If you look at Fight the Flat Earth, he insists that he's more qualified than anybody else because he's got a degree in physics that he got a third for, by the way. But nonetheless, he values his degree in physics. Now, ultimately, the Rumpus has also got a degree in physics, so they're on par with each other. Yet me and Adam both surpassed them because I've got a postgrad and so does Adam. Yet we're seen as dog shit by them because we don't have a degree in physics. Yet we both surpassed them academically, yet we're both seen as shit. But it's just nonsense. The academics is irrelevant in this topic because the reality is it's what you can prove. It's not what you believe. It's not what you can calculate. It's not what you can hypothesize or quantify. It's all about what you can prove. And you don't need a degree for evidence.
Also, there's another trick to that, scholarships. So we're only going to give out this many scholarships, but it's to these types of students. And so you got to pass a certain thing. So everyone's saying, okay, we'll go into sports and get a sports scholarship or do good in math and get a math scholarship. So the whole point is they've got the system so set up that it gives a false impression that your kid is going to go there at a high price. And of course, they're going to allow some kids to come in at a lesser price or no price because that's going to be their high bar. And I said, well, I mean, it's got to be a real institution because, look, they're giving scholarships to the brightest, so I need to get more bright. Well, when you get there, being bright means consensus science. You got to go with the consensus. That's being bright.
Yeah. You do is fall in line, conform. And I just think that the way that Sleeping Warrior categorized it and put it in words was really good. I think at the end of the day, it's down to what you can prove. And that's the bottom line because everyone's going on about this person, that person just wants to believe this, religious motives, this, that, the other, any other reason, but just look at the actual evidence and what can be proven, what cannot be proven, and what we experience is probably the limit of our actual indefinite evidence, and we don't see none of what we expected to see. And like Nathan was pointing out earlier, that if you had a fresh mind and someone told you if you had, like, let's say two children run up to you and they both told you two different stories, right? And one of them was talking about basically the earth, all the things that you don't experiencing them, and then the person who actually just sees what they see, you know which story which would make more sense. The person who's telling you that everything's rotating in all different vectors and the air's doing this and that, and there's no evidence for it, no reason to believe it. You can't really criticize people for not believing you. And when people do the show and they say, yeah, where's gas provided container? It's not the banging the drum to be annoying. It's because you guys don't answer the question or concede that it can't be demonstrated. So if you can't demonstrate it, the follow-up question is going, if you can't be demonstrated, then why do you believe it?
Because they can calculate it. And if they can calculate it, that allows them to assume or beg the question. And if they can calculate it and assume or beg the question, then you can deceive a big audience if you can put a lot of weight to maths as the evidence.
Well, what they're really doing though is like they're looking at a stick, but they're not seeing the whole stick. They're looking at like an inch of the stick, ascribing units to it, and then saying that stick can go on forever, and that just doesn't make sense.
Well, let me take a step further.
Go ahead, Jorge.
No, I'm just saying, and they show you cartoons, lots of numbers and cartoons attached to it.
Yeah, let me take a step further. All right, so what Tommy was saying, so if no one put any thoughts in your head and they ask you what's the nature of Earth, no one's going to on their own come up with the heliocentric garbage, spinning, lack of Earth-based Coriolis, all this stuff. Okay, no curvature, no R. But then they'll say, well, then, so now I'm talking from the other side. Well, then how's the waters on a flat Earth work? They say, just like anywhere else, it must be contained. I mean, that's really a better answer to how waters
just common
behave
sense.
On the flat. Yeah, just common sense.
You're just sticking to your common sense. I mean, you know what I mean? You don't believe that water things can have pressure without containment, do you? I mean, that would be stupid, wouldn't it? So it's obvious to assume that the containment must be there. And I think that the blue sky, we've been told that the light rays are, and the reason because certain particles are filtering out certain rays of the light, and that's what gives us a blue look. Well, you look into the ocean, it's blue. Like, where is this blue coming from? It's because of the light rays, obviously. But if it's just reflection of the deep blue, would be like black, wouldn't it? Like what we see out in space. Or if that's the deep blue.
Tommy, let me finish my point. Stop going into the deep blue stuff. Yeah. I'm not talking about deep blue stuff. I'm talking about if you say to me, is this piece of lumber straight or curved? I can give you an answer just by looking at it and run my hands across it. It's that simple. So if someone says to a flat earther, well, how are the waters contained on a flat earth? You say, well, it must be contained. You're exact. The word is in the answer. It has to be contained because I know how water works. See, if you want a bowl of water, you need a bowl, or else you ain't gonna have a bowl of water. Oh, so you're saying the earth is, contained.
I mean, it's logical to say it's contained. I mean, if you look out into space or whatever, or however you want to look at it, whatever that is that you see at night, that to me doesn't seem like it's just empty either. It looks like there's material in a way. Even some of the cosmos, people say they're giant gas clouds of hydrogen. So if gravity is attracted to hydrogen, which is a gas, then why is the gas expanding in all directions in these cosmos?
Tommy, I let
you see gases not behaving the way.
Yeah, you answered your own question. They say it's attracted. It's going to be attracted to the center of Earth. That means it's going down. Go boom boom, 9.8 meters per second, and it isn't. As you rightly point out, it's expanding in all directions. Tommy, right. I understand your frustration, 10th.
Tommy, I put that out there so that you can give the dichotomy, the other side of it. And you went to outer space. So let me help you, if I may. So the baller would say, no, we're a ball spinning, and we've got an R value, and we've got gravity. And you say, well, show it to me. Describe it first so I know what you're talking about, and then show it to me in reality. And this is where they all fall apart because there's no R. And so in that simple back and forth, the flat earther could say, water must be contained. And the baller is going to say, well, yeah, it's on the ball and it's contained by gravity. Oh, this is interesting. What else is gravity? What else are you going to ascribe to gravity? What is gravity? And this is where they die. First, they got no R value. Then they got no gravity. Einstein took care of that.
Even the ones that do describe gravity, and they go, it's this large distribution of mass, causing an effect. It's just not even actually a force when Einstein explains it. And then usually, most flat earthers can explain the intricacy, the details of gravity better than most globers that believe it. And I was one of them when I came in here, same as everyone else, really.
All right, Tommy, where's your R?
You're kind of more confidence than less knowledge.
Tommy, where's your R for your gravity?
I don't even know. Listen, that was the first thing. I never knew what R was. I've never known what R is. Apparently, it's supposed to be the radius, the geometric horizon of the Earth.
Well, when you were a glober,
that's been debunked by the black swan, hasn't it? So
when you were a glober before you became a flat earther. Oh gosh,
guys, one of you's got to
Tommy has
yield.
earplugs in.
Talking across each other, one of you's got to yield.
Tommy, when you were a glober, what did you think Earth was? A sphere or flat?
Seriously?
So when he's addressed, he doesn't speak, and when he's not addressed, he does.
Who said that question?
I think his last words were, "I need to go."
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Okay.
No, I'm still here. I just
Someone said-
had to get my food. Let's have my food too.
I love it.
This is you, Anthony. That's what you're like.
Don't be blaming me.
Sorry,
I've
my
done it
headphones
right.
on.
Me
Blaring
my
down
voice in
the
like
microphone.
1,000 shows.
Tommy, when you were on a globe, you believed you were on a globe, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Go ahead, 10th.
Okay, so when you're on the globe, you believe you were on the globe, a sphere, and you didn't think there was a radius?
No.
Let's leave him alone for a minute. Look, just because you think you're on a sphere, which is everybody in the Western world, apart from us, that would be flat earthers, and there's a few other exceptions, earthers and whatever, concavers, etc., etc. But apart from that, right, most people just accept that. Now, doesn't necessarily mean they've got any comprehension of geometry in the slightest. Now, if you say radius and they've had a comprehensive education, they might vaguely remember what that means, but it doesn't mean they're sat around daily thinking, you know what, Earth's got a radius, hasn't it? I wonder if that's been measured and proven. They just think, well, Earth is a sphere and the horizon's Earth curve. They're not acquainted with the, no, your horizon's not Earth curve, because that would mean you've got a way of geometrically measuring it, and that's where you get your R value. So without it being a physical geometric limitation to your view, which is claimed in your maths, and is debunked by the black swan, you don't have an R value. That would be a radius to the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth. And the way you presuppose it is with that R that you can't measure anymore. Most people won't be in the slightest bit aware of the black swan argument, or consciously aware that they need a radius value for the sphere they think they live on. It's just taking the thread that they're on a sphere, and that's all they think about it.
Right, but that's not Tommy, because Tommy went on to flat Earth debate shows and debated flat earthers. So I'm exclusively talking to Tommy, and most people would not be, as you described, be going on debate shows about the nature of Earth because they don't know anything. So why would they go there? But Tommy was on shows debating flat earthers. At that point, did he not know that there was a radius?
I can help Tommy out.
No.
I said to him, if you want to go for the maths, all the maths have been done for you, because you used a flat Earth debunking site that had all the measurements to Mount Rainier, I think it was. That was being obscured by 160 miles. So I said to him, all the mathematics are here on the website, so if you want to check all the maths, they're there for you if you want to go that far into it. Anyway, what do you mean? Have you checked these maths yourself? I goes, no. Because, but they're there. He goes, well, how do you know these maths are accurate? I goes, well, they look pretty good by the way he's done it. He goes, well, just because it looks good doesn't mean it's, but if you've ever done your own fucking maths and you come in here telling me that you got proved the Earth and yet you ain't even done your own maths, and then he had a go at me for not even having researched the maths myself, just taking it on face value.
Perfect. Thank you, Tommy. So there you go. There's your answer, right? And we get that all the time. Have you actually looked at this yourself? No. but you can go to this website and you can read it for yourself. You can go and do this claim that I'm making for yourself also, and it's been done for me. It's the Truman Show example, right? So you've got Truman in the classroom, he's talking to the teacher, and he's saying he wants to be an explorer. She pulls down the map and goes, there you go. It's already been done for you. It's already been figured out. You don't need to worry yourself about it, is the implication. Don't worry your precious little head, it's already all been discovered. So, should you be asked, refer to this. What we tell you has already been discovered. You don't need to go out discovering stuff. Clear? Now sit down. Right? Well, Tommy's taking the same attitude. What's that you say? What are you asking me? You got a radius? Yeah, 3959. Well, where'd you get that? Here, from this website. Well, where did they get it from? I don't know. Who cares? It's on this website. Wouldn't not be on the website unless it was there, and there it is. 3959 says it in miles. What more do you want? Now, if you're dealing with your average Joe, that is the level of comprehension that they're going to have. No offence, Tommy. It's already been done for you, is the attitude. And most of the time, that's why they brace against it. The whole idea of it all being done for you is why they ask us what the equivalent is when they lose their paradigm. Well, what does explain X, Y, and Z? I don't know, isn't that glorious? No, it's not glorious. Tell me what's the equivalent. Give me my new paradigm, quick, sharp. You go, no. Suddenly we don't know what certain things are anymore. That means the world is wondrous. It's like you've got the childlike wonder. Do you not have that? No. You need to tell me how the seasons work right now. You need an explanation for everything that I currently have, and if I'm going to let go of it, you better damn well have a replacement. It better all be worked out for me also. Because I don't want to have to work any of this out. I want it to be told to me. I don't want to be able to just repeat it and sound smart. So give me something I can repeat, quick. You go, no, all I can give you is a childlike wonder of not knowing and the possibility of you being that person that actually finds out. Isn't that good enough? No. Demand that you give it me now, and if you haven't got it, I'll hold up my old nonsense still. Because that's just, that's something that everyone else still agrees with. So, no, give me an explanation or I won't let go of my old paradigm. That's what you end up dealing with. They want it all worked out for them. It's sad, but true. That's most of the world. They want to be spoon-fed their information. They don't want to find out for themselves. They don't want to do an investigation. And if they did do an investigation, do you think they'd be doing primary source research, digging back through history? Would they? Hell! They're not like us. We are the 1%. We are the minority. We are the unusual few who have pricked our ears up, flicked through the books, had a little dig, and then kept on digging. Now, a lot of that's described as falling down a rabbit hole. And ain't that just the truth? But the more you get into the rabbit hole, the more you find you've been deceived. The less you actually realise, i.e. the less you actually know. And in many ways, it makes you feel humble for your own ignorance. What you thought you knew, and everyone around you still thinks they know, isn't actually the case. Now, if you can't cope with that, which is most of the people who get here, then that's not our problem. We don't suddenly have to launch into explaining how relative density disequilibrium works. That's not my job. I don't care. I've got no interest really in the subject. Got to be honest. The sun fascinates me. Moon, definitely. Stars, oh, absolutely. I crick my neck and literally give myself neck injuries looking at them. With my kids talking about them. Fascinating. And it's the thing I'll know the least about. At least with relative density disequilibrium, you can get into a description of it with a second-order entropic effect. I can't do that with any of the sun or the moon or the stars or any of that stuff. And that's wonderful. I like that. That makes the world a magical place instead of a boring place. But people don't want that. They want the explanation given them on a plate so they can get on with their day and worry about what's on TV.
Well, you just described...
when I first...
Go on, John.
I was going to say, when I first realized the Earth's flat, I was like that night I went to McDonald's and I was looking at the moon and it had me entranced. Like I was just kind of dealing with the repercussions of, the Earth not having a radius. And some people drove by and made fun of me for looking at the moon.
People did that to me long before Flat Earth. Watching Venus, watching it stick around for a prolonged period of time, watching the moon rise, things like that. I used to drag my wife out before she was even my wife, before Flat Earth, before all of that. The stuff in the sky is absolutely beautiful and fascinating. And, I'm sure I've regaled certainly Anthony with stories of people laughing at me as I'm stuck in the middle of what is my Tesco car park. It used to be a pub, But in the middle of that pub, you've got a really good view. So I'd just be there looking at stuff in the sky with my neck cracked up towards the sky and people walking past. And occasionally, if there was a really pretty moon, I'd feel compelled to point it out to people. They'd give me a funny look. I'd catch them in the eye and go, have a look. That's what I'm looking at. Look at the moon. Number one, it's enormous. Number one, it's a really weird colour. Number two. And people would look and then pay absolutely no attention whatsoever. Carry on with their walking. Fair enough.
Yeah,
also
that
gives the
was the thing.
A lot of people do it after they get to flat Earth. I'll give you that, John. I've heard it many times. When I've interviewed people and asked them about their transition or how they came to the subject, they tell me about the wonder of the sky that they've then discovered, which I always found fascinating because I was already fascinated with the sky and NASA and heliocentrism. All of that stuff fascinated me. Hence I got a good base knowledge to actually debunk this crap, as I was semi-questioning it before the subject. Go ahead, whoever that was in G+.
I mean, I remember as a kid, and because I knew about a lot about the world because I read all the books that I had. I had like these weekly books, these science books, and I had all the figurines for the dinosaur bones. And I knew about the world rotating. I remember going on the plane when I was a child, and I remember saying, "Oh, do we go faster if we go a certain direction because of the Earth's rotation?" And there was like, "Oh no, that doesn't happen because blah blah blah, whatever." And I was like, "That doesn't make sense." I remember as a child saying that to myself, like very loud and profound, like that makes no sense if the Earth's rotating. Do you know what I mean? Your intuition, it goes against all your intuition or your natural instincts of what would make sense if the Earth was rotating as a child, and then you get told no because of blah blah blah.
You've retained that memory. Like Chocolate and myself have got exactly the same story, like almost verbatim, in fact. But you're unique in that respect. Obviously, you're not. Me and Chocolate got the same story. But what I'm saying is, not everyone has that same memory. Not everybody has that. Most people swallow the story and don't give it a second thought. And most people
I did
aren't
swallow
in this
it though,
position.
but I do remember struggling with it. I remember going like, it don't make sense, and like really like, I remember really struggling with it, and just thought, oh, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? But going back to it, you think to yourself, maybe I knew more than as a child than I did, as, growing up, because of obviously the programming kicking in, and you're thinking, well, that, like you say, the Coriolis, you're screaming it at them every day, Nathan. You're telling them one object leaves the other one. It rather is separate from the object and rotates, or it does not. No middle ground.
Yep.
Well, I never saw my teacher swing a bucket with water and say that proves how water stays on the ball. But if I had seen that, I would have raised my hand just like all the other times. I said, what the heck? It's got sides. You got it in the bucket, put it on the ball and do it. And that's what I experienced, when I was in school and this programming was coming. I fought against it. I told him I thought this was nuts. And he said, yeah, I know. I just have to teach it.
With me, I got the description, then swung the bucket round. But same as Chocolate, I think. But in any event, not everybody does that. Not everybody comprehends it. And having that memory is something that is, fairly unique to flat earthers, and not all flat earthers at that. But in terms of things like your dinosaur question, I've got a great example of someone who's taken that to the nth degree in John Le Bon. So JLB channel, check him out if you wish. If he's still around, he does cover subjects that often get him kicked off YouTube, but such is life. But he took primary-based research to the nth degree when it came to the holotype specimens, which is the original bones that they then derive out into the plasticast and plastic models that you see in the museums. Yeah. So he went to this right in the middle of nowhere, right in the centre of Australia, just miles away from anything, and went and had a little look and got the full story from them, had a look at these wood-looking things that didn't resemble a dinosaur in any way, shape or form, and you're told this is what that is. It's XYZ bone. And from that, in some cases they've got a fair percentage, and most cases they've got hardly anything. But he went and had a look at what they'd dug up and what they were claiming it was. As it's on show at a museum in the middle of nowhere where no one goes, that's falling apart and has got no tourism trade, JLB went there and had a look. And you think that's what you've got to do if you're questioning this stuff, if you want to have any validity in your claims that you make to debunk it. Because most people will just buy into the story. They're not going to travel to the centre of Australia to have a look at the holotype specimens of the dinosaurs that are claimed to be out there in the plasticasts. People just don't do that. So you've got to admire people who do. when there's a subject that's of interest to them. My wife, although she's nowhere near gone to that sort of extent that JLB has, she got me into that subject. Started questioning with the validity of the dinosaurs and wanted to go and have a little look at the museums and what they'd actually got on offer, because she couldn't quite believe that they hadn't got real dinosaurs. You're like, no, not at all. It's like, well, let's go and have a look and have a question and ask a few people at the museum and see what they've got to say for themselves. So that's what we did before we had kids. We'll probably do it again, but we won't be necessarily showing them around the dino part of the museum, because certainly at the Natural History Museum in London, or whatever the big museum is with a massive dinosaur, they're getting rid of it. You know, they're like, okay, we've come to see this dinosaur, asking a few questions about what parts of it were made of what, and they said it's not going to be here. They're just going to get rid of it, because they're going to put something real here, which would be the giant blue whale that I got stashed in the back. So, like, we asked them, like, well, what's going to replace it? And they told us, and we had to dig our way through the museum to find this giant blue whale, which was absolutely enormous, just stacked in the back with all this other stuff. You know, unlike the dinosaur, which is in the main entrance hall, absolutely enormous. In fact, I'm sure we'll go back if it's got that blue whale in the entrance hall. I'm sure it'll look glorious, but that's a different story.
Well, you know, I have a little bit different experience, because I understood the arguments based on a measurement of a dip angle measurement that you could calculate R from. So, and the arguments, if you were measuring a dip angle that you could calculate R from, all of the arguments would be, you know, would hold up. So, like, I think that's why R is so important to me when discussing this subject.
It was your point in
Well,
regards
John,
to Raichi and Fight the Flat Earth, right? Regardless of the subject matter, they're going to need R. If you're asserting mass 2 as the centre of Earth, you're going to need R for that. So, if they're making these claims of gravitation, in most instances, in fact, with most globe claims, you can ask them for R off the bat. It's not like asking them for scientific evidence. It's not so big a chainsaw. You know, it's a bit more of a shiny knife. In other words, you recognise that if you run your fingers down the edge of it, you're probably going to get burnt. But by the same token, it does just chop everything around you to smithereens. You know, it's a samurai sword is asking for R. You don't necessarily have to know why, although it launched into why you'd have to know the Black Swan in the live show. By the same extent, it is that kind of it's just a lethal tool where, you know, you don't necessarily have to have a great knowledge of why you're asking for R to just pick that samurai sword up and remove a fundy's head with it.
Nathan, this is why what John said is so important with the sextant argument. In their mind, a dip angle measurement is for the curvature of the Earth. Well, you got to have R for that. In nautical navigation with the sextant, or any use of a sextant, dip correction is getting your eye to the height of the sea surface so that you can have that bottom baseline all the way to the GP of your star or sun. That could be thousands of miles away. So if dip measurement with a tool as precise as the sextant is height above sea level, and then you have the flat baseline, that name, dip measurement, is not a good name because they're trying to tie it to Al-Biruni somehow. But he never had it.
Well, it's there to convolute the argument with anti-flat earthers, I believe, in terms of the acquisition of dip correction with a sextant. But I've been thinking about this before we get into how it's a bad terminology, because they've got a horizon dip measurement as almost depicted on screen here, where they would use trig for a triangle to acquire R on a different arm of the triangle. But in terms of sextant-based dip correction, the sextant-based dip correction is done to acquire flat geometry for the base of a triangle. When I say I've been thinking about it, I've been thinking about how and why this correction's done, and how we'll detail it less than concisely in terms of what it actually means. You're using triangles, and the reason you do the dip is to acquire the pure geometry. I can't remember if it was Brian that was highlighting this. Originally 10th Man, of course, because this is his thing. But originally this was described by 10th Man as cutting through the refraction. Well, no, the dip correction is done to acquire pure flat geometry for the triangle. That's why it's done. They can bleat all day about how they're utilizing this depiction on screen of a horizon dip. That would be the horizon falling away from your vantage point. But that immediately eradicates the actual purpose of the sextant, because you're going to be using a flat base triangle with a 90-degree angle at it being the GP of the star. So the moment you describe what you're actually doing with the tool, well, you need the dip correction to acquire flat geometry for triangulation. That's the most concise way I can sum that up, because it's important. Brian was right when he got very angry initially when we started getting into this conversation, because he's like, no, the dip correction's super important, because once you've done it, you're at the pure geometry stage. Well, pure flat geometry with a straight line to the horizon. But because you're above the waterline, which is the actual flat earth we're standing on, you've got to correct for that to get flat geometry for a triangle. So the dip correction is being done to acquire flat geometry for triangulation. Cool, huh?
Yeah, it's very good. They're both actually true. When I said that it cuts right through refraction, that was a refraction argument. I already knew, and Brian said it as well, that it's to get geometrically correct, because you need that bottom baseline for that triangle. So when I said it, it was like it was at the height of all the ballers saying, oh, but it's refraction. And I said, well, fine. This thing works thousands of miles. It cuts right through refraction. Then when you want to say, how does it work? You're going to say, well, it needs a baseline for a triangle. And that's what the dip correction does. It takes it to the water level so it can be flat all the way to what? The GP of the star or sun that you're shooting. And so it's over for these guys, because the Black Swan is going to have a heyday, because the sextant is bringing everyone to the Black Swan. That's the beauty of it.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Oh, go on, you can have the last word, John. Go on.
I was going to say, yeah, the whole idea of refracted curvature, the sextant guts that, just destroys it.
The sextant accepts refraction. There are tables for it, but it accepts refraction in the proper definition. That's what it allows. So, me and Brian were having a chat on this. There is a bit of refraction in there. It's in the tables, and that's where the error comes in your optical measurement. That's the precision of the instrument and the effect of the day. So, but as soon as you take that measurement and apply your dip, you accept that error, and therefore the refraction disappears from this point on, because fundamentally it stops. It becomes just a geometric calculation. There is, like I said, there is the refraction in there, but it's a point of error in the measurement. And once you've accepted that, you move forwards. Now, there are slight error tables. They are standard refraction. What they don't do is apply a 7/6R function to them to move them into a completely different place.
Correct. In other words, the dip correction is purely done to give you flat geometry for the triangle, the base of which is going to be flat and have 90 degrees to the GP of the star. Ergo, the only reason for the correction is to give you flat geometry. The sextant can only work on a flat plane and cannot work on a curved surface, because you need two straight lines to acquire an angle to do the triangulation. The dip correction, I'll say it one last time, is only done to lower that to the ground to give you flat geometry for the tool to work. But with that, I'm going to say another massive, huge, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ Panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, hitting the PayPal link, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Also, below this video, you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, especially important if you've got an electric vehicle. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
It's our good buddy Nathan Oakley.
What's up?
Knocking him down. What's up, rookie?
What you doing, bro?
I am chilling. How about you?
I was just listening to that recording, and now I just figure I'd chit chat with whoever is on.
Yeah, man. For a second there, I thought Nathan was in here. I was like, no shit.
Yes, so did I. I was like, oh, I got to get on here. And I was like, oh, damn it.
I thought we were gonna hear the word fundy a million times.
Yeah, I know. I like that's one I really like. I guess he means fundamentalist, right? Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah, fundamentalists. It's like religious fundamentalism is what staunch globe belief is. It's the same thing with anything, though. You get religious zealotry with Muslims. You even get it with atheists these days, right?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Probably, yeah.
Well, yeah, the atheists, the ones that are mad about it, it's religious zealotry and religious fervor that they have for the same thing that they think that they're quote unquote not believing in, which is the institution of religion.
Right.
But that's just another religion.
Yeah, that's the part that always got me is like, how can you not believe in any God when, you believe that, all the things that don't match up, like, I don't know. I just think if you do a little bit of research, you'll realize that stuff that's in the Bible and things is important because it's true. There's a lot of truth to it. Whether or not it was inspired by God, I think it was, but you don't have to believe that. But the point is that there's good words in there that tell you the truth and teach you things. So why throw it away? It makes sense to me.
Yeah, if you know how to read it, it's the ultimate self-help book, and you don't need all the other ones. It's my dad said it's prescriptions on how to live.
Yeah, that's a good answer. It's a good way of putting it.
Yep.
I'd really like to talk about something, but I'm afraid to.
Give me a hint.
Well, it has to do with the the JAB.
You have 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. Okay. So
Okay.
it's 11:20 now. My side, you get 5 minutes.
For those of you that believe in it, I want you to answer me a question. Why is it that I didn't get a shot? I didn't get immunized, but I didn't get COVID, and everyone that I know that's gotten the shot has gotten COVID.
Okay,
That's really odd to me.
now that you said the C word, we got to dig it down
Oh, I'm
to
sorry.
90 seconds. But I will say that yes,
Doesn't make
you're
any sense.
exactly right. Go ahead.
It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I want somebody to explain that. I want somebody to explain that, in a scientific manner that explains how that's possible. It doesn't make any sense to me. The only thing that makes sense is that maybe they got sick because they got, what? That's what I'm led to believe. I mean,
yeah, man.
It's like everybody I know that got it got sick.
Exactly.
And it was within a few weeks after they got it done, too. That's the thing.
Yep. Great. Same thing happened to my grandma and my mom.
Yeah, my grandma, my wife, my mom. Well, I don't know if my mom got it, but like I know 6 people now. I know 6 people that have gotten it for different reasons. Obviously it's for work and whatever, and every one of them have gotten it and confirmed it. They've actually taken a test and confirmed, not just gotten a cold.
Right.
I don't know. I just think it's really strange.
Well, it's coming to a head. People are really starting to wake up on it, and I think it's going to be. I think there's going to be okay. So my state, our governor is completely against all mandates, all nonsense, all tyranny, right? Which is great. So yeah, and so if other states start just keep putting their foot down, and the medical community tries to keep saying no, we know best, and no one else does, then it's going to be a court case. It's going to turn into something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna go. It's gonna go to
being like
up the court ladder. Yeah.
it'll probably be scientists and doctors versus the government for a while. So yeah.
Well, I
Anyway.
mean, it's pretty easy to prove liars wrong. I mean, it's not really that difficult.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's becoming the truth is coming out now. It's coming out through all the cracks, all the seams. New cracks are forming. Truth's coming out, and that's the deal.
Yeah, I noticed that yesterday. I happened to flip by some news thing that was on TV, and they're talking about how there's all these breakout like cases. I'm like, yeah, that's the reason why, you idiot. It's like, of course, because they're giving out the new V, the new var, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
They're claiming that, oh, everybody's got to get done again. It's like, well, why would I do that? I asked my wife. I said, at least tell me that you agree with me now that you wasted your time doing that you wasted your time and energy on going and getting that done. I said, because it didn't do you any good. You got it anyway. I said, but I didn't get it, even though I live in the same house with you. Explain that. She just looked at me.
That's crazy. Yeah, man.
It
Wow.
is, bro. Her boss got it.
See, and that's the thing. I'm. That's actually making me feel okay, because now all the people who wanted to get it and were so desperate to get it so we could get back to normal are realizing, and we don't have to tell them anything anymore. It simply didn't work. None of what they've suggested has worked. Social distancing, masks, all this bullshit. None of it has worked.
It never worked from the very start. I mean,
well, it didn't, but we were keen, right? We knew right away. But now it's 2 years later, and then people are starting to finally fucking get it.
As soon as I did like 10 minutes of research, I found out very, very quickly that there's no basis for it. And they patented it in 2011 or 2007 or something. They patented it. Why would you patent a freaking virus? Does that make any sense to you?
Well, what they did was we should probably stop after this. But what they did with that was they patented a mutation of it. So they took the infection itself, and then they mutated it somehow in the lab, and then they patented that.
Right.
So, anyway.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, for those listening that still think that there's supposed to be bodies in the street and there's overflowing hospitals, do yourself a favor. Go explore your city, talk to doctors and nurses and stuff. If you haven't already gotten stabbed, don't. Clearly you shouldn't. And if you have, research ways to stay healthy when you have those things inside of you. There are plenty of books out there that doctors and nutritionists and all kinds of people have written about. If you know you've got a bunch of this crap inside of you, you can still live a healthy life. Thanks.
There you go. All right, let's change subject.
Cool. And that's not medical advice either.
No.
Okay, so we've got a guy in the YouTube chat. He's always here. His name's Ben Delight, and he started out pretty polite today. He's actually being pretty polite, which is fine. Yeah. Ben Rookie says hi, Ben. But today he is arguing for.
Uh-oh.
Where is this?
Hasn't he learned his lesson yet?
Well, no, it's funny. It's actually, I like what's going on, because I was about to ban him, and then I was just like, you know what? No, let's keep letting him embarrass the globe side. And then now he's
I was gonna say, they just manifest the reality.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I haven't banned him. That's why I love talking to him. But initially, we started talking about how he admitted a few times that it's his belief that the Earth measures curved and this, that, and the other. And and he was like, we were agreeing with each other for like 5 or 10 messages. And of course now he's defending, he's saying things like about his floor and his ceiling. Not having measured curvature exactly as you require does not mean Earth has been measured flat. You'd have to have an actual measurement to claim that. I think he still thinks that we're saying the entire Earth is flat.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people think that it's like, well, technically the dirt is convex because it's above the water. But when we say Earth, we mean the whole area. We're not talking about just the water, just just the dirt. We're talking about the whole thing is flat. It is. Now the dirt is above the water, but the water's flat. So no matter how you look at it, I mean, I'm not saying I believe that the Earth is 70% water because I haven't seen the entire Earth, but if it is 70% water, then how in the hell can it be a ball? It just doesn't make any sense at all. And that curved adjacent thing cracks me up because I didn't even know about that. I had never heard that description, curved adjacent. And then I was like, so I looked it up and I was like, I'll be damned.
Yeah, there's been a lot of those I'll be damned moments with this subject.
Oh, I was going to say something about, if you really think about it, if you're honest with yourself and you think about what is pushed on television, I'm not going to name any things particular, but if you just watch what's pushed on television and then pay attention to what's really going on in the world, you'll see that you're being lied to, regardless of whether or not they're lying about big stuff or not, or who's lying or what. Does it really matter? The point is that we're being lied to by everyone, including doctors, lawyers, all that crap. Now, why are they doing that? Because they're smarter than us, they think. Right? But how do you justify that? I mean, you have to be able to justify. I mean, for me, honestly, for me to take the baller side, I would have to be shown like evidence. I mean, physical, solid evidence, not some creation of mathematical argument. It doesn't make sense at all. Talking about physical stuff. So if you're going to bring evidence, bring physical evidence. Don't bring this argument that, oh, well, so-and-so said so, and because this works out and that works out, and because this and that, and this lifts and that don't, and that makes everything the same. It doesn't work that way. It has to make logical sense. If it doesn't, then you're down the wrong road, man. I don't understand how you can just take every single crappy thing that people say and try to twist it around into some truth when it's not true. It just don't make sense to me. Like, why wouldn't you just join the side that's right? Wouldn't that be easier? But I digress.
No, that's a good point. If I went to a glober and I said, "Hey, Earth objectively measures curved and it's a sphere," and then they'll say, "How do you know that?" And I'll say, "Well, this guy who's smart and gets paid to say so said so." And then he's just supposed to go, "Oh, okay, sounds good," because that's the same logic that they expect when we ask them for evidence. Hey, how's it a globe? Who measured it? Oh, they did. Who did? Yeah, it's been done. Okay, can you go do it?
I think it's pretty obvious too.
Can you go do it? Can you go measure? Oh no, it's been done. By who? Everyone.
Yeah.
So why can't you do it? Because it's been done. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I would like to see this thing that they claim they've got. I'd like to see it like physically. Like, how do they argue? And I don't know. I just wish that we could put together all the evidence that we've got, for or against, and then just lay it all out and then, put eggs in a basket and see who wins, I think that we'd win like way, way, way. Like, just take 20 things that are true about the Earth, right? I think that probably about 17 of them would be in the flat Earth basket. But that's my opinion, of course.
Well, it's looking more and more like that kind of opinion is turning out to be true. Hi, Zeus. Yeah, we know that you exist. Mm-hmm.
Oh, hi, Zeus.
And you just said hi to like thousands of people. What do you think? Is the Earth flat?
Did he really do that on his own, or did he just squeeze his tail?
No, he's talking to me. Hey, Zeus, is Earth flat? Goose. He just growled at me. Well, he's purring, so he can't. That's the thing. Once a cat starts purring real big, they can't talk because it'll just go.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. I've heard him do it.
Do you want food?
Well, obviously.
No,
For
I
water,
just no, I fed him, and so what he does is he gets bored, and he'll hop on my keyboard, and sit on my keyboard, and like claw at me while I'm talking, and then I'll play with him for a second, and then I'll get back in my seat, and then he'll yell at me to let him outside, yada yada yada. He's always busy.
You want to see something really fascinating?
I do.
There's these YouTube guys called the Slow Guys, and they do they do all kinds of like experiments, and they take videos of it in high speed, so they can watch it in slow mo. And yesterday I was watching one where they showed a cat jumping up onto a fence and doing some other stuff, jumping down from a tree and whatever. And I was fascinated by how the cat actually lands and how they get themselves up on things. It's crazy. Like,
yeah,
it's really neat. Like, it really makes you realize like how limber and how cats can really like do things that you really don't think about is possible.
Right. Yep. I've had to hide so many things from him, like deep hiding, because I thought, oh, I'll just put it here and he can't get it. And it's like, no. I wake up the next morning, he's got it.
And they love to perch on things. I've got an entertainment center in my bedroom, and it's quite high up. And there's like a bin, like one of those little, cloth bins that you slide into those little drawer things. Anyway, she gets up there on top of the TV and then climbs into that box and then falls asleep up there. And I'll be looking all over the house for her, and I can't find her anywhere. And then I'll realize, oh wait, she's in this box. She's just sitting up there looking.
Yeah.
Me up here? What's up?
Yeah. One of my favorite things to do is to find like a bowl, and then just put it on the ground and see if they can try to fit inside of it or not. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Like a big bowl, like a mixing bowl.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He'll get in the mixing bowl. What were you saying?
I don't remember. It was probably not important.
Oh, people are probably going to get mad at us for talking about cats.
Hey, since when is pussy ever a bad subject?
Amen, brother. Okay, so we can talk about the Earth again. We got another guy in the YouTube chat saying, when you add the water on a cup until it is bent, and when it bends due to adhesive forces with the wall of a small tube, oh boy. Never mind.
That's called surface tension, dummy.
Well, and Luke, you would know the difference. Yeah, he knows the difference between meniscus surface tension and other things, but yeah. So they just sit in this chat and they're just going, but yeah, but what about this? Or smurp.
I guess they're kind of hoping that eventually they'll hit on something that's actually right. But good luck with that, dude.
Well, yeah, that's sad, right? Because like objectively, that will never happen. So it's kind of bad to like watch a fish trying to climb out of water. It's like, well, dude, once you get there, you're gonna die. There's no point. There's nothing there for you. You might as well stay in the water. Stick with us, kid. And okay, so let me clear up a misnomer for people listening. When we say Earth measures flat, when I say Earth measures flat, I'm saying that I've measured it where I measured, ended up measuring flat. I've talked with thousands of people, watched thousands of pieces of evidence, all kinds of stuff. But it doesn't mean the entire world measures flat. Number one, that would be irresponsible to think that, right? We've got topography. But number two...
Well, we got waves. We had all kinds of things, yeah.
All kinds of stuff. But number two, we don't make the claim that we don't know the whole shape. So we're not going to say, well, it's a pancake. It's a square with a flat top. Anything like that. We're not going to do that. Earth measures flat, and we don't have to say anything past that. Measures. So what do? You go out to the Earth, and then you measure the Earth. And then what can you say after you've done that? The Earth measures flat. We're not saying... So if we had a globe, I'd say the globe measures curved, right? That's what I'd say. I'm not saying the entire Earth measures flat.
Then there's something wrong. It's logic.
In fact, if someone says they've measured the entire Earth, they're a fucking liar.
Yeah. It is kind of funny how people that come on to argue with us don't actually do their homework. That's what makes me mad. It's like they don't do their homework. They don't listen to the previous people that come on the show. They just come in here and they try arguing some crazy, stupid thing that doesn't make any sense and doesn't really match up with anything scientifically. It just happens to be true, but what does that got to do with the Earth's shape, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, here we go. If the Earth is flat, explain what is the sun and what is the moon.
Okay, I'll explain this for you. The moon is a light that lights the nighttime, and the sun is the light that lights the daytime. That's all you need to really care about.
The more you know. Yeah. So that's a guy, Lukey Pool, in the YouTube chat. He asked, once again for the audience, if the Earth is flat, explain what is the sun and what is the moon. And the other question after that was, why can Earth's magnetic field curve?
Why can't it?
Why can
Because magnetism doesn't. Well, I don't know.
So this statement is hugely flawed. So we'll start from the bottom, go to the top. It says, why can the Earth's magnetic field curve? That's assuming Earth has a magnetic field that you've measured the entirety of. Okay, Lukey? I know that wasn't a good sentence, but you get it. And then if Earth is flat, explain the sun and the moon. Well, hold on. Are we talking about the sun and the moon, or are we talking about the Earth? Thanks.
Well, can you explain the sun and the moon on a curved surface? I mean, it wouldn't change, would it? It'd be
That's
the same.
probably right.
Setup.
I think the answer to the other one
flat
is
or a curve, right?
the magnetic field doesn't curve, I think. I mean, do they have evidence to the contrary?
Well, if you look at motors and electronic, things like that, you can see that they do curve magnetic fields. But it's not really the same thing as a natural curve on something that's normally straight. You know what I'm saying? You get where I'm coming from? So it's not necessarily logical that would be the answer to that question. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I hope that.
Are there magnets out there that only have a north side or a south side?
But yeah, they have ring magnets, they have shape magnets, they have bowl magnets. They're all kind of magnets, and they do curve things. But like I said, it's because there's two fields, and they interact with each other, and they cause bending of fields. Yes. So that's basically, I would say that was true, but that doesn't mean that the Earth's flat or it's curved either. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, yeah, that's true. But to help whoever asked that question understand a little bit better, as far as we know, there's a magnetic north, but there's not a magnetic south.
Exactly. Well, not that we've seen. I mean, if somebody can demonstrate that, I'd love to see it, but I've never seen it. I've never had my compass turn around and point towards the south. I mean, yeah, it does point south if you're looking at the opposite end of north, but that isn't the same thing, is it?
Well, that's just it. Compasses, as far as I know, don't work when you get a little bit past the 60th parallel south. They don't work at all. So
yeah, you're too far away from the source. That's just my guess. But plus, if you just think about how a compass works, a compass pulls towards the center of wherever we live, correct? To the North Pole. So if the North Pole is just a flag in the center or whatever it is, or at the top, whatever you want to call it, okay? Now I lost what I was going to say. Shit.
and it'd also be the north center point. The pole implies, there'd be.
No, I was going to say is if you were to stand in front of the North Pole, your compass would have to be level with the water you're sitting on, because obviously the North Pole's in the middle of the water. Okay, so if you're in a ship and you're holding your compass perfectly level with the ocean, then how do you figure that the Earth could curve around on the other side? Then your compass, when you got to the side of the ball, your compass would point towards the ground, down towards the north. It wouldn't point up towards the north. It would point down into the Earth, because the north would be through the Earth if you were on the side of it. You get it? So it just doesn't make any logical sense at all. But yet they argue about it. It's like, hello, stupid, don't you get it?
Even if they did get it, which most of them do, they are not going to admit it.
Yeah, I guess so. But I feel sorry for them, because it's like, it would be a lot easier to quit arguing about crap that you don't even know about when you could just come along with us and we'll show you all the proof, show you all the truth of it. It's pretty simple. It's not like we're assholes and we're trying to like keep the information from everyone.
Right. It's like Globers are hiding the evidence of the globe, right? And we're doing all that we can not to hide all of the information we have. We can't wait to show you. Like, what's the holdup, Globers?
Well, doesn't that kind of prove to you who's the liar and who's the truther?
Exactly. So once the audience catches on, once the general public catches on to the fact that because there hasn't been globe evidence presented after fervent asking for it for years and years and years, that means it's not a globe because there's no evidence to be found. Otherwise, we would have it by now.
And you know what? It's very, very simple to understand. If the Earth was a ball, okay, if it was a ball, then the government would just simply show us the evidence and actual photos of it. Why wouldn't they do that? Why would they let us argue and censor what we're saying about it if it's not true? If it's not true, you got nothing to worry about, right? Somebody tells you a lie like, I saw a pig flying and he had wings and he was shooting, rainbows out of his ass. I'd want to see evidence of it. If you don't have evidence, I'm just going to call you a liar because I don't believe stuff like that exists. It's pretty obvious. I mean, how can you do the opposite when it comes to the Earth? It just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. It's just stupid.
Well, don't get too worked up.
Yeah, I know. I do. I actually do. This does get me worked up.
Yeah,
because I know what the truth is, and it makes me angry that people won't even listen to it. It's like, dude, I'm just trying to tell you what I know. I'm not trying to like shove it up your ass, You take it or leave it.
Right. Yeah. And I get told, hey, you can't come at people all passionate like that. It's like, what do you mean? There's other nice guys out there trying to talk about it. I don't have to be nice. I'm the guy that slaps you in the face with it, and then you're laying in bed that night going, gosh, my face hurts. I wonder why. Oh, I need to do some research, or else he's going to slap me again.
Yeah, I think just the evidence alone that they're censoring it, like they used to censor aliens, and now they're pushing that. Just think about it. In 20, 30 years, they're going to be doing the same thing with the flat Earth. They're going to be shoving it up your butt, telling you, "Oh no, you were wrong. You were wrong." You know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised if they don't just admit the Earth's flat eventually. I mean, logically, that's what I'd do if I was losing the battle. But the government never appears to lose anything, do they?
That's probably because it's actually a shadow government that runs things,
Well, yeah, I wouldn't argue with that. I think that the people who are really in charge will never see. At least if I was in charge and I had power like that, that's what I'd do.
I'm in Ottawa, and I see anyway, a lot of these, fine cars coming out, and they're just plastered with Freemason logos and stuff. And, in a sense, they're the power behind the throne. They're the nouveau sectellum, the new secular order, And they've been around for quite a while. Probably since the Black Merchants of Venice,
Yeah, well, the problem with that is that most of those people that are in those clubs aren't practicing evil. They read the Bible, they do all these things, and it's all based around God and the Bible. It's not until they get so far up in the climbing of it, they experience all the different degrees. That's when they start telling them the truth about it. Like, I know a guy who's like he's some kind of knight or something in the group, and he took me to the little church or whatever you want to call it up in the top of the Mason building and showed it to me. And he explained it to me. I asked him all kinds of questions. I said, what's this Bible doing here? Thought you guys didn't believe in God. And he was like, no, we believe in God. I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense to me. I've heard you guys don't. And he goes, no, that's not true. We read this Bible every time we have a thing. I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. But they also had a globe. Right when you walk in the door, there was a globe. And I was going to ask him, I was going to say, well, why do you have a globe here when you know damn good and well the Earth's not a ball? But I didn't.
Well, it's like the Shriners. The Shriners, they contribute to charities and stuff, earn a lot of money. A lot of them are businessmen, but they worship Lucifer. They'll tell you, if you ask them candidly, it's Lucifer that they work for, and they'll tell you outright. The Shriners with that, fez on the head.
Yeah, I saw that video too, but I don't know if I believe stuff like that. I mean, I'm going to have to meet the person myself and have a conversation before I'm just going to take that crazy stuff that guy, that video, that old man talking.
Well,
I think he
when
was
I was in
probably
the
a little
South,
crazy or something.
a lot of things are controlled by, different families in different areas. And I mean, it's just like a stranglehold. Some people own, 10 square miles of land out there. Others barely own an acre, 200 by 200, If you got that much, land and farmland and control of food and products, you can't fail. To generation. It's like the one man down south, he, sort of inherited from his boss, was a farmer, 10 square miles of South Carolina, That's a lot of farm, Where I
Yeah, I
live,
definitely. Yeah.
my father-in-law owned 2 square miles, and his brother owned the timber rights and the land from, I guess it was Earhart to almost Fairfax, and then from Earhart down to Hampton, which is like 50 miles of road or more. He had thin veneer edges for, the side of plywood or counters or whatever. It's cut real thin and apply it with a hot iron and
Yeah, I know
stuff.
what you're talking about. Yeah, it's like
Yes.
peeled wood, and then you put it over
Yeah.
the top of the particle board. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I guess made him a lot of money and stuff, and also having a rich family, and one of the families down there are the Kirches, and Kirch in German means land, So when the war was on, they would send German POWs to South Carolina because so many of the people there are, of German descent and came from Germany. So a lot of them at the time spoke German, and it sort of made a transition, whatever it was, or a lot easier, probably for everyone, If you're a guard and you can't speak German and your prisoners are German, you're not in a good way, and they are. So what are you going to do? But yeah, the same basically groups and organizations, they plan things long term, and if things are falling into place they want, they keep going with their agenda, and if they're not, they
Anybody ever tell you kind of sound like John Levi, the way you talk?
I Is he a YouTuber?
Yeah, he is. You do
Right
sound
on.
kind of like him. Yeah, he does mystery history stuff.
I'm probably
You're cutting out a little bit, Jimbo.
going to do some live YouTube and do some Giants live and stuff there.
Cool.
It should be fun.
Somebody that's in flat Earth needs to get their hands on one of those bones of those giant people so we can show it around. Because I'd
Right.
like to get a look at it so I can really see that it's real and not, be worried that somebody's pulling the wool over my eyes. I mean, with all the deception in the world, that's just another thing that I'm not going to waste my time on unless, there's some kind of physical evidence for it.
Yeah, they're still arguing that an effect demonstrates the cause of the effect. So we're talking about gravity.
Wow.
I
know they need the gravity before they can even use it.
Well, yeah, I'm asking what's the independent variable? They say, I don't know. I say, okay, let me help you out. The independent
There is
variable.
none.
Well, hold on. Yeah, exactly. The independent variable would be gravity if you were able to perform a proper scientific experiment on this, but you can't because you cannot manipulate gravity.
Besides,
That
when
would be cool
someone
though if somebody figured out a way.
Sure. Besides what? Jimbo, you're cutting out again, bud.
Yeah, when someone holds out a microphone at the end of their arm and drops it and says, bitch, that's science? That's Neil deGrasse science, man. Don't make sense.
Or you could be like Buzz and just get drunk and act stupid.
Who's that? You know, it's so easy to see that we're not moving through the galaxies, that we're stationary. Every night we see the same stars, more or less, and they are a limited number. There aren't that many of those lights up there, really.
Right.
There really aren't, In fact, you probably scan it and count it with a computer.
It's probably like 10, 50,000 maybe tops.
Yeah, something like that. They're lights. They're all within a certain. When I take shots of the moon.
Yeah.
We lost you when I took shots of the moon. That's okay.
Yeah, when I take shots. Sorry, I lower my camera, try to focus on the farthest light that I can see, somewhere on the horizon, and when I have that in focus, I raise the camera, and guess what? The moon is in perfect focus. It don't make sense to think that
Oh, you're saying
something.
that no matter how long you watch it, once you focus on it, no matter where it moves through the sky, it stays focused on.
Exactly.
So that means it
Yeah,
stays
exactly.
the same way, right? That makes sense.
Yeah, like it's following a flat surface, like firmament. Some people, use the term dome. We don't know even if it's a firmament or whatever, but we certainly don't know or can confirm that it's a dome. And often things are done flat, We don't always make dome ceilings for buildings and stuff. It adds complication, right? So,
And they probably don't use a lot of arches just for that reason. I mean, like they build most houses, they don't like door frames don't have arches over them. I don't know why, but you would think they would. Like if you were going to set building codes that made sense, right, for the entire world, then wouldn't it it would be manifested in the physical aspects of the wood and the things that the building materials, correct? You see where I'm going with that?
Oh man, I can't. I can't believe this. Excuse me. So I took a picture of the guy telling me or asking me, "Can you measure a ghost?" I thought he was joking, and then so I said, "Wow," I laughed at him, and then I posted that thing. in there, and then he says, "Let me guess, flat earthers think ghosts are not real as well." Wow.
Well, do you have evidence that ghosts do exist? I mean,
I can't believe that I have to even address this.
well, I mean, if he's got evidence, then I'd love to see it. But you know, I'm not going to say no, because if he claims he's got evidence for it, then I want to see his evidence. But I doubt highly it's gonna pan out for him.
For real.
Now, do I believe that there are entities that you can't see? Yes, I do believe that, but that's only based on my personal experience in the world. I can't justify that. I can't prove it. I can only just say that, well, I've had these experiences. But when it comes down to it, it doesn't make logical sense.
And it's
Yeah,
not. Yeah, go ahead.
usually when something moves or falls, it's not poltergeist, it's wind, air currents, you know. People go
Usually
into
it's yeah.
these old houses and, you know, the boards are all rotted under their feet. They walk past the door and it, you know, closes behind them or opens. You know, check the physics. You're a couple 100 pounds and you're walking in an old building. It's going to twist and tort and, you know, every action causes a reaction, you know.
Yep.
People tend to believe what they want to believe. I've watched this one ghost hunter named Tim Morozov, a Russian. He does good stuff, but I'm not sure how much is actually, you know, artistic creation. He's a fine artist, you know, good videographer in a lot of ways, good narrator, and it's commercial, you know. Even though he goes out to these freaky locations and stuff, and I like his work. I can't say what he's doing is genuine or real because you have time and people to set things up and, you know, make the illusion seem real, you know. But, you know, you can't just see a shadow and say, oh, that's a shadow person. Or some, you know, what do they call it, fog or a little bit of steam going through the woods. Well, down south, in the swamps, steam puffs out of the ground, you know, and when it puffs out, air currents move it, and it looks like a white shadow, you know, like someone moving through the woods. And there's a few places where, you know, people say, oh, it's ghosts, but it's just like steam coming out of the ground from the clay beds and stuff, you know,
Yeah.
heat and bug
Well, I have
activity
seen
or whatever.
lightning before. Ball lightning is terrifying, dude. It's like the freakiest, weirdest thing you've ever seen in your life. It's like a ball of electricity moving through the room, and it doesn't seem to move in
Oh,
any
really?
like particular direction. It's fascinating.
Yeah, we had
It's like
dry
strange. I
lightning.
don't know what causes it, but it's strange.
Yeah, we had dry lightning would hit in the streets of Hamilton, bounce between the curbs until it hit a sewer and stuff. And that would stick people to the walls like glue, you know? They'd wait till it passed and then go on their way. But we were sort of used to it. It's just a phenomena of Hamilton. Probably still does it there. You had the road to Fasco and Stelco. It's straight as an arrow for a couple miles and right on the lake. And in the summer, pretty well every evening, it rains on the lake side of the road. You need your windshield wipers. And, you know, the line in the middle of the road on the other side, the other way, dry as a bone. That's quite the phenomena, too. You can, you know, cross the street, take out your umbrella, and it's getting used, and cross to the other side of the street and put it away. It's like,
That's weird.
it is weird. You have that too at the parking lot in Walterboro, South Carolina. Every evening there's a sea breeze rolls in. The heat from Highway 95 creates a wall and forces everything to rain out on the east side of the 95. And it just so happens that the Walmart in Walterboro has a big parking lot, and it'll be raining on the one half of the parking lot and bone dry on the other. Yeah. So.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily anything spooky, but I mean, it can happen, right?
Yeah, that's weather phenomena.
Yeah, I mean, you know how wind shears things? when rain's falling, it changes direction like a million times before it hits the ground, right?
Oh yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, things could shape it to where it would do that, right?
yeah. And it's sort of like too. Sometimes even outdoors, you see a bunch of stuff flying around and within a limited area and stuff, and or even inside. And it's not necessarily poltergeist, but it's like static, electrically charged, the matter and whatever, and it just like I don't know, repels itself from stuff. Who knows? It's
I
an
think cats can
observable
see things that
phenomenon.
we don't. I honestly think cats can see magnetic fields because my cat runs through the hallway, and it's always the hallway. She runs through the hallway chasing after something. Always, it's constant. And I know she's not chasing anything because I've laid on the floor and looked, and there's no bugs or nothing. She just runs through there, and she gets all like spiced up every once in a while. And I've noticed that usually when this happens, there's static charge. There's like, there's a storm coming in or whatever. And it's like every time there's any kind of static charge, the cat does this. And it's like, what is she seeing? What is she sensing that she's chasing after? Is it little electrical pulses moving through the air that I can't see? I mean, it makes me wonder.
Hey, real quick, I don't want to change subject, but if something isn't physical, does it exist?
Well, that just depends on, I guess, your experience with it.
So, but no, that's subjective. So it's yes or no.
Is gas physical?
Well, I'd say no.
Yes, gas is physical.
Well,
Yes, gas is physical.
For air, as far as our senses go, I mean, we can't really hold a cup of it in our hand or see it, or.
But you can manipulate it.
Yes, but that's not an observation necessarily. What are you observing?
That's okay. You don't have to observe something only to have it be physical. You have to, in fact, you have to be able to touch it and do stuff with it.
Yeah.
So check it out. Is my reflection in a mirror physical? No.
No.
So yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to ask that question because this Glober thinks that he says there are things you are unable to measure with material instruments. So what? Psychological instruments? Like, come on, get out of here.
Oh yeah, you're going that angle.
Anyway, go ahead.
Back to the air thing. I mean, when you stand next to an airplane and you feel the air blowing on you from the airplane that's turned on, the propellers. I mean, isn't that physical?
I don't know. Hold on. You guys talk about that. I'm now talking to him about that again. Sorry, go ahead.
Wind blowing in your face? Yeah, that's physical.
Yeah, because that's wind, which is physical, hitting your physical face. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we could even call it inconsistent gas pressure. That even makes sense.
Yeah, because again, there's a limitation when you say that observation is just by eye. We can observe with our senses other stuff too, like you say, the wind in your face and stuff, the rain droplets or water droplets in the air, etc. So yeah, I guess things we can't see can be physical, and they absolutely are. So, including air, you can compress air and liquefy it. Everything is supposed to exist in all three states in this world here. I hate the word world because it means like spinning, world around, another one of those abominations of what they've done to our language. But, even in other cultures, they've made sure that, flat is not cool. The French, they have a term, t'es bien plat, toi. It means you're very flat. It means you're dull, you have no fun, you're, kind of bogus. And that's just, it doesn't seem like a hindrance, but, it's an example of where the language is used to prejudice people against, stuff. It's sort of like the terms black and white. Black is usually used in connection with things that are dark, evil, somber, and white is, you know, angelic, peachy clean, whatever, you know. So there is bias in language, you know, and negative. Well, bias. It's not really dependable, and the use of words too. They're stretched too much, you know. They really are. What are you going to do? Take our language back. Still flat. When they go sailing, what you do is you point your boat where you want to go, and in a straight line, and you get where you want to go. It's that easy, you know. In the Bay of Chaleur, it's like basically almost 1,000 square miles of bay, and from anywhere there, you can take off in a boat and choose your town in New Brunswick and just point at it, turn on the motor, and rev it up, and you know, in about 30-40 minutes you cross the bay and you're where you want to be, you know.
Hey Jimbo, long time no here. I just wanted to pop in and say hi. I was browsing, I saw the live stream, and
hi.
Nice to hear you, man. I hope you're well. I just wanted to pop in and say hi, really.
Well,
Happy New Year.
It's really good to be back, and you know, it's almost like family here for me, you know. So
yeah,
I'm really glad I got back on. It's been a
I was
struggle
going to
for
ask,
the
where
last
have
few
you been?
months. Well, I burned out my home, so it's been a bit ragtag.
Oh, that's right. You did say that. I didn't.
Yeah, and I still feel really bad about it. I'm probably going to have to do some restitution or something for some of the damages and the costs, you know. So I don't know what I'm looking at there.
Hey, Jimbo, don't beat up on yourself too much, man. You know,
No,
stuff happens.
no.
Like, yeah, it
Yeah.
happens. I'm glad you're safe, though. Like,
Yeah.
hang it, man. We're all here for you.
Yeah, most people say that.
You just cut out, bro.
Yeah, this push to talk on this tablet is really like bullshit. But yeah, I'm looking. I'll probably have a new apartment in February or something, and I'll try not to burn this one out. But in fact, I won't. You know, so it's first time and last time I hope for that kind of thing. I don't wish it upon anyone. It's good to be back with y'all, and I really do appreciate y'all.
Yeah, man. Good to have you back. Good to hear you kicking.
Really glad to be back. Let's educate these globy fools.
Amen.
Because that's really the only job, you know, kind of seed the truth for people to look into, and you know, it's their door to open or, you know, leave shut, you know. And I'll tell anyone who's listening that don't know, the truth is better. It hurts for a while because, you know, we really have been deceived in a big way. but it doesn't mean it's the end. You know? So, and people are getting better informed with the web and other stuff. Research is easier, communication easier and cheaper. We'll win this one. It's already won. I mean, the globe is so debunked now. It's a fool in the rain who's going to stand up and defend it. You know, just don't make no sense. But again, a lot of people have denial that is really hard set in, because you know when you hear it the first time, you know it's true, but you have to repress it and defend your religion. And that's what it is, the globe. Big old religion. I watched Highlander 2 last night. First time I saw it there. It really is Michael Ironside and
Sean Connery?
Christopher.
Oh, it's Christopher, yeah.
Yeah, and I like the first one. The second one is a bit cheesy, but the story is good, you know. It's about, well, they make an electronic firmament. You see that grid in the sky, and they turn it on to protect us from radiation because the ozone was gone and all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
That really is a dome and flat earth and population control movie.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Of the world. It is. In fact, one of the scenes, they're at this base or something, or in this building, and it's an area F. I forget what, but F is the fifth letter of the alphabet, and you know there's a 1. So basically, they were, without calling it Area 51, representing the so-called Area 51. Yeah. A lot, you know, they put a lot of subtleties in movies. You know, literally code. You know, and they're still doing it. Will be forever. Maybe not forever, but you know, I think a lot of these people that are deceiving us believe they're doing the right thing. That, you know, without them to tell us stories and keep us occupied, that we'd be out killing each other and all this, you know. But I don't think hearing fairy tales about rovers on Mars changes one iota what happens down here. And that Elon Musk, gosh, what a maroon.
What a maroon, yeah.
Oh, like Bugs Bunny used to say, what a maroon.
I had a dream that I was partying with Elon. And here's why. I saw a video of him drunk on the street, stumbling to his Tesla. Someone to drive him home, and he got asked a question like, why did you fake the car in space for something? And he's like, I don't know.
Damn.
He's just like shit-faced, stumbling to his car. I don't know where I saw the video, but anyway, that's why I had the dream that I was partying with him, because I've seen Elon Musk stumble around drunk, and I guess it got stuck in there.
If I was at a beer barrel party, I'd put him in the barrel.
Oh, man. So he used to have a house in Austin, Texas, and I would drive by it every day going to the recording studio that I worked at. And I think he sold it while I was there, but he still had it for a while I was there. And my friends would say that they'd see him sometimes, you know, downtown doing his thing. But nobody would go up and talk to him. Everybody would just like, oh, there he is. And then just watch him go by, and like, and it was weird too, because he didn't go anywhere. He just walked around. He didn't go into any restaurants, any stores. He just walked around and then got back in his car and left.
Yeah, you know, when you have a figurehead or a talking head or a lapdog, you know, to put at the head of, you know, a fake corporation to launder money.
Yeah.
He's just, you know, that fool that's taking a few bucks to launder money for, you know, NASA and, you know, the government mafia that rips it all off, you know. You know, what does NASA need 50 caliber machine guns for? What do the DNR, Department of Natural Resources, need boats with 50 cals mounted on them? What, for someone out fishing?
Exactly.
You know? I don't think DNR needs 50 cals, you know. And they want to arm people with Desert Eagles now?
Yeah, most people couldn't even hold on to a Desert Eagle.
No, it blew. Yeah, two-handed. You know, I had a 357 Magnum. You know.
Button problems. Jimbo, that's what I'm going to say from now on. Button problems.
Oh, more button problems, yeah. I'm going to find a different way to do this because this push to talk is kind of... There's not enough contrast when it changes. It goes from dark blue to a little less dark blue, and I just wonder if I can adjust it in the
Perhaps.
settings.
I'll be right back.
Okay. But I'm going to... Like I say, anyone who wants to show me, you know, water sticking to a ball, and I'm happy to look, you know. Just give me something, give me anything. Give me something that's really in space, you know. No one can do it. No one can validate none of that crap. Not one iota. Gotta shut them down. Shut down one day. They'll probably just rename themselves and go into business as something else. Well, that's what I do, or that's what most people would do. One thing's not quite working or been found out, you make another letter company and shell company and do your business. Like, you know, I think NASA's money all goes through Switzerland. That doesn't seem right, you know. It's like, what do they call it there? That's a really American. Button problems. I'm going to check out to see if I can't find another way to adjust my push to talk so I don't cut out all the time and drive people nuts. So I'm going to hush for a while.
Use the just use the normal one, not the push to talk. But
okay.
Whenever you unmute yourself, just speak, and then whenever you're done, mute yourself. That's the best way to do it. The push to talk is very annoying.
Gotcha. Sounds like a way to go. Let me do that.
Yeah, whenever you're done speaking, mute yourself. Whenever you want to speak, unmute. That's it.
So, okay, that would mute me.
It's called voice
Cool.
activity.
Okay.
Voice.
I think this will be better. So I'm gonna mute. Try not to ever forget to stop talking and mute.
Exactly. The only thing is that if you forget, you can hear everything you say, but we mute people here.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and that, you know, it might happen once in a while, but I'll try to avoid it. But feel free to mute me if you know anything in the background that's inappropriate.
We have enough training with other people in here, muting them. Yeah, it happens. Especially Flat Globe. He never stops speaking, so we have to mute him often.
After doing it a few times, it becomes a reflex, you know. It should, anyway.
Yeah. You're good.
So bring on the flat water and, or, you know, a nice ball of water.
Oh, there's a
and gravity. Gravity, the force that holds like 1 million pounds of train to railroad tracks in Australia. Lets butterflies, you know, flap their wings and go up in the air. Amazing gravity. so magical. In fact, so much of our science, we have to believe in magic almost, you know. And, you know, that's part of the way they mystified people was using chemistry for magic and in magic acts and stuff. You know, turning water to wine and stuff like that, you know. Every trick in the book. A lot of it involves chemistry. What are you going to do?
Any of the new people, like Cyber or anyone, if you have any questions about the topic, Flat Earth? Any question, comments? You can speak to Gladflobe. He got the answers.
No, I'm AFK.
He's Russian, so he knows.
What happened?
What happened?
What? Baby?
What happened?
Hi.
What happened is your daddy broke the internet again.
That's funny.
Dempsey broke the internet.
Either
Gosh.
that or he fell asleep.
How could you do that again? I mean, anyway, it's okay. We could love you here, even if you did break the internet multiple times.
Wreck-It Ralph breaks the internet.
Hey, Critspiracy, I love it. You used it.
Yeah, you inspired me. It was a good idea.
That's awesome, man. Wow. Glatflow, top of the day to you. It's about noontime in your area, huh?
It's 10:30 here.
And you, Rookie, good to see you.
Hi, Sonny. Nice to see you. Nice to
Hi.
see you.
I was going to play the missing part from the song I was playing yesterday. How dare me forget a very important part since it's so quiet right now?
How dare you?
How dare I forget that part? Wow, I don't know how I...
How dare you?
Gee,
damn it, Sonny.
Yeah, but I've had a string of good luck lately. Like I found a bunch of stuff that I was missing. You know how sometimes you have little items that you just put in little strategic places, or they fall somewhere. Things are missing, right? I found all my stuff.
Yeah, I usually don't find it until I start cleaning up the house. And then I'm like, oh, that's where that went.
So now I start realizing, well, all those things are like resources I'm not using, so I better organize it so when I need to use it, I can. Is the fan from my AC that loud? It's kind of close.
I can hear it, but it's not too bad.
Okay. The guitar is louder.
Yes, it is.
I'm a little rusty today. Just warming up, thanks. I know I'm playing songs in little bits and pieces. Forgive me for that, but here's the first bit.
Is that Barracuda?
Oh, that's out of tune. Shit.
Well, that's the rest song.
Embarrassing.
Or no.
But you know, it's not a perfect world. I'm okay with that. Everything doesn't have to be all polished and perfect. That's stupid. Music is that's why you're hearing right now.
Around the lake. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I just got to get the words down on that particular one. It's a long, pretty long song.
Yeah, I don't know the words to it, but I love that song.
Okay, just had an epiphany. I'll be the roundabout. Darn it, I can't do it right now, sorry. I'll get back to you on that.
If I could sing very well, I'd sing it, but I don't know the words either. You know any Yes songs? I can sing. I know pretty much all the words to their songs.
That was a Yes song. Oh, you mean that album? The Yes songs?
No, I mean like Big Generator or one of those other albums.
Right, like I kind of, through the years, I have kind of played through all of those, you know, some more than others, but like Fragile was the one that I really liked because I was young and I just started playing and it was very instrumental and I was like in awe. So Fragile was the first one. Yeah, they have a lot of good stuff actually.
I think I like 90125 the best though.
Da 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 da. That stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
That guitar is wild. That synthesized guitar.
Yeah, I know. I like that in the orchestra in the background they mix with it. It's always awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It's that syncopation. I didn't know what that was until I heard that song, and I was like, "What the hell's syncopation?" I looked it up. I was like, "Oh, I get it. That makes sense." You know, I get the weird feeling though that yes, their songs are about something, and it feels like they're talking about the world today almost. I mean, they talk about strange stuff like, you know, we're playing music that your kids are listening to and things like that. Just strange things that they put in their songs that make me wonder, like if there's like hidden meanings. Why'd you quit?
Pardon?
Said, how come you stopped playing?
I'm just a little scattered right now, so I'm trying to focus on other things. I didn't expect to be seen up performing, so I need to gather myself here. I have too many things going on. I need to put out some fires.
Well, get right on that and come back when you're ready.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. How dare you come unprepared?
Okay, listen. I'll play this little tune because I yesterday I came in, it did one of my classical pieces that I learned a long time ago. I'll play this other one. Wish me luck. Oh.
Muy bien que estoy afuera. El día que me muera. Bam, 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 bam. Sorry.
Thank you. Whoops. That poor guitar.
Yeah, you've been banging on it for a while.
Yeah, I don't know if you've experienced anything like that, but this guitar is over 40 years old, and I've had it for probably close to 36 or 38. I don't remember. I've had it for quite a long time, since I was in the Navy, and now it has such a character to it. It's by no means a pristine, perfect sounding guitar like most people go, it's a piece of crap. I'm like, I would agree, except the owner before me, the person who gave it to me, when he first bought it, he had someone put jumbo frets on it. So it has the fingerboard like an electric guitar. That's why it plays what it does. It has jumbo frets.
Gotcha.
So it made it really badass to because that's why this friend gave it to me. He goes, you play that just like an electric guitar. I go, and I didn't understand it, but see, that's everything. So the guitar sings to me. The guitar sings to me. Not only that, it has these beautiful freaking harmonics. This guitar. It just like. It's just like it sings. It plays. It like. I sit with this guitar and it plays music back to me. It's incredible. All the music of the world, actually. Okay, since you got me started and now I'm warmed up, let's try this other beast of a song. Oh my gosh. But I love it so much, I'm gonna give it another shot today. Playing this for all my friends. Huh?
Let's play some Mozart, man. You want to impress me?
I like this Baroque style, actually. I have my own particular, Anyway. So.
All right, well, I'll accept that too.
But this is also by Steve Howe. Yeah, so you'll probably recognize it. One moment.
Okay. Give it a shot. Let me turn this fan off. 1 second.
You to the ambulance, don't you?
Sorry about that.
That makes it sound like it's.
There we are. Probably just have the plant fans now. Okay. Sip of coffee. Thanks.
Yep. You're welcome.
I made it through the whole thing. Wow.
Sonny, that was fire. I heard the roundabout.
Took you long enough.
Dude, I was in the shower.
The sounds and voices from the Discord will haunt you wherever you are.
Hang on. Sorry, yes, they haunt me. No, I put my phone in the bathroom and listen while I'm taking a shower. So otherwise it's dead silence, and I can't stand that, as you probably already know.
It's funny how we just kind of know things. Like I was just like waking up and fixing up my house for the day, like I try to do on a regular basis. But these little voices from you guys and from things I've heard. So listen to this. Came to my head like it's getting kind of crowded up there. Like everybody, you all know who I'm talking about, right?
No, I don't. Who are you talking about?
You don't. It's getting kind of crowded up there. Like it's really becoming useful for the military. Like
No, I'm sorry, I don't
you
know what
don't?
that is.
Dude.
And don't take offense, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Admiral Byrd was saying it's really getting crowded up in the north.
Oh, yeah, I got it now. I haven't watched that recording like a movie or something, a feature film. Sorry.
Just truther stuff. That's what
I've only watched the Bird stuff a handful of times, and I've never watched the interview all the way through.
Yeah, I get it. That
you just have a better memory.
That exploration is like, I can't, it's too boring for me.
Oh God,
I could
it's
write
terrible.
it while that thing is going on. Holy crap!
I mean, I'd rather watch paint dry. In fact, I've done that before, and it's not that bad.
No.
Because when you're waiting to put on that second coat and you got nothing else to do for 2 hours, you're watching that paint dry.
I used to varnish all the time. I used to varnish on boats.
Yeah. That's
lots of petroleum inhalation, no doubt. Try it when you're 110 feet off the water on a mast.
How much curvature, though?
Never saw any. That's the whole thing. I never thought about. Almost everybody I talk to now, I'm flat smacking in a really calm way, and people get it. Because it's pretty much like, look at this, look at the condition of water. I explain perspective to them. That's a good way to start. Because if you don't understand how your eye sees things and how, like, for instance, perspective in drawings is the same, it matches perspective in reality, that's why they use it. Otherwise, it would look distorted.
Correct. I guess I'll work on some music a little bit today, too. By the way, Sonny, send me stuff.
Yeah, did you have a chance to do that, Pink Floyd, to look at the chords I sent you? The recording?
No.
You didn't.
Did you send it to Blatflobe at Gmail?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Did I send it to her? Hold on. I better make sure.
Well, it's the only email address I've ever given you, so if there's a different one.
Yes. Let me make sure.
What was your email address? I might have.
Sunny on the plane.
I don't don't have
Hold
anything
on.
from you, but
Oh, my email address. No, I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm trying to do too many things at once. Just let me. Trying to find yours, and I know you changed. So.
oh no,
Yeah,
it's
can you
still
send me?
glatflow, but it's still glatflow@gmail.com.
Oh, I got you. Here you are. Okay. I think I have that. I think I sent it in your DMs. It's a
Oh, okay. Let me check
MP3,
that.
MP3 or MP4. Hold on, let me make sure. On what the heck? I don't.
Right, I told
Okay,
you to send the I told you to send the nudes to my email address, not the. Okay, yeah. So now I've got the. Yeah. Okay.
the what?
Nothing. Just kidding. But could you send it
There it
again
is.
in my DMs?
Okay, I got your address. I can Gmail. I can send it to Gmail.
Thanks.
I'll just make an attachment. I must have forgot. Anti-sophist. Well, friend, you. I don't know who you are, but okay.
That's me.
All right, let me go get down to some business here. I swear. I'm really trying to organize. I'm just focusing on doing one thing at a time.
It's really all we can do.
Yeah. One foot in front of the other. The rest of it, I can't deal with all of it, so. Yeah, here we go. Okay, should be on its way momentarily. Here we go. Okay, it's sending it to your email. I'll just send you a little DM also, so you know what is coming in. That is from me. Duh. Yeah, that was a boomer moment. You're anti-sophist. Hello. Yeah, so the email's sent, and let me verify that. Yep. Actually,
I sent it to you before. You should have 2 emails from me. So, oh, there's another one on there called December 23rd. You might be able to use some of that. Yeah, how come the Surgeon General didn't warn about being hazardous to your health? It's dangerous stuff. Just say no to the globe. Don't be the last one on your block to believe in the globe. That's going to be really just uncomfortable. Yeah, the interesting thing about Admiral Byrd is, think about that, the weird stuff that, like, he came out with this book after his 1928 North Pole expedition, supposedly, allegedly, and where he flew his aircraft into a vortex in the North Pole and went in and met these other people there, like had a whole civilization down there, had their own sun inside Earth. So that's what this hollow Earth thing, I guess, came from, right? What a weird psyop. Like, they must have the best writers ever. Think about that. They're always thinking sci-fi. Sci-fi, sci-fi. I got to ride to keep from hiding, and I'm bound to keep on riding. I got one more silver dollar, and let them catch me now. I'm not gonna let them catch the midnight rider. Oh, well, I've passed the point of caring about some old bed I'll soon be sharing. I got one more silver dollar, and I'm not gonna let them catch the midnight rider. You like that song?
Thanks for letting me share. Didn't mean to kill the chat.
You didn't.
Yeah, you know, sometimes some certain songs just really like hit you really deep inside, right at the center of your being.
Don't be gross.
Yeah, that was one of them. Like for this period of time right now, it's like perfect song for me. I love it. I'm gonna keep developing it. That's great.
Can you guys hear that? Zeus can hear it.
Yep.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Cool.
I want to hear you do that roundabout keyboard part.
Oh no, dude! I'm not good at the keyboard really. I'm, I can write with it. That's it.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm not a performer on it.
It's okay, old dude. It's no problem. Sometimes we do music. I know you kind of opposed to it for some reason, but we have times when we do, as long as we're not preventing a conversation, we each have individual skills and talents, and as far as I understand, it's okay with the server and the founders of the server that we do that from time to time. But anyway, I digress.
No worries, I'll shut up.
No, that's what I'm saying. In my opinion, you don't have to shut up.
No, I'm just trying to make old dude feel bad.
Okay.
And he will. It's okay if it's annoying to somebody, I'll stop. No worries. Do you think as a performer I'm not used to people going, shut the fuck up?
Oh my God, my whole life. My whole
for
entire
sure.
life. Turn that shit off. They yell at.
Oh yeah. And what did that make me do? Turn it up.
Play more. Yeah, play more. Thanks. I got
Dude,
better.
can you imagine
Thanks.
me at 14 years old, really nice stereo equipment, upstairs in the middle of dinner because he's too much of a dick to come down for dinner, blasting Marilyn Manson.
I'm chill. I'm chill, old dude, man. No problem. No, it wasn't a Pierce, man. Look.
Maybe from my end it was for a second, or on his end, I don't know. But anyway, no worries.
Yeah, no way was I trying to disrespect you, old dude. Honestly, that's not my intention, man.
I think he's talking about, no, he's talking about like a sound that was bad. I think like maybe I made a real loud noise or something. Yeah.
Oh, it sounded broken up there. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. No worries.
Everybody still loves you, old dude. There's no way around that.
Exactly. Old dude, you're necessary here. We love you here, man. I see. I matey. Got you, matey. So it was just a little short segments at like little blast anyway. So that's why you heard it that way. Right, Glad?
Yeah, man. I mean,
yeah.
If there's dead air, you fill it with whatever you want, as long as it's not, gonna get us chopped.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. Unless we want dead air or just truth music.
I mean, I played a few songs. I think it's cool.
I just wish, like, we could then play the Yes song right now over the waves, so everybody could hear what you were playing.
Yeah, like we could, in special occasions, they'll let us mute the live streams to do things like that, and that would be like we shout out to the YouTube live chat. These are the benefits you get of sometimes having things that we play and things we talk about that we don't have to monitor ourselves because it's a live stream.
Correct.
Yeah, so I think that's a good thing to mention sometimes for the people in the live chat. There's no harm in you coming in. If you don't want to go on the live stream, you're afraid of getting banned, you've been banned before, that's what we hear from you guys all the time. Man, anyway, you don't have to go to the live stream. We have lots of other voice channels. You can go to some other area, chill VC, and just have a conversation. where it's not on the live stream.
And it's not a debate format per se.
Yeah,
No one's going to be like, all righty, globe evidence, ready,
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. So
Man, you come up
unless
to
you
Chill VC
unless
trying to
you
debate,
unless you
you gonna get kicked in
unless
the
you
nuts.
don't want to talk about anything, well, that's okay. But you're on the live chat right now.
You
When
come
I
up
come
in
in and
Chill,
talk about,
Chill VC trying to debate, we gonna have problems.
Right.
no, we're not debating in Chill VC. That's fine.
Maybe debate about what we're going to chill out about today.
Hey man, that is the only debate acceptable right there at Chill VC.
What's the next chill topic? No, that's not a chill topic. Okay.
I had some kid come and Chill VC while we were in there yesterday, wanting to talk about flat Earth and how flat Earthers are retarded. And I was just like, man, you're in the wrong spot. So I moved him up to you guys, and he immediately dipped out.
No, what? Listen. It's not. You should just go. Okay, cool. How's that working for you? Like, you're here on the Flat Earth server, so what's going on really? Could you tell us what's really going on?
Who is your daddy and what does he do? That said, KJ, if you want to play some music, we would love that.
Any requests?
Oh, there you go.
Man, throw some BOB up in.
Maybe some B.O.B. And then earlier someone requested Why Would They Lie as well. So I'd say some chocolates, some Elijah's, some Why Would They Lie. And what was the one you just mentioned?
I'm asking again if you'd like to. If he doesn't like to, then
You're
I
a
would then
fucking
remind you
retard.
did last time as well.
You're a fucking retard because you're a retard. And I already doused your ass 28 times here. That's not counting the 2 years before that. You're just a fucking clown. Everyone knows it. You think you're cloaked?
Your slip is showing, Coach.
So Coach, you guys,
your ass. I like that.
You're still using the star. One second. You're still using the star rotation argument. I thought you guys were beyond that already.
No.
No.
What do you mean still using it? I mean, if it
Are you guys defending? Are you guys defending the star rotation argument?
There's no way.
When I say you guys, I mean you and everybody in
there
Jam Panda
is.
server.
When you say defending it, are you saying using that as like evidence for some reason?
Yeah,
If someone brings up, I generally don't bring stuff like that up, but if someone brings that up, like you are now, I will tell you, yeah, the star rotation is a good evidence for the rotation of the Earth.
After I pummeled his dumbass over and over for like 3 days.
All right, I'll have a
He just
1v1
comes
with
back
you
like
about
a
the
blind
rotation of
melon
the Earth.
chitlin.
1v1. I heard 1v1, man.
1v1.
So well, there you go.
Were you gonna say something, Elijah? I was gonna say something, but if you're gonna,
But then I heard the 1v1 thing, and then whenever I hear 1v1, I get to shutting up.
all right. So Quantum, did you want to do a 1v1 with Kosho?
On what? His favorite color?
I've offered you the radius, and then again, I offered you just now
the
the
radius?
rotation of the Earth.
The radius and rotation of the Earth.
Or either or none if you'd like.
I'd like to do your science acumen.
No, we've done that before.
Yeah, we have.
And how did you do? How did you do? Tell us.
Well, hang on, Sunday. 1 second. I just need to know from Quantum if he's gonna accept or
Oh,
decline.
hell yeah. This will be fun. It's boring.
All right. Hang on. So everybody else is gonna have to go on to mute. I'm gonna referee the
Go on
debate. So nobody else chime in. If you do, I'm gonna mute you straight away. Kosher, you know the rules of the debate, right? Objections? Yes or no? So I can tell you.
Yeah. The objections. What are the what objections can I call?
Well, basically, if Quantum starts doing logical fallacies against you, you say the word objection. Then I intervene and ask you, what is your objection? Don't just straight away say, the objection. I have to ask you, and then you tell, the audience what the objection is about. Then whether it's valid or not, I'll go ahead and let it go, or I will tell you that it's not valid and take one of your objections away. So hopefully it will be a valid objection, and not just, you have to get, when you do the objection, you have to give the person 60 seconds time to say what their objection is. You can't just jump in right after they say objection and then you say objection. Do you understand?
Sure.
All right.
Is there a reason we're using fallacies?
It doesn't have to be fallacies. It could be in any error.
Just any error. As long as it's valid. I mean, just don't just interrupt for the sake of interruption.
You have to
We'll see how that goes. I mean,
You have to justify your objections. What he's
sure
trying to
about this
say.
purpose,
Whether
but
you
yeah, okay.
object to, if you'd shut the fuck up, you might learn something. If you can object to anything, if there's a logical fallacy that you hear, if there's an error, if I incorrectly demonstrate your position, anything like that, as long as you can justify it, you're good. Maybe you'll say you're good, but if you fuck up, then you lose your objections.
Right.
Really, if you don't like what somebody else is saying, you can just object to them.
No, that's not a good reason. You have to state a valid reason. So long as you understand, then we can continue. Do you understand?
And what happens after the objection? What's the consequence of that?
What do you mean after? Like, I allow you time to give you the state your objection. Like I said, if it's valid, then I'll let you continue. If it's invalid, I'll pull that objection. I'll say no, it's not a valid objection. And you don't. Here's one thing I don't want happening. Give me commentary as to why I'm taking it away. Just know that I took it away because it's invalid. If you want to talk about anything of the debate, we can do it after the debate, not during.
See how it goes. And you wanted to do rotation, or you wanted to do the radius?
If Miggy upholds your objection, he'll make you an apple pie.
Very nice.
Okay.
Did you prefer the radius from the other night?
I don't give a fuck what you bring up.
All right, Coach, since you're bringing up the topic, you go ahead and lead off.
I'm not clear which topic.
You're not clear which topic you want to bring up? That's not surprising.
You're leading, Coach. So you pick the topic.
Well, we can go with the radius.
Whoa. We'll
That's
go
fine.
with what?
Go.
What?
Go.
With what?
I guess the radius. The radius is fine with me.
Radius of the Earth?
Yeah, let's go with that. The radius of the Earth. Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
Other than the radius of something else.
Radius of the Earth. Okay, what's up with the radius of the Earth?
All right, well, often you bring up, lately seems to be the fad to bring up Al-Biruni for some reason.
For some reason, that's where you get your radius.
Right. He did a nice method, but I honestly, since I've been in these conversations, I've usually brought up Eratosthenes because of how much older his method was and how it's been used for.
All right, objection, Your Honor.
Hey, hang on. What's your objection, Quantum?
Argument to age fallacy.
Continue, please.
Yes, he brought up because it was older, whatever the fuck that means. That's a fallacy. Nothing's true because of its age. Argument to age fallacy.
I'll write that down. Thank you.
Just tune in Saturday.
Sure. So it's been used. It's been used for a long time, and the
that
fact
doesn't make
is
it
that
true.
the value
Objection,
that
Your Honor.
Yep. Quantum, what's your objection?
He's continuing on the argument to age fallacy. It's been used for a long time. It doesn't make it fucking true. That's an error in reasoning.
That's valid.
Thank you. I'll take note of that as well.
Fallacy, in other words. So that's two fallacies.
Eratosthenes method.
Can somebody keep a list. 2 fallacies so far within the first minute. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sure, you're good. Right, so
I know I'm good.
It was very close to the value we have today. I've done this method with
objection, Your Honor.
Quantum, what is your objection?
Very close to the value today. By chance, where did you get that value from today?
The value that we use today. Right. There's several ways. Sure, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, go ahead and tell us where you got that value today.
Right. So you can trust that anyone who uses the recognized value, whether you get it from somewhere like Google Maps or something like that,
Google
you can.
Maps.
Yes.
Where did Google Maps get the value?
I mean, they collect their own data, but they may have.
What data?
From planes they fly around, they travel. They have maps of the entire world.
Okay, tell us. Objection, Your Honor.
Yep. What is your objection?
He's just making shit up. How the fuck did planes give you the radius?
Right, Kosho, do you have any detailed information as to how they ascertained that information? Google?
No, I don't. No. How Google got their distances around the world? No.
Okay,
I can look it up for you, Kiwi, but you could look it up while I'm talking.
Right. So I got you. So the only thing you know right now is that they have this information. You don't know how they obtained it. Is that correct?
How Google obtained it? No, I mean, I'm not only using. I'm using Google as an example. There's plenty.
I understand, but
people.
I understand, Kosho. No, I'm just clarifying. I'm just clarifying because
an example of what?
Yeah, you brought it up, so that's why I'm clarifying.
An example of no evidence that you have.
No example of the circumference in some kind of way, the size.
Well,
so I'm using Eratosthenes. I'm going up with him. You're asking about modern day numbers.
Eratosthenes? Holy fuck!
Yeah, that's what I started out talking about. That's right.
Okay, Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes did what? Did he perform an experiment?
I'd say it's more of a measurement than an experiment.
So what did he measure?
The angles from the sun from 2 different locations. The
angles from the sun from 2 different locations. So did he have a number of assumptions with his angles?
I wouldn't call them assumptions, but
how about the distance from the Earth to the sun? Did he assume that?
No,
he did not.
No, he basically, since they already understood that the angles were different, the same reason Aristarchus had done it. They as long as the angles were parallel from one another between us and some other distance, or us and the moon, for instance.
Yeah,
then you can conclude that the moon
go through the method that Eratosthenes performed, please, and then validate it.
Oh, well, I can give you a simple method. His exact
objection,
method.
Your Honor.
What is your objection, Quantum?
He's making shit up. He can give me the simple version. No, we want the version.
Kosho?
Right. Like I said, I can give you a simple version.
No, objection, Your Honor.
No. Yep. What is your objection?
It's the same one as the 5 seconds ago. He's giving me the simple version. No, I don't want the simple version. I want the fucking version.
Aristarchus did. I wasn't around back then.
Not Aristarchus. Right. Fucking Eratosthenes.
You rewind it. You asked me how Aristarchus had done it.
I did not.
All right. So are we talking about Eratosthenes or Aristarchus, Kosho?
Well, originally I was talking about Eratosthenes. On this question specifically, I'm talking about the parallel light and why that's not an assumption.
Parallel light rays. Really? Did Eratosthenes or Aristarchus take into a refraction?
Did they take a refraction? They didn't know about refraction back then.
Okay, so they didn't take it into
refraction. It's not going to come into play in this observation.
Oh, yes, it is. Does fucking the atmosphere bend light, baller?
It can.
Does the atmosphere bend a fucking light?
Yeah, it can, yeah.
Well, there you go. Your whole argument's kaput.
Okay, well, it bends light at the most extreme when it's on the horizon.
Yeah, we don't really care.
I know you don't, but it bends light the least almost 0 at noon, the time this experiment or this
really?
measurement was done.
Really?
And we're using
So-
noon, where there's no
okay,
refraction,
so
so we're
what
fine.
type of refraction are you using?
0 kind. There's no refraction because it's
The
noon.
0 kind. Okay, so he took the 0 kind. What the fuck kind is that?
Where there's no refraction.
There's no refraction in sunlight.
No refraction at noon, or it's at least the very minimum, the very least.
At noon, where?
From the sun's location. So the sun's going to be
From the sun's location, where?
from that direction.
Okay, did he use 2 different locations?
He used 2 locations at noon at both locations.
At noon at both. How did he? How in the fuck? 200 BC was he at both locations?
At both locations.
What?
Let's say I have a slave like he did. You ask your slave, hey, tomorrow at noon, make this measurement.
You're a
He does it
fucking
every day.
slave? Are you making this
Yeah,
shit
he
up?
sent his slave.
I what?
No,
Objection, Your Honor.
Aristophanes had sent his
Okay,
slave.
hang on, Coach. What is your objection?
Objection, Your Honor. He's making shit up. His slave. He sent his slave somewhere. What the fuck?
All right, Kosho, did you get any information as to what was really going on with this, or are you filling in, with your own idea of how things could have went?
That's a great question. I understand QE brought that up, so it's a good thing to ask me.
Okay.
Believe it or not, no, I'm not making this up. So,
well, go ahead.
I will go ahead and prove, I guess, somehow that Aristophanes had a slave, and I'll tell you his name. Okay.
Yeah.
But if I could continue.
No, we don't want you to continue. No.
We want to know how the slave was actually involved in this test. I guess since you brought it up, and that's why we're kind of going with this. So, and if you do have the information, that's fine. If not, we can probably go on to your other point. How about that?
Let's go ahead and show you guys that he sent his slave. Yeah, that's the important part. Or it's just
BC, you got information that he sent his slave, right? I want primary documentation.
Go see what we can find. Aristophanes' slave.
Yeah, we'll give you a minute. Go ahead.
I need primary documentation, Your Honor.
Okay, so there's primary documentation requested.
Yep.
Do you want his birth certificate or what exactly?
No, I want right from his hand to paper or papyrus.
Oh, right to Aristophanes' hand that he wrote about his slave.
Yeah, Eratosthenes to papyrus.
I'm not sure that he did. I don't think I have access to that either.
Well, tough shit. You better move on to your next point because this one's circling the drain at light speed.
Right. Most blah, blah, blah. Here we go.
Put in the right text channel, Coach. Don't forget.
This is 2015, man. 2015 called. They want your argument back, dude. Okay, what you got?
We'll just go from there. So yeah, so he would have sent.
This calls it an experiment.
Yeah, 1 second, real quick, Kosho. QE, can you look that over? Because I'm going to give you a second to look it over and make sure.
Yeah, he sent a source. It says the Eratosthenes experiment. The Eratosthenes never performed an experiment. I can stop it right now without fucking looking anywhere else. Was this a scientific experiment?
I wouldn't call it an experiment, no.
Well, that's what your source called it, so you're fucking contradicting your source.
Well, I mean, I don't agree with him.
Well, then
term that they're using for
objection, Your Honor.
Experiment or not.
Right. What's your objection, Quantum?
Objection, Your Honor. He provided source reference that calls it an experiment. I said is an experiment. He said no, so he's contradicting his source.
I'd be careful, QE, because if that's a fallacy, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Well, it's contradicting, though, isn't it, Kosho?
Not at all. No.
They're
calling it an experiment. I personally wouldn't for the pure reason that QE.
I don't get. Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, hang on, Kosho. What's your objection, Quantum?
Objection, Your Honor. Like I just said, his source. I just tried to pull up his whole fucking reference. He doesn't know the difference between citation and reference. Number one. Number two, he elephant hurls fallacies me with the whole fucking reference, stating at the top, the headline, that it was an experiment. I asked him, is this an experiment? He wouldn't classify it as an experiment. He's in direct contradiction with the reference that he provided.
It's not an elephant hurl.
That's it.
I cited
You didn't cite anything. You gave me a reference.
I did. You just didn't read it. You just didn't read it.
This is a
I gave you the reference and the citation, but it's fine.
Oh,
you don't have to quibble about that.
Okay.
This is bullshit.
Sure. Right. So,
all right. No. So you don't continue. You're in contradiction. Paradox.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and stop this particular point. Is that all you have for this one?
Unless he can show that it's an experiment.
Okay. So that's where we're at right now, Kosho. Unless you can provide evidence that this is an experiment, we're going to go ahead and pause this argument.
No, I think QE wins. He proved me wrong. I think we're good here.
It's not win or loss. It's just if this is your source, it says an experiment. I have no problem with it as long as you can give me the natural phenomena observed, the hypothesis, identify the key components of the hypothesis, the experiment, what's in the experiment, and the validation, I have no problem with it.
I would personally call it an experiment. But
Here we go again. Circle jerking around. What's your next point?
Was there another topic you wanted to bring up?
So I just want to get this straight. We're talking about the radius of the Earth, and the reason why it's proved wrong is because this article that describes Eratosthenes as sending his slave.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah. What's your objection?
Is in contradiction with me saying it's not an
He's
experiment.
circle jerking back to the. Shut up. There's an objection. He's circle jerking us back to his paradox.
Right. So we're not
next
gonna,
point.
Yeah, we're not going to go back to that point, Kosho.
He asked me. That's why I thought I would answer.
I understand. No, let's go to the next point.
I'm asking though. So we're done
Or
with the
is it
radius,
my
or I
next
can
point?
continue to talk
Because
about
he
the
brought
radius.
it up.
Yeah.
He brought the first subject up. It's my next point. So it's my contention that you wouldn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was if it landed on your face, spun around, and whistled Dixie. So I would like to stop
Objection.
right there.
Okay, hang on. There's an objection. Kosho, what's your objection?
What does this have to do with the radius?
Okay, so
We're done with the radius.
yeah, I don't. Maybe Kosho didn't get it clear. Kosho, I'm gonna go and allow it this time because you probably misunderstood. But we're not talking about that any longer.
Oh, so then the 1v1's over then.
Well, yeah. If you want to end it, we could end it. That's for sure. Just
He's
call
ending it. Be clear. He's ending it. We're talking about the radius.
No,
for 1v1. He's ending that.
Between you and him, he wanted to move to another point. But if you want to
Okay.
end
Well,
it,
then he probably asked me that. Then
right. So that's why I was making clear. If you wanted to move to another point, if not, you wanted to end it, you could do that too.
No, not if they're gonna be like this. No, because we had a conversation about the radius that he ended because of Eratosthenes' slave and the record of that. So no, I'm not gonna continue with him about a conversation about something else.
Well, thank you for the debate, guys. Before that, I'm going to ask you if you want to do a final thought, Quantum and Kosho. It's up to you guys. Final thought, yes or no, guys? No,
I can do one. I mean, if he's gonna laugh during his.
All right. So, Kosho, go ahead and do a final thought on the debate, and then I'll let Quantum.
They said I asked him to do a 1v1 about the radius. We didn't talk about the radius. I don't think at all. Which is kind of it's a bad way for a conversation about the radius to go. But we did end up having a disagreement about the slave that Eratosthenes had sent, and for some reason, the fact that he sent a slave, and because the magazine article that wrote about this calls it an experiment, QE can't continue. So there's not much else to say other than we didn't talk about the radius at all.
Okay, Quantum, did you want to put a final thought? Okay.
Oh, there he is. Mr. Chicken Wing.
Weight only has to do the only reason we
Hold on a second, Methuselah. We got the principal in here that he was talking about weighing the atmosphere. You know you got big problems with that, right? On multiple fronts.
Oh boy. Seems like a difficult task.
It would be a difficult task. Number one, you're treating the atmosphere as a single entity when it's not. An inhomogeneous anisotropic mixture of gases. Number one. Number two, it's a contradiction because atmo means air.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Air is gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. That's problem number two. And weight. How do you define weight?
Well, weight is the force that a system is pushing down. It's
That's
the weight
incorrect.
is the
You're not even
That's incorrect. I would like to shift everyone's attention to 9 minutes after the hour. That bullshit was incorrect. He just made that shit up.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at this. Calculating weight. Newton's second law of motion says F equals ma. In case of an object at the Earth's surface, the force of gravity exerts on it is its own weight, which is fucking circular, but we'll move on. So substituting W for F and G for A in the F equal ma equation leads to weight equals mg. Love you long time. However, there's a big fucking problem with your F equal ma and the substitution thereof. Because according to Richard Feynman from the Feynman lectures, even though the law of F equal ma is false, and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum in quantum mechanics, nevertheless, in the end, that particular law maintains itself. Not F equal ma, the conservation of momentum. So the law of F equal ma is false. If that's true, and it is, then W equal mg, your little weight bullshit, is also false. Over.
They only invented weight when it came to things for money.
Hold on, Jaffet. Hold on, Jaffet. We're into smooth, Mr. Chicken Wings.
Chicken wings are good.
I know chicken wings are good. I'm the chicken wing.
Make me a chicken wing smoothie, damn it.
Chewy love wingies. But
what kind of sauce do you
regardless
like?
of that shit, we're talking about weight, and I just
Do you like hot sauce or do you like
hot
lemon
sauce.
pepper?
Hot sauce, crispy wings, and hot sauce.
Connie barbecue.
Lemon dip.
Objection to version.
Now we're gonna move away from that because you just got fucking decimated.
Oh, okay.
If you
Yes.
weren't keeping track on current events, you got fucking obliterated.
Quantum, you
Was-
decimated
So-
them before he even
Yeah, you
defined
did.
the weight.
How did you weigh the atmosphere as you said?
I never said I weighed atmosphere.
What was the
Suction
argument?
But the argument was that the air around us has a mass.
Mass.
The hell?
Yeah.
Define mass.
Fine mass. Thanks.
Oh, I know, bro. I've been hanging out long enough.
I guess mass is
You
the
can think of
total
it as-
number of
Total
down
number of-
quarks in a system.
Say again.
Mass is the total number of
Particles in the system.
Hold on. Let him state it.
He said downward force.
Hang on, guys. Let him say.
Mass is the total number of particles within the system. Yeah.
Total number of particles. That's incorrect. I'd like to point everyone's attention to
12 minutes.
right underneath my last post at 9 minutes after the hour from the Royal Society of Chemistry. You said the total number of particles in a system. That's fucking wrong. Studies have shown that the amount of substance, that's the total number of particles, is often incorrectly identified with the mass. Whoopsie!
They wrong again? Smooth?
Oh.
Well, you just saying you're not doesn't mean you're not. You just pointed out why you're wrong. So you're wrong.
Right.
Admit defeat, dude. Like you have to
I never
concede.
said I was. I never said I was
I mean-
wrong. All right, they're magic mass systems, right? Have some type of physical property, right?
Pressure.
What?
Pressure.
Colloquially, we could say, "How much do you weigh?" And you weigh 130 pounds or
Wait,
220
we already
pounds,
destroyed
right?
weight.
You want to say like, what is your mass? We have to say, and I don't care what word we use. We have to say that matter has some sort of physical property, right?
Yeah, it's matter.
Yep.
I'm saying that the atmosphere, or sorry, the air around us, right? The air of our reality.
What state of matter?
Is made of matter, right?
What's the matter with that?
The properties of matter indicate that nothing, right? Matter can't be nothing. Matter has to be something.
Yeah, matter's matter.
Right. So matter can't weigh nothing, right?
Well, we already destroyed weight. You're getting off the topic. You said mass is the total number of particles. That's incorrect.
Quantum,
Do you have
he's
another?
trying to say that the air
Jaffet.
is similar to solids.
Jaffet.
Comparing solids
Jaffet.
to air.
Jaffet, be quiet. You're red herring. You're helping him grease the skids for the red herring. We're not going there just yet. He said the it's amount of particles. That's incorrect.
Okay. You want to have a discussion?
That's what we're having right now.
Isn't that what we're having?
Yep. What would you say mass is?
I don't know. I didn't fucking claim it. You did.
No, I'm asking you. Let's further my discussion.
I don't know. It's your claim.
No, we're having discussion, not a debate anymore.
I'll just
So let's
raise it.
talk.
I'll raise the bar again. At 15 minutes after the hour, from Edwin Taylor and Professor John Wheeler from Princeton in 92. Nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass.
Yeah.
You're done.
So when you say mass, can you define how you're using that word?
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say. When we go to the gym, right, and we work out, Battle Spartan, you look pretty ripped. You've been to the gym before.
Who?
Hey, what are you doing? You are picking something up, right? And that's something
Just
that's
got
a
a
natural
man.
tendency.
Now hold up. You're gonna try to say building muscle mass group, and I'll say enlarging
Enlarging
muscle groups. It has nothing to do with mass.
That's not what I was going to say. I was going to say, so you go to the gym, right? You are performing actions to increase muscle, your muscle mass. I'm not saying that has anything to do with the word I'm saying, but there is a natural resistance on your movements, right?
I don't
What do
go
you
to
like
the
to
gym.
call that resistance?
I don't go to the
You do
gym. It's just hard work.
You do a push-up when you lift a cup of
And
coffee in the morning.
hold up, Smooth. I want to enlighten you to something. I'm a slim guy. I'm a $160, 5'10", and it doesn't labor me to lift my ass up off the couch. Okay, so resistance. What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you talking about energy expulsion?
No. What I'm saying is that you have an elastic band, right? You stretch the elastic band. There's a natural
That's
force.
tension.
This is an analogy. I'm not
It's
saying
not
this
a
is
natural force. It's applied. There's tension. That's applied pressure. Try again.
okay. So you guys want to say pressure, right?
No,
Is this the word
we're
you
waiting
want to
for
use?
your definition of mass. You keep on red herring fallacying away from it.
I already gave you my definition of mass.
We're not looking for your definition. We're looking for the definition, not what you
And
make up.
I don't have the definition. Would
Okay,
like
then
to
you can't
provide it to
claim
me?
it then. So mass is fucking, like I already said, it's undefinable. At best, it's merely a concept.
Take the mass of that concept and remove it from the table.
So okay, so tell me, Quantum, right? In your infinite wisdom, when I perform weightlifting exercises to build to build my body, right?
Yeah.
What is the resistance on the weight I'm picking up? I'm just
Don't
saying
know.
the weight because that's what we call it. What is that resistant force?
Don't know.
Now, you understand relative density does not work without mass,
My
correct?
claim wasn't relative density. You have yet to define mass.
I'm just saying that relative density does not
I didn't
work
make that
without-
claim. Straw man.
Who are you? We're having a discussion.
Yeah, I know, and he's responding to you.
This is not how you talk to friends.
Straw man fallacy.
This is
Listen,
not how you talk to friends
density,
and
he's
family.
saying he didn't invoke mass per unit volume. So come on, move on. It's another mass thing. He didn't say mass. Get back to the point.
I've heard him speak about relative density before.
No, you haven't.
I have.
Well, you wouldn't be here if you did. You would. He knows.
Mike.
Yeah, well, how the hell did we get here if you've heard this conversation? Here, I'll just shut up then. Fucking, he knows.
When I first started in this chat, a lot of people told me, because I immediately wanted to argue for gravity. In the conversation, I want to say, I joined Discord.
Oh, shit. Just get back to mass.
The balloon filled with helium, right? It was showing relative density, but I'm saying relative
cares?
density does not work without mass.
Without mass, what's mass?
Mass is an intrinsic part of matter.
It's an intrinsic part of matter. That's fucking cool story, bro. Go ahead and cite that.
You just like hearing yourself talk, don't you, Smooth?
No, I mean I can go into another Discord and talk.
Well then, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Go to making shit up for him.
They would probably like your answer right now about mass. That's for sure, because it's not flying here. He left, didn't he?
Well,
Quantum strikes again.
There's a circle jerk waiting on him.
Yeah, the reason why I was telling you, what's his name? Who's it? I'm sorry, who's in
Jaffet.
it? Jaffet.
Who's it? Yeah.
I don't like you to don't allow them. Most flat earthers not only allow them, they grease the skids for red herring fallacies. That's why I stopped you.
Yeah, true. It does happen a lot.
I like to walk them down the plank and then point it out.
No, I'm going to already do that. You just sit back and wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to earn that step to get on the damn plank.
Yeah, what happened? Yeah, that's exactly what happens. You know, if like Quantum or somebody has them on a point, Mike might have them on a point, and you have somebody jump in and try to, throw them a line. No, they don't need that. They need to run into that brick wall and hit it as hard as they can and go splat, so they can realize that they can't use that argument. That's what we need to happen here. We don't need them to think about something else or realize some other concept. We need them to actually halt their argument and say, whoa, I don't have an answer for that. Good. Yep. That's what we want you to look at.
Yep.
And, some people think it's kind of rough and it's too hard, but we don't really care about that. We want them to